Weeping vegans in a candlelit vigil for 9 turkeys who are going to be executed for Christmas. Because that's, I'm sorry to break it to people, but that's what people do. We have turkey. Where they think they come from, I've got no idea. So there were 9 on a farm, and they were going to be executed by the farmer. I don't really know how they do turkeys. I'm assuming roughly the same as chickens, but I've never done that either. And in the same vein, Brian May has said he doesn't want to see adverts for turkey on the television. It's upsetting for other turkeys, I would think, in the first place. But these vegans have put out candles. She's taking it a little bit too far, because you might as well go round to every supermarket and put candles outside, because there's dead meat in there, in loads and loads of them. Wayne Rooney gets a call from Trump and Son, because Barron apparently is a big fan of football. Also the comedian, who's booked for a student's gig, and says, but what can I joke about? Because he's had to sign a disclaimer. He cancels the gig. He doesn't want to do it. Because they banned everything. No sexism, no ageism, no transphobic jokes, no this, that. There's a whole list of stuff. And he said, well, what actually is left? And the answer is, not very much. Even Graham Norton has said exactly the same. You know, you get the snowflakes now who complain about just about everything. You know, oh, I've got big feet. Wait a minute, what are you saying? People with big feet are sort of, you know, this or that or whatever else. The cigarette which could have sparked the Grenfell fire. Who says this? Hotpoint. Hotpoint have said, we don't think it's a freezer. We think it could have been a cigarette flicked into the 4th floor. Well, how that happens, I've got no idea. Also, the Church of England services to celebrate transgender parishioners. How many are there? I mean, are there really that many? I'm not too sure. We shall find out probably this morning. Also, the ghastly MP, you know, the one with the druggy son who had £2,500 worth of all sorts of strange things on him when he went to a festival. And she's not very pleasant. And her mother's in the House of Lords. We're not sure about her either. But now, because she threatened to smash a reporter's face in, she said, sorry, a little bit late now, dear, isn't it? A little bit late. Happy birthday to Frank Sinatra. And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. And he did. I went to see him live. I have that distinction that I went to see him live free. I didn't pay for it. We got a riverboat cruise down the Thames when he was playing the O2, and it was lovely. And so we got taken down. I went with a friend of mine. We were the only two when he was alive. And what do you think? Afterwards, he played the O2 over here, but all the way round the stage, in this, because it's a big hall with lots of seats put in. So we had the riverboat that took us right up. And then there was dinner and dancing on the way back. A little bit difficult for me and Darren, but there you go. That was the way it went. And no, not you, no. And anyway, so Sinatra comes in. He was a tiny little man surrounded by all these bodyguards. His Frank Sinatra Jr. was conducting the orchestra, but all the way around the stage, monitors with all the words on, because he had to start Strangers in the Night twice because he missed the cue. Doobie 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 doo, and so it went on. But it was still Sinatra. It was still Frank Sinatra, you know, to actually get to see him. And when he played Vegas, they didn't put his name up. He was so big, they just put, he's here. That's all they had to put on the billboard, and everybody knew it was Frank Sinatra. How cool was that? Nearly as good as all of the other artists. I've been to Vegas a couple of times, seen a few big acts down there, you know, which is quite nice. They've named Raheem Sterling's haters. One was named yesterday, the one who said, I'm not a racist. Odd that, it always sounded slightly strange to me. Also, what was the other one? Oh, Lofty and Mary from EastEnders. They're scheduled to go back. And my driver this morning, Mohammed, we were talking, because he knows another one of my drivers, and who always counts every time he picks me up. He'll go, this is 22 times I picked you up, or 23 times, or whatever. And it turns out he knows my driver this morning, Mohammed, and we were talking about, you know, long hours and work and stuff like that. And he did say to me, he said, what are you going to talk about this morning? I said, you know, I haven't got the faintest idea. I never know. I don't start with an agenda. I start with a list of stories from the papers. I start with a list of things that I might be able to get some mileage out of, but there's no set agenda. It's not like sort of a news-based programme where you go slot, and you're filling in the gaps. I don't do that. I just freewheel for 3 hours, as you will discover. We shall go everywhere. We'll go to Egypt, to the top of a pyramid, where there was a couple there who scaled the pyramid. I mean, frankly, how they got up there, I've got no idea. But get up there they did, and then they took all their clothes off. On top of a sacred, it faces a long term in prison once they've got them. And then they managed to get down. It went on to the internet, I believe. All very peculiar. But, I mean, the pyramids are as fascinating now as they were. Plus, we've got a story of treasure this morning. But the Daily Mirror have ruined the day for me. It was all going so well, because they've got, a headline about the revolting Tories, children of 11 selling zombie drugs, evil gangs. Because it's easy to get kids of 11 to do it, because there won't be any prosecution. Although there are two brothers and a friend. They've been named and shamed in the paper. I think they're only 14 and 15. They've been named and shamed because they're just vile. You know, they went to a town and they terrorised a town. So I think they've been locked up, probably for their own safety. But the bad thing is, the Daily Mirror this morning is revealed the stars and their trees. Okay, and you think, oh, good, have we got some A-listers here? No, it's all Z-list. Well, except Kate and Wills, but we saw that picture a couple of days ago. The Vardys. Who cares about Rebecca Vardy and her dreary husband, in their tree? The Osbornes. You see, I always liked Sharon. Peter Andre. Yawn, yawn, yawn. And the McGuinnesses. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Couldn't we have somebody decent? Wouldn't you love to see the Beckham's tree, for example? Wouldn't you like to see what sort of, uplifting little tree they've got, and do you think there'd be all fake presents underneath it? That's why you'll never see the Beckhams in OK magazine. She thinks it's beneath her. She'd rather go to the fashion things, because apparently she's a fashionista, even though he's bailed her out once. Whether she's still losing money, I've got no idea. I don't keep up with things like that. But I just don't know what her style is. She doesn't seem to have any style at all. But they went to this do with their son Brooklyn, because he finds it impossible to go out by himself. He's obviously not old enough to cross the road. And they don't talk to each other. They sit there with their backs to each other, where he's sort of chatting away to everybody else, and she sits there looking sort of as if she'd quite like just about anybody to talk to her. And it doesn't always work, does it, for the poor old Beckhams? The Parliament trespasser has been tasered. How on earth it was that easy to get inside, the carriage gates where PC Keith Palmer was killed March of last year? I've got no idea. But they opened the gates, let a taxi in. He just slipped in. In America, they'd have opened fire and shot him dead. Over here, they tasered him, and they managed to sort of this was just before noon, I think, and not thought to be terror-related, just obviously somebody who's a bit sick, and thought that he could just go inside there, but he can't, so he gets tasered, and we don't know what else. We don't know. He was held on suspicion of trespassing due to have a mental health assessment. Well, he'd have to be, because he shouldn't have been in there in the first place. But some people don't know that. They see a gate open, they walk into it. It's Parliament. You can go into Parliament, can you? Not all the time, no. So it must have been a bit of a shock for him. 30 or 40 cops all of a sudden arrived on the scene. The other thing is, have you had recently an eye test? I went yesterday to get my diabetic eye test. Now, bearing in mind, I've had the cataracts done, okay? And so I call in, and it's all being done up, and it's all very nice. I think they're brilliant at the hospital. I think anybody who does stuff like that is amazing. So I go there to get my eyes done. So first of all, we do the eye test. Well, I can read the one above, just above the bottom line on the eye chart, which is good. Which is very good. Then she puts drops in my eyes, and you then go and sit outside for 10, 15 minutes, then you come back inside, and then she does the thing where they take a photograph of your eye. So you've got to look to the right, you've got to follow the little red dot thing. If it moves over there to right, you move to the right, open your eyes wide, and all the rest of it. And so, now this is where I'm slightly puzzled, okay? So I'm looking on her computer at pictures of my eyes, and I don't know what I'm looking for. I really should have swatted up on this beforehand, because you must have all been there. It's a kind of thing. So you're sort of looking at this thing, and there's a little dark area, not black, but a little dark area. And so I say to her, oh, is that good or is that bad? And she said, I can't say. You'll have to wait until you get the thing to your doctor. And I get a copy, and the doctor gets a copy. And so I thought, can she interpret this, or can she not interpret? I wasn't sure if they aren't allowed to say anything. Was it not Whirlpool, not Hotpoint? I don't know who makes Whirlpool. Hotpoint have said, I mean, the story is about Grenfell. They said it wasn't Hotpoint. They said it was a cigarette. It was a cigarette that was flicked onto the fourth floor. How that happens, I've got no idea. And who can flick a cigarette like that, unless it's somebody flicking a cigarette from... Because some people smoke, but the people who they rent the flat from don't know that they smoke. And so you flick it out the window, but of course it could have been blown into somebody else's flat. That was the thing. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure who... is Hotpoint not Whirlpool? Is Hotpoint not Whirlpool? I'm not sure. Or is Whirlpool a separate company? It's interesting. Why would Hotpoint have said that? Unless it was sort of because they thought it was their... wasn't it their freezer or so? There you go. Whirlpool is the parent of Hotpoint. Thank you very much indeed. We'd always like to correct you if you think you're slightly wrong. So there you go. But that's in the paper today. Going back into EastEnders, Lofty and Mary the Punk. Fantastic. Fantastic. They're going to return because there's going to be another character kicked off. How wonderful. How wonderful. We all remember Lofty and Mary the Punk. I was watching her the other day, which I thought was lovely. And you think, where are these people now? Why can't we bring them back in? Christmas wreaths made of meat are on sale. Waitrose, M&S and Asda. It's sort of like it's a sausage plat. I quite like a sausage plat. Like a sausage plat? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Little sausage plat. Steve, on the afternoon show here in Sydney, says Shane, they were celebrating the 15th anniversary of one of your favourite movies, Love Actually. Do you know what I watched yesterday? My friend Ian will be so pleased with me. I found my box set of Christmas films for the nation. And of course, it's got A Wonderful Life. It's got the black and white version, and it's got the colourised version, which is so clever. And so I watched this morning, I flicked all the way through to the end, so it just goes to the bit where, you know, he's going into the bar. If you haven't seen it, this is not really a spoiler alert, it was made in the 40s. And nobody knows him because he's already said to the angel from heaven, he's already said, you know, I wish I'd never been born. And he said, they've granted your wish, so you don't exist. Nobody knows you. So he bumps into people he knows, including his what he thinks is his wife, but she doesn't know him because he doesn't exist. Not that he's invisible, it's just that she has no idea who he is. He's just some perfect stranger. And then the end bit where all the money comes in and they all sing Hark the Herald Angels. It was so wonderful. It was so wonderful. It was a great... I might go back and watch that again today. I think I'm in that kind of Christmassy kind of mood. Is Mr. Chesthair single, says Mark? No, he's not. See, now he has a nickname. Now all of a sudden he has a purpose in life, because all of a sudden he's Mr. Chesthair. I don't think I'll ever be Mr. Chesthair at all. It made me cough now. That made me cough. Well, you could be Mr. Chesthair and Scottish boy at the same time. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's festive season. Do you realise, says Noreen, 2 years ago you did your first Hippodrome show with Aled Jones introducing you. Looking forward to the show at the Leicester Square Theatre. Yes, me too, actually. Me too. I've got 2 shows at the Magic Circle before that. And I'm also going... I thought I was, but I wasn't sure. You know I'm going to be here for breakfast, 7 till 10... Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, now New Year's Day as well. New Year's Day. They sent me a thing yesterday saying, is that okay? Of course. Much later time to start. A little bit better, actually, for me, because London will be heaving. There'll be all the remnants of the people from the night before doing their Happy New Year, and then they can't remember anymore, can they? There'll be people jumping up and down in Trafalgar Square, people whittling in the fountains, which they actually turn off and cover over for the event. It's a lot safer that way. Booze will be banned, but people always take a little hip flask in, don't they? The pigeons will be circling, going, are they going to be here all night, do you think? All night? And then people will be slumped in doorway. I love you. You'll come back to my place. Where do you live? Whitstable. Great. Let's all go to Whitstable. But you will see the remnants. Not from me. Company party, incidentally, I thought was tonight. It's tomorrow. The global Christmas party, which is going to be for, I don't know how many people they do it for. It's a couple of thousand, is it? Or something like that. I've never been to one. I would like to go, but if you're working the next day, it's not fair on you. You know, if I sat here and slurred my way through it wouldn't sound the same, would it? Not at all. You might think, says Cliff, I'm quackers, but we might have duck instead of turkey this Christmas. My grandparents once had a Chinese one year, and I was surprised they were open on Christmas Day. How lovely. Oh, I love duck. What, you mean crispy duck? You can do it yourself. It is possible. It's easy to get the professionals to do it, because if you're having normal duck, you've got to do it on a rack, because there's so much fat in it, and you don't want it all fat. You want that all to drain off. Oh, I could eat crispy duck now. Crispy duck. I don't even want the pancakes. I just eat the crispy. I did have a whole one once, many years ago. I made myself so ill. I felt as though I couldn't breathe afterwards. But I like that idea of duck for Christmas Day. So for anybody not having turkey, you can have duck. It's probably about the same sort of price, isn't it? I would think so. But I don't mind. If you're vegetarian, of course, apologies. But there again, we spend most of our life apologising, don't we? Because we're all wallflower. Breakfast on LBC with you till 7. We take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I did say yesterday, do you remember the so-called football fan, the Chelsea fan, who's been accused of using, let's just call it bad, whichever way you look at it, it's bad language. Very, very bad language. And I did say, because yesterday they'd found out who he was, didn't take them very long to do that one. Well, today they found out what he does for a living. And I think he's supposed to be, I think he was a lorry driver or something, some sort of coach driver. But Yob number 2 has been exposed as well. This is some guy seen on television shouting obscenities, and he used his son's season ticket. He said, I admit I did call him the F word and then a C word. It's about as bad as it gets. He said, but I didn't say anything racist. You're just nasty, aren't you? This is Dean Silsby, 54, but mental age of a carrot, I think. He says, I'd like to say sorry to him. Bit late, isn't it? If you were a footballer on a pitch and somebody uses language like that, I'd have you arrested. Seriously, there's no room for people like you at all. But he admitted calling him this thing, but denies racism. However, it's emerged. He said online it's not illegal to be racist whilst defending Chelsea fans who stopped a black man boarding a Paris train in 2015. And we all remember that one, don't we? Because I didn't know until yesterday when my producer told me that he's got a season ticket to Crystal Palace. Poor Solomon, honestly, his card's marked. But he has the same seat all the time. So they can look at somebody's seat, they know exactly who's in it. Well, they know who owns the card. So he went on his son's season ticket. I don't know if you're allowed to do that or not. I've never been to a football match, so it doesn't make any difference. But they can then ban you. So whoever owns that seat and that card, they'll be taken off the system. He's quite clearly an idiot. And he's a trucker. Well, that's what they say. He's a trucker. Of course, it could be a spelling error. And the other story, the other one that they found is the one that we looked at, and I wasn't too sure what he was shouting. So they brought in a lip reader. You have these lip readers, and the reason they were ever used is because the royal family on the balcony at Buckingham Palace sometimes say different things. And so they like to get a lip reader in to find out exactly what they've said. So that's how they knew what he'd said. He was another one who said he didn't think that he was being racist. There's obviously some very thick people out there who have no idea what it is you can say and what it is you can't say. And in this particular case, they've gone, well, you can't. They haven't been charged with anything, but I shouldn't imagine Chelsea want them back anytime soon. That'll be the one thing that will kind of sealed their fate. But I did threaten yesterday, I did say yesterday that this bloke, they will find him. And they had. By the time we went on air yesterday morning, the bloke with the glasses, thank you, darling, the bloke with the glasses had been identified. Somebody had already phoned up, so obviously he's got enemies. And so somebody then said, it's, I know who that is, that's so-and-so, so-and-so. And I thought, you're going to be all over the papers. Today is not your day. Is not your day. Steve, thank God for you. Thank God for you. A B for Brexit-free zone. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, I like to think that in the political wilderness, which is what we appear to be in at the moment, because we don't know from one day to the next what's actually going on. We don't know what's going to happen. I've watched all the television programmes and everything else, and I thought to myself, if I'd been listening to the radio for any length of time, and especially LBC, because you listen longer to this station than anything else, then I would be thinking there will be certain people out there. There'll always be people who want to discuss Brexit, people who want to talk about politics, but I think we have far better qualified people. You've got Ian Dale, you've got Nick Ferrari, you've got James O'Brien, you've got Sheila Fogarty, you've got Eddie Mayer, you've got so many people on LBC who are quite confident talking about this kind of thing. I'm out my depth. There's no point in lying. I'm light-ent. I'm a light-ent presenter. I was never employed as anything else. They didn't employ me to give my political views on various stories in the news. And I thought it gets to that time where you think you need to recharge your batteries in the morning. So you get a recharge before you enter the fray with Nick Ferrari at 7 o'clock. So that's the way I looked at it. I always think to myself, because I'm light-ent, I do the light-ent side of it. And if you look in the newspapers, most of the stories in the newspapers are light-ent. There are political stories, because this is possibly the biggest political story at the moment. But I was more interested in two thieving nuns over in America who stole money from the school where they worked. And one of them used to be the headmistress. It doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, the fact they're nuns is immaterial. It's the fact that they're two common thieves. They stole £400,000. And what did they do? They would steal, and then they'd head off to Las Vegas, and they'd fritter it away on slot machines. £400,000, roughly about $600,000, something like that. And the worst of it is, having sort of told you that there they are, this sort of thieving pair, the fact they're wearing habits has got nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it at all, as far as I'm concerned. They're just two people who thieved. And this is Mary Creeper and teacher pal Lana Chang. They took these cheques, which came in from parents for donations and all sorts of things, and put it into an account. They would then enjoy the pattern of going off to the casinos. This is in California. St. James's Catholic School in a place called Torrance. The scam was revealed only after the devious duo retired earlier this year. Monsignor Michael Myers, the school's pastor, said it didn't want to open criminal proceedings. So, in other words, they've got away with it. In other words, if you want to get away with it, get yourself a habit, you can get away with murder. Absolutely. They thieve 400,000, and the Sisters of St. Joseph both desire and intend to make complete restitution to St. James's School. In other words, that they say, we're saddened by the situation and regret any injury to our long relationship with the families of the school. And so the Sisters have cooperated. What else could they do, thieving pair of baggages? As I say, I couldn't care less whether they're nuns. They're just common thieves. They stole it, and they've got away with it. That doesn't exactly fill me with hope, thank you very much indeed. But there again, not the first time the Catholic Church brushed things under the carpet. We all remember all the paedophile priests that were doing the rounds for the Catholic Church, and all those investigations, huge, in fact, made into films. 3 of them made into films, investigations into Catholic priests who were abusing children. And here we have nuns at the other end of the scale who just nick money from people and go off spending. Obviously, they've strayed from the path of straight and narrow and righteousness. But they should be punished. They should be punished. Otherwise, what message did it send out to other nuns who might be thinking, oh, I'd like to do that. You can go and have a great time, and then all you have to do is just go, oh, I'm really sorry. Didn't mean to do that. They knew exactly what they were doing, because they're thieves. They're thieves. That's what it was. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Paul says, crispy duck should always be a meal for 2, you and the duck. No meat on a duck. You're joking, of course. You're joking. Oh, I love the meat on a duck. Absolutely. Talking about meat wreaths, says Jan, yesterday I was in Tesco's. They had something I found strange. Pigs in blankets, which we all know are little sausages wrapped in bacon, your favourite, but also pigs in duvets. These were sausages wrapped in pastry. Apart from the fact they were sausages rather than straight sausage meat, aren't they just sausage rolls? Yes. Oh, I like the idea of sausages in pastry. Because sausage rolls, I mean, it's never actually a sausage in a roll, is it? It's always sausage meat, so-called. And some of the ones you get at the stations, I can only speak for Waterloo Station, but some of the rubbish that passes as a sausage roll, I don't know what the filling is. Wood chip, I thought. It was so disgustingly awful. But that's just me complaining. I like doing a bit of complaining about things like that, because it's always quite a good idea. Because if you don't complain, but I actually vote with my feet. I like to go and do something else. Actually, my driver, Mohammed, this morning, we ended up talking about his wife, who's a carer, and she does 8 till 8, long hours, so I have a lot of sympathy for carers, as you know. And then his eldest daughter, who's done really well at 23. She's got all sorts of distinctions, and she did very well at college and uni, and now she's got a very good job, and within 6 months she's had a pay rise and a promotion. So good for her. You must be very pleased. But we had a bit of a laugh this morning on sort of deciding what we were going to do on the programme. And at the end of the day, I was none the wiser of what we were thinking of doing on the programme than anybody else. People always say, oh, what are you going to talk about on the programme? And I go, I don't know. Let's wait and see, shall we? See if there's anything interesting. And of course, then there was Meghan Markle, who turned up the other night at the Fashion Award things to give the person who designed her wedding dress an award. For what reason? For what reason? I mean, was it a freebie wedding dress, or did she cough up for it? Because that's very, very important. Very important. If she got it for free, well then this is just like brown nosing. Oh, I've made you a dress. Would you like to wear this dress for you? Oh, lovely. And so will we get some publicity out of it? Of course you will. It's Meghan Markle. Of course you're going to get loads of coverage. But if she paid for it, You know, why would they give her an award? You know, I mean, it seems a bit pointless to me, but that's just me being cynical. The Nun story makes me think of how Father Ted ended up on Craggy Island. Do you know, I watched one of those the other day. Father Ted was so good. So good. As is the news this morning, because the time now is... In the papers, Declan Donnelly has backed Ant McPartland to make a triumphant return to Britain's Got Talent in the new year. Which is okay. I don't have a problem with that, Ant and Dec. But, I mean, will they start winning again, or will people go, actually, we'd rather see Holly Willoughby be doing it? She seems to have the golden touch, but the trouble is, by the time we get to next year, she'll have been on so many blooming programmes to the point of boredom. Even she must be going, oh, I can't be on television again. But she can. Now, whether or not Ant has lost any sparkle, I don't know. Always seems to be smiling, always carrying a drink of some sort, looks like coffee most of the time, and then seems to be going out. Wait a minute, there he is walking past... That looks like Richmond. Because he lives Chiswick. No, it's not Richmond. Can't be, can it? I wonder where that is. Probably round Chiswick or something like that. There's also kids on bikes going from beggar to beggar dealing spice. We had 3 beggars yesterday in Twickenham. These are professional beggars. They're not homeless, they're beggars, okay? They arrive in, they're dropped off by car, and then they sit on the pavement with a handwritten sign. I mean, one of them, a woman, young girl, looking very well fed, very clean, very well scrubbed, sitting there cold, hungry and starving. And they don't want food, they want money. And then there was another one in a wheelchair. Excuse me, mate, got any money? No, I haven't. I don't do beggars. I'm sorry, I really don't. I really don't. And then we had another one as well who pretends to be disabled, but he's not disabled. You know, we've seen him running to get into the car to get out. They divvy up their money later on. And I always advise people, don't give. Do not give. You can spot people who are genuine on the streets. If you can't, you need to get a crash course in identifying people who really do need help, as opposed to people who are just sort of appealing to you, sitting by a cash point, and they've all got plaintive little voices. Got any spare change? Why do you speak like that? Can't you speak normally? The answer is, of course they can, because they're managing to keep the dog going, aren't they? Oh dear. Wayne Rooney, with 2 of his sons. I think they all went... But Barron, who is Trump's son, is mad keen on football, so for some reason ended up with Wayne Rooney. So Wayne and his hair arrive, and the boys arrive, looking very smart. Everybody looks very good. His boys look old, you know, for their years, actually. But I think he's on, £300,000 a week. Good Lord, £300,000 a week. It's obscene, isn't it, really? But that's what footballers get now, and we know where most of his money goes. Also, the lawyer... slamming Whirlpool's bid to blame the Grenfell fire on a cigarette. And this is... An expert last month said the inferno which killed 72 probably started in one of the US giant's Hotpoint fridge freezers in flat 16. So, see, I always imagine Whirlpool... I don't know why. I see that as a washing machine, but apparently not. Apparently not. A fridge freezer made by Hotpoint, which is the main company. So it's FF175BP. I didn't even know they had numbers. I seriously didn't. But the lawyers have slammed it, saying absolutely not. It would have been impossible for a cigarette to have been launched from 4 floors down. That's what I said. That's what I said. The lawyers have agreed with me for a change. And here he is, the Chelsea fan. This is Colin Wing, who claimed he called the England forward a... It's rude. I can't even hint at what he said. He's a 60-year-old. He's apologised. Stupid man. Stupid. You can see, I told you yesterday, you can see the hatred on his face, the venom that pours forth from Colin Wing's mouth. And he said it's cost him his job and season ticket. They're going to be checking that, so I hope he's telling the truth. I hope he's telling the truth, because they're going to find out, you know, exactly whether or not he has lost his job or not. He says, I'm ashamed of my own behaviour. Yeah, we can see that by the hatred in your face. You know, Raheem is sort of standing there, and I didn't call him I called him a... which is even worse. He says, I want to apologise unreservedly. Yeah, it's nice that you've been outed, Mr. Wing, isn't it? I think it's quite a good idea that people know exactly who you are. Although one of his neighbours, John Colston Lynch, who is black, insisted he's shown no sign of being a racist. Well, he wouldn't if he's living next door to you. He wouldn't. But when people go to football matches, they become demented. They become sort of, yeah, whoa, yeah, and they shout obscenities. I think they think they're watching the television. But yesterday, Club City manager Pep Guardiola praised Sterling for speaking out against racism. He says he's an incredible person. But if there is evidence, Chelsea have said, they're using lip readers. as part of the I mean, let's face it, football clubs are rich. You know, once they found out, so he's lost his membership card, and anybody who takes part in racist behaviour, and he's obviously a racist. Whichever way you look at it, he says, I'm not a racist. So it's obviously somebody's interpretation of what people see as being racist. And as far as I'm concerned, if the club have decided that they're going to sort of not let him in anymore, that's good news. That's good news. But he's apologised unreservedly, so he obviously knows he's done something wrong, doesn't he? Marilyn says it's obscene the amount of money footballers get. Well, that's why they all have problems, isn't it? They either turn to gambling or other such indulgences. Christopher says, I'm wondering if you've had any experience with supermarket meal deal sandwiches. No, I don't do meal deals. Who done what? So you get the sandwich, a packet of crisps, and a soft drink. No, not interested. Not interested. If I'm going to have, I mean, apart from the fact I wouldn't want the soft drink, and I'm not interested in the crisps either, so I would just buy the sandwich, but I'm not interested in the deal. I'll do a deal if it's on party food, and they say it's 3 for the price of 2 or 4 for the price of 2, but I like the idea that Marks and Spencer have got loads of these discount vouchers on all their tills. Don't seem to do it in other supermarkets, and if you spend a certain amount of money, you get a £5 off, which, you know, £5's a £5 in this day and age, isn't it? Lights were looking fantastic on Oxford Street and Regent Street last night, says Donny. Not so sure about all the sick on the streets. Obviously, some people had a few too many sherbets. We saw them this morning, me and Mohammed, you know, looking at people staggering around. I said to him, where are they coming from? Where do they go to? Don't these people have jobs? You know, it seems to me now that people don't want to work. They want to actually sort of have their cake and eat it. And this is, for many people, the party season. This is the party. People will be going out, enjoying themselves and getting tiddly-poo. And then sort of go, ooh, and lurching up all over the place. I remember when Dan was driving some of the buses around the Twickenham area, he pulled the bus in. If ever he saw me waiting for the taxi, he'd pull the bus in. We'd have a little chat for a couple of minutes. And this particular time, he pulled in, and a bloke was standing by the door who was then violently ill. And so, of course, that takes the bus out of commission immediately. So they had to turn the engine off. And Dan said, we'll have to wait now for another bus to come along and take these. But there was only like 3 or 4 on the bus. But that's how bad it is. People get so stonking drunk at parties and do's and everything else. They were selling the other day mistletoe. And I must tell you the story because it's quite funny. Because the bloke who had it has got a house. And in his garden, he has a tree. And he had something like 30 balls of mistletoe. Well, the only person who buys mistletoe are greengrocers, market traders. They will buy mistletoe. And so anyway, he sort of got it all down. They cut the tree down, they took the mistletoe down, and he put it in the front of the house on the driveway, aiming to put it in the car and then take it round and sell it. He looked out the window to see a flatbed truck and 2 blokes loading all his mistletoe up onto it, and then they drove off. He said within 5 minutes of it being outside, these thieving little tow rags had taken off with his mistletoe. Not a happy bunny, but they sell it now. It's about £3 a bunch, which is it's good, isn't it? Because, to be honest with you, I don't know the origins of snogging under the mistletoe. Why do you have to have mistletoe to have a kiss? Why do you have to... I mean, is it apparently... Had you heard this one? The amount of berries on the mistletoe determines the amount of kisses you get over the Christmas season. Have you heard of... I'd never heard of that one before. I think it was made up by somebody to try and make themselves sound more interesting. Or just to get a kiss. Because you don't... People always go, come on, give us a kiss under the mistletoe. And I don't know. It features in songs, but I don't know what the origin of kissing under the mistletoe... Who wants to kiss under the mistletoe? It's like, why don't you kiss under a motorway bridge? You know... Mistletoe? Do you know what mistletoe is? God, honestly, don't you have it in Scotland? How can you not know what mistletoe... How have you got to this age, 12, and not realise what mistletoe is? You hang it over a doorway. So they go, if you want to pass through his doorway, you've got to give me a kiss. There you go. It's not like a wreath at all. It grows... It's not. You see in that second picture... No, third. 1, 2, 3. That's what it looks like in the tree. It grows. That's a ball of mistletoe. There you can see them better there. See them better on the there, bottom left. There you are. That's a ball of mistletoe. Only grows on certain trees. And it grows as a ball, and then you cut the ball down, then you sort of take it, and you can put it into a wreath, but you don't make a wreath of mistletoe. What you generally do is tie... There's a bunch there, on the top. On the top. There you go, that one at the end, next to the... that's one there. and then you put a red ribbon round it, hang it up over a door, and then people come through and give you a kiss. I don't know why. I'm just telling you. That's what they do. I can't explain Christmas to you. For goodness sake, I'm not so old St. Nicholas, am I? I don't know these things. This is just an old custom and practice. Probably goes back to pagan times. Probably goes back to pagan times where they went, you want to kiss farmer's daughter? You got to kiss her under a mistletoe. You know, and you go, that's exciting, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? There you are. See you. Look how lovely that is. You know, in the days when you decorated your house with lots of greenery, because it was a lot cheaper and easier and they didn't have tinsel. You know, if they'd had Poundland, they'd have decorated the thing with cheap tinsel. I love a bit of tinsel, but it just doesn't look right, tinsel. It doesn't look right at all. It doesn't look right on trees. It's a bit tacky. Actually, talking of tacky trees, they've revealed these naff Z-list celebrities, the Vardys, the McGuinnesses and Peter Andre. Who gives a stuff what Peter Andre does? Who really cares? I mean, he sold every aspect of his life. How dull and tedious. And then somebody the other day wrote to me, bless their heart, it was a bit like Crayon, and, why are you always why are you always against Anton Dubek? I said, what, Tony Beak? Because that's his name. And they said he's a really good dancer. I said, I've never criticised his dancing. I don't know diddly squat about dancing. He's just irritating. He's a little oil slick. He's a bit of a show-off. And then this person was rude about me. And I thought, wait a minute. You just accused me of doing this, and now you're doing the same thing. But then I thought, well, once thick, really thick. So, mistletoe, if you know the origins, do let us know. I'm determined not to ask the producer this morning, because it's easier, because he doesn't know. They don't have mistletoe in their house. They don't do mistletoe. Because there's no point unless you're having a party. I mean, I used to take my own mistletoe with me. You know, if ever I went to a party, I would take the mistletoe, have it under my coat, and then go, ta-da! You know, and then you wait for a little kiss or something like that. Kiss. You don't need mistletoe. Oh, God, so creepy, aren't you? You're like David Dickinson. Oil slick. Oh, dear, he was so oily. They used the line in My Fair Lady when she was being wooed by Zoltan Karpathy, I think. You know, he oiled his way across the floor, and that was a bit like Tony Beak. And a bit like David Dickinson. But we never mention Tony Beak's dancing. I couldn't care less about the dancing. I'm just interested in the fact that he's just irritating. He's like, oh, look at me. I'm like Bruce Forsyth. No, you're not. Never were, never will be. I think it's easy to shift Christmas lard. Jog on, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easy to shift Christmas lard. And what was the other one which I quite liked? Tina Turner, who says how Princess Beatrice helped her. I can't remember with what, I'll tell you about it. Swansea's Walter Mitty, a fantasist who duped travel agencies, obviously dead easy. There was a couple on the television the other day, it was one of these consumer programmes, and it was a couple who wanted to book the family to go to the Hajj. And it's a big deal for a lot of people, and so they spent £40,000 with this travel agent. And here comes the advice. The travel agents was not ABTA bonded. It was just somebody flogging tickets, ready to rip people off. And so in this particular case, they lost £40,000. There was a lot of them going to the Hajj. And then the day before, they were still lying to them the day before. Don't worry, your seats will be all ready. There weren't any seats. There wasn't any seats at all. And then they went and exposed a few other people sitting there flogging non-existent seats to people who handed over money, thinking that they were going to get something for nothing, which they don't, I'm afraid, which they don't. And you know, by the year 2029, and I'm sure it was 2021, but it doesn't matter, a quarter of shoppers on the high street will not go to the high street. You will do it all online. At the moment, you do not need to go to the high street. I like the experience of going out to the high street and wandering. I don't want to do crowds. I don't like crowds. I don't like noise, stuff like, which is surprising, really. But it's a case of, you know, I can do it all online. I can do the Christmas shopping. I can do, if I see an advert on the television for something, I just go to Amazon, order it. I've got Prime. It's delivered for free. Always make sure that it's from Amazon, not from a third party. I don't do the third party stuff, because you've got to check where the company's based, because they go, oh, here it is, very, very cheap. Turns out it's coming from China. I get more post from China for people where I live than anywhere else at the moment. So it's obviously quite sort of prolific, isn't it, people shopping there. But just remember, there's a lot of fake stuff around this time of year, and it's mainly in markets. The mistletoe mystery sounds like one for the O'Brien hour, says Paul. It does, doesn't it, really? Why don't you ask him? What is the origin of mistletoe? You know, where does it stem from? Is it pagan? And also, the other thing you want to know is it true the amount of berries on your piece of mistletoe determines the amount of... Sorry, made my lips go all funny there. Things like that. And then, you know, it's all right doing a kiss. It's when somebody tries to force your mouth open, isn't it? Oh, horrid, horrid, horrid. Why do people want to do that? You know, while they sort of wander around the inside of your mouth for 10 minutes. No, thank you. Mind you, roll on the Christmas party tomorrow for some people around this bit. It's the only chance they get to snog around here. Seriously, there'll be unattractive people at the party. There always is. And they'll be the ones going, I brought me a mistletoe. Come on, darling, give us a kiss. That's why I never go. I'm always obliging. Far too obliging, I think. Do you prefer leg of lamb or pork? Says Mark. I've already discussed... You're obviously not a regular listener, so I'm not even going to answer it, because if ignorance is making you blissful, then I'm going to leave you there. Any pantomimes you'd recommend? No. Kevin's in Luton. Good God, I don't think we actually have anybody in Luton before. What are you doing? You do that to babies, don't you? The baby's sort of sitting there, think I'll just go there, like that. The baby goes... And then they throw up all over you. So the pantomime, Kevin, firefighter at the American Air Base in Suffolk. Heard we have to put our occupation on the text if called Kevin. No, you have to put your age. You have to put your age on the text. We were trying to work out what the average age is on this programme, and it's quite good, actually. I'm very good. Somebody, Francescus, thinks it's a Norse myth. The gods, Loki killed Balder with a spear made of the plant. Balder was very beautiful, so the plant became a symbol of love. And not sure, really, says Francesca. I hadn't heard that, but it could be Norse. I've always fancied a Viking funeral. You know, the Viking funeral where they actually put you on a longboat, and then they set fire to it, and then they push you out to sea, and you float out there. I think that's quite nice. It beats the traditional things, doesn't it, really? Talking about mistletoe, says Jan, I heard a joke the other day. A woman said, kiss you under the mistletoe. I wouldn't kiss you under anaesthetic. Wouldn't kiss you under anaesthetic. Are you supporting Brian May, ladies and gentlemen? He wants to see adverts on the television for turkeys banned. I wasn't aware that there were huge adverts on the television, mainly because we don't actually see the turkey. We see the finished product, and it always looks quite nice. But you're supposed to let it rest. I'm taking a break, all right? Taking a break. Ready? Want to do a break now? Oh, so exciting. Why do we do that to kids? Like that. And the kid's sitting there looking at you going, you are quite mad, aren't you? Like that. I'll do it now. Do it to myself. It says that mistletoe is a sign of fertility. Not round here, it's not. Seriously, I tell you, that's dead in the water. Absolutely. I don't think anybody read. They always go, the producer just said to me, he said, I don't need mistletoe. I mean, seriously, to me, the god of love. You know, I mean, how is that possible that people do that? Some people think it could be Greek. So we put the best brains in the business onto it, trying to find out whether or not mistletoe is stemming back to... I thought it was pagan. I can't... So pre-Christian culture regarded the white berries as symbols of male fertility with... anyway. And also... dear... they say here it could be something to do with the underworld. That's, you know, the Greek mythology, mistletoe. Druidic mythology and the ritual of oaken mistletoe. The Romans associated mistletoe with peace, love and understanding, and it hung over doorways to protect the house. Somebody says it's the evil Loki who tricked the god Hodor into murdering his own twin brother. It's interesting, the white berries, symbols of male fertility, though, isn't it, really? I don't know why that would be, but anyway. And so it's Victorian England, the serving classes, common people, credited with perpetuating the tradition. The tradition dictated that a man was allowed to kiss any woman standing underneath mistletoe. My Auntie Enid used to live under the mistletoe. She literally moved her bed under it. It was the only chance she was... And they used to have a mistletoe seller. He would come round, get your mistletoe here, mistletoe, you know, get your bit of extra love. And each kiss... there you go. One variation on the tradition stated with each kiss, a berry was to be plucked from the mistletoe and the kissing must stop after all the berries have been removed. Unfortunately, people have actually been dying from it because it's poisonous. Just thought I'd tell you that now. And apparently in Germany, the Christmas tradition is that people who kiss under the mistletoe will have an enduring love or are bound to marry one another. Well, that's so exciting, isn't it? In the mid-19th century, Caribbean herbalists of African descent have referred to mistletoe as God Bush. It's the state floral emblem of Oklahoma and the county flower of Herefordshire. And every year, Tenbury Wells holds a mistletoe festival and crowns a mistletoe queen. And of course, Cliff Richard in 1988 released the popular Christmas song called Mistletoe and Wine. But one of the earliest references is, I saw Mummy kissing Santa Claus underneath the window, and so it goes on. So mistletoe is everywhere. Apparently, in the popular role-playing game Dungeons and Dragons, druids use mistletoe as the default focus item for casting spells. Wow. But it does grow on trees. It's certain trees it grows on. Apple trees, it seems to like. Apple trees. And then you get big balls of it. It's lovely, isn't it? But if you've got it in your garden, it's worth money. Local greengrocers will actually buy it. Don't expect huge amounts of money from it, but you can certainly get some money. Which would be quite nice. I must get some mistletoe for here. Put it in the studio. Put it above Dave O'Brien, see what happens. Mohammed says, excuse me, I live in Luton as well. Don't be silly, nobody lives in Luton. It's London Luton, isn't it? That's what they said. Brian May wants to ban turkeys on television. What in God's name is Anita Darling doing with him? I've got no idea. I like him. He's nice. Seriously, he's such a nice person. We had a really good in conversation. Really, really, really good in conversation. Because I met him years and years ago with Anita, and they're still together. He collects. He's a bit like me. He's a bit like me. I'm a collector. What are you doing? Don't eat your pass. Goodness sake, give him a biscuit, for God's sake, honestly. What's the matter with you? Haven't you got any biscuits in there? You've had some biscuits earlier on. What have you done with them? Don't eat the pass. It's not necessary. They cost money. Steve, I find Wayne Rooney as exciting as a vegan Christmas dinner with no parsnips, says Cliff. What is it about poor vegans at the moment? They're getting it in the neck. Admittedly, I think a little bit carried away going to a farm which has got a few turkeys on that they're going to dispose of for the festive season. They said they didn't want to die. I don't think they knew they were going to die. I don't think turkeys sit there and go, wait a minute, we're one down. They don't do that, do they? And in fact, years ago, you would have all the butcher's shops, all the turkeys hanging upside down, literally before they'd even been plucked. Even before they'd even been plucked. And people would pick their turkeys out, and their rabbits, and depending on what you could afford. And it's only the once a year, isn't it? It's once a year that people sort of do overindulge in everything. Booze, chocolates, sweeties, fruit, nuts. Can't beat a good bowl of nuts, can you? And there are nuts out there. We were talking about walnuts yesterday, and the fact you can get them all over the place. But you can also get the chocolate-covered walnuts, which are probably not as good for you. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. The first picture of the OAP cocaine cruise, 2 people with £2 million worth of cocaine found in their luggage. It's what you call a turn-up for the books, isn't it? And we're just about... Oh, my Lord above, what's that? It's cocaine. They say that if they bought these cases elsewhere, they would have cost them 1,500 quid, but they managed to get them quite cheap. Although, to be honest with you, I mean, if you'd known what was in there... I mean, how does that work? So, surely they can't have just gone out and bought luggage and it's actually got £2 million worth of cocaine in there, because you would have you'd have picked it up and thought, that's a bit heavy, isn't it? It's on wheels, but still. And they spoke of their luggage buy. Somebody said, oh, what have you done then? Went, oh, we bought some luggage. And I'm thinking, but you would know what was in it. Surely you'd open it up, you go, oh, that's nice. Before you buy a piece of luggage, don't go, oh, I'll have that one there, do you? That isn't how it works. But anyway, one of them is called Roger, and the other was called Sue. And they are serial cruise fans. So they left Tilbury on the 5th of November. They don't say where their money comes from, because if you're going to go cruising, it's not the cheapest thing you can do in the world. But it would be very interesting to discover exactly, where else they've been. Then they go to the Azores. Then they go to St. Lucia, where he buys the luggage. And then then they go to Madeira. Then they end up in Lisbon, where they were arrested. Because £2 million, 9 kilograms of cocaine was found in the suitcases. I mean, didn't they open them when they bought them? Of course they must have done. Of course. I mean, have you ever heard of anything like that? It's like buying a pair of shoes. I'll have that pair of shoes. I don't think they'll fit you. Doesn't matter. I'll still take them. Doesn't work like that, does it? News at 5 is coming up on LBC. Parents have blasted a boozy primary school Christmas play. 9-year-old pupils pretend to neck home brew and moan about parents getting sozzled. Yeah, okay. I could sort of get that one. Wednesday, as we race through December, before where we are, we're going to be going, the January sales are on. Seriously, it's going by so quickly, but it's nice to have your company. 4 minutes past 5. I'm with you till 7 when Nick Ferrari is here. Any more trouble with your ghoulies? It says here, Kevin says, the spooky phantom ghost haunting the studio. That was bizarre yesterday. That was, if you hadn't heard yesterday's show, you need to check it out, because it was very spooky. We didn't know what was going on. We nearly had to sort of contact that dreadful Yvette Fielding, who does that ghastly rubbish programme on the television. But mind you, she's managed to sort of milk it for all sorts of people going, I really believe in ghosts, which of course they don't exist. Robin Hatfield says, my wife Sally has decided she enjoys Christmas shopping. She sits on the settee and orders online, and it's delivered the following day. I can remember the hassle and arguments we used to have years ago on our traumatic Christmas shopping days. How times have changed. Well, in fact, do you remember years ago? First of all, you all go, come on, we're going out. Oh, don't want to go out. Come on, we're all going out. We're going out as a family to get Christmas presents and order the turkey and all the other bits and pieces. And then you get there, then you've got to find the parking space. We've been round this car park 3 times. So already you're short-tempered. You've had to sit in traffic jams. You get to the car park, it's full, and they go, there's one space. Where is it? We don't know. You have to drive around, then somebody else pulls into you. You go, oh, for goodness sake, honestly. It's always easier to get a taxi and let somebody else drop you off and then come and collect you afterwards. And then you do go shopping, and then there's fighting in the stores, and it takes you ages to wait till the time you get back home, you feel as though you've seriously done, a marathon that's lasted about 6 months. Exhausting. Very, very exhausting. And so what you have to do now is do it online. Do it online. All the stuff you buy in the shops, including the food, you can buy online. You don't need to go... is there anything you really need to go to a shop for? Is there anything? I'm going to buy some stockings, but I'm going to do it online. They're from Hawkins, that shop that does all little party thing. And they do a £20 stocking, but it's got £50 worth of stuff in it. So I thought that's a nice little, have a little present kind of thing. And so I'm going to go and buy a load of those. I'm going to go and buy about 20 of them. Probably today, I should imagine, because I just think that's sort of a lot easier. And then, so apart from people getting then they can have a little stocking. And even I don't know what's inside them. Which is good. My grandfather used to say, eat your vegetables, it puts hair on your chest. Scottish boy must have. Oh no, he doesn't believe he's got hair. Seriously, has no idea. No idea at all. Life is a total mystery to him. Anything underneath the chin, he has no idea on. Do you? You don't know, really? You had no idea you had chest hair? No. Fool, honestly. What an idiot. But I'm 60 and still waiting, says Shane. Well, some people don't grow hair, do they? But he's Scottish. They have to. It keeps them warm. When you're sort of running around in the Scottish Highlands. You need a bit. That's why lots of people, in all the old clans up there used to have big bushy beards. There was a lovely guy doing what was it? He was doing Cathedral, something like that, which is a big song that they play, or a big musical thing. And he stands at the front in his kilt, and he's got the biggest, bushiest beard you've ever seen. He looks the part. He absolutely looks the part. Steve, mistletoe, Anglo-Saxon. Mistle means dung, and tan means twig and dung. The Anglo-Saxons noticed it grew on trees through bird droppings. It comes under apple trees, I think. Mainly apple trees. It does grow on other trees, but mainly apple. It's a parasite, says Chris. The Victorians were fond of kissing under it. Well, yeah, just don't touch the berries. People have been known to die. They used to say you take a berry off after you've had a kiss, and when all the berries have gone, no more kissing till the next year. It's like somebody said to me yesterday, said, don't go mistletoe berries, little white berries, And so every time, if you get one that's got a load of berries on, that's lots of kissing. But you're supposed to take it off after you've had the kiss. But some people were eating it, which you must never do. It's poisonous, highly poisonous. People have died. But I don't know why they were kissing under it. But there's no reference to there being a tree. Well, I've got 1,000,001 photographs. It grows in a ball on the tree. That's how it grows. It's as simple as that. Old apple trees are very good for sort of growing mistletoe. But if you've got it in the garden, it's lovely. Oh, that's a big one, isn't it? That's the Christmas tree outside number 10 Downing Street. It's very nice. It's a real tree, isn't it? I wonder who decorates that. I think somebody decorates it. As I say, we've got lots of naff people in the paper today, like Peter Andre. Who cares about Peter Andre's Christmas tree? I'm so bored with Peter Andre. So bored with him. But they have to go, oh, and this is what his tree looks like. What difference does it make? In fact, this is in the Mirror today. The Mirror will be your paper of choice if you want some May bashing. And if you want to find out what their Christmas trees look like, here are pictures. It's amazing, actually. I'll tell you what one columnist says about Mr. Wing, who is the Chelsea fan who abused Raheem Sterling. He insisted it was not racist. Obviously not in your book, but obviously in other people's. So here are the trees. Ben Fogle's got a nice one there. A tree full of decorations, seemed to come from far and wide. Proper family tree. Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, I shouldn't imagine they put anything on their tree at all. It's all been done for them. Andrea McLean and son Finlay. But she's a real loose woman in the way she goes about her tree decor. Sam says Andrea, her son. Oh, sorry, Sam. Who's Sam? Who's Sam, for goodness sake? Sam. I don't know. There must be somebody who's decided, that they're going to talk about people's trees. A scattergun approach to decorating. In other words, sparse. Sparse. Paddy McGuinness. Huge tree outside the house. Bit naff. Rebecca and Jamie Vardy. Again, another very naff tree through two people. And they've also got Danielle Lloyd's tree. Forgive me for passing on Danielle Lloyd. Harry Kane and Kate Goodland. I've no idea who they are at all. Somebody had to tell me. He's apparently a footballer, and she's his fiancée. And Kylie Jenner. She's got a huge tree. I bet it's probably come in with a company. And Ozzy Osbourne and the missus. Rock around their Christmas tree, which is very nice indeed. The best one, which one do I like? Oh, Peter Andres is a bit naff. They say, no mysterious girls working on this tree, just the singer's wife, Emily, and daughter, Amelia. They say, picture-perfect family tree. Fabulous shape, colour-coordinated decorations. Well, you wouldn't expect anything less from Peter Andre, would you, really? You really wouldn't. It's, that's the kind of thing he's got. The baby-faced crime wave is in all the papers this morning because it's unusual. It's unusual in so much as three baby-faced yobbos, and they're a bit pathetic, have been terrorising residents, but they've been named by police. They've taken the unprecedented step of naming them. Jaden Burden, 13, Regan Gaffney, 15, and his brother Riley, 14, travelled from Crewe in Cheshire to wreak havoc on nearby Congleton. They were handed 2-year criminal behaviour orders at Crewe Magistrates Court, got a 3-month 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew. The ringleader, 15, who can't be named, has been sentenced to 4 months at a youth detention centre. Carry on going the way you are, boys, and you'll be heading in exactly the same place. OK? And thus beginneth the emptiness of your life, the vacuousness of it. What a little trio of idiots. And here they are. Also a Dunkirk veteran who had to give up a singing career to fight in the war has told of his joy he duetted with Alfie Boe on television. That's nice. That's nice. It's called Channel 4, Old People's Home for 4-year-olds. I'm telling you to watch this programme because I think it's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And police hunting a fugitive Cosa Nostra mafia boss. Yesterday searched properties linked to 25 of his suspected accomplices. This bloke called Diabolique Denaro, who comes from Trapani, has been on the run since 1993. They find them eventually, and then eventually they sort of go to prison for the rest of their born days. What have we got here? Oh, it's nice, isn't it? Lord and Lady Carnarvon at Highclere Castle. I love it. But also, Sybil and Matthew were killed off, and the owners of it, seriously, the owners of it, after Sybil and Matthew were killed off, they got hate letters, obviously from really stupid people. Years ago, there was a bloke who was on Crossroads, Arthur Brownlow, I think his name was, and he attacked his daughter or did something. He used to get people used to attack him in the streets. Because they're obviously that stupid, they believed it. When somebody died, somebody sent a wreath. Seriously, people are that mad. But can you imagine the owners of Highclere Castle saying that the writers got death threats after 2 people were killed off? I mean, that's just hilarious. How are these people allowed to vote? Answer, God knows. Ben Shepherd has confessed that he's bought Mrs. S a stapler for Christmas. Oh. Obviously doesn't spend too much money in the Shepherd household. In fact, actually, it doesn't look like he spends very much money on clothes either. Sean Walsh got a welcome at the Trick Awards yesterday. Lisa Snowdon kicked things off by quipping she had a snapper lined up to take photos of her snogging last year's winner, Jo McFadden. Sorry, Sean, I couldn't resist, babe, she said, which must have made for an awkward chat as she returned to sit at his table. It feels like the most hated comedian in Britain mode, Sean. Yeah, if only you were a comedian, dear. That would make it so much easier, wouldn't it? But you're not really, are you? You're just deeply unfunny. The planned... Gosh, this is big, isn't it? The planned 1,000-foot tulip skyscraper would ruin the skyline. Critics of the project by the architects Foster and Partners. It would include a classroom in the sky. These things make me feel ill. I look at the size of them, and I think, how do you ever get to build that? Seriously, I mean, it's just dreadful. Just dreadful. But anyway, the huge visitor attraction, which would include a classroom in the sky, would reduce the dominance of the Tower of London and lessen its role as a symbol of royal power and historic England. Gosh. But anything high. A mum dropped 6 dress sizes after being humiliated when she turned up at a party in a men's XXXL festive jumper. She already felt embarrassed wearing the still-too-tight robot sweater to work on her charity's Christmas jumper day, but was mortified when she put it on again for her friend's party with the same theme, and then discovered they'd forgotten to tell her the dress code had changed. I mean, honestly, get over yourself, misery. Good Lord, honestly. So the jumper, it's awful, my life would save my Christmas jumper, which is better. But this is what she used to eat. This will probably ring a bell with most of you. Buttered toast and a Danish pastry on the way to work. Buttered toast? Who has buttered toast on the way to work? What idiot? Somebody. For lunch, chips, bacon sandwich, chocolate bar and a Danish. No, I know, it doesn't sound good, does it? Dinner, cheesy pasta, pizza and garlic bread, followed by ice cream. It's not good either, is it? Although, actually, garlic bread is quite delicious. But that's, of course, what gave me my burns. And a snack is a bar of chocolate and sweets. So that's okay. Now she has a weight plan smoothie for breakfast. Sounds dull, doesn't it? Lunch, homemade salad or soup. What do you mean, homemade salad? Well, she's cut a tomato in half. That's homemade salad, is it? Dinner, lean meat and vegetables, and then a chocolate flavour bar. Sounds like an advert, doesn't it, for a particular company? If I'd mentioned the name of the company, we'd gone, oh, right. So does that work? Not for everybody. Not for everybody, I'm afraid. 5:15, I know what you need this morning. You need to get yourself to work as quickly as possible. Roads and rails, yesterday, they were screwed up at Waterloo. I ended up having to get a different train, but I got to the same place. It was just they were 15, 20 minutes late because of 15 minutes past 5. So there's a comedian, and this particular comedian is called... I've lost him. Can't find his name. That's right, Kissin. Konstantin Kissin. He pulled out of this gig because he was supposed to sign an agreement of behaviour. And it bars, these students have decided, it bars comics from telling risque jokes at their university. And they say the contract, designed to provide a safe space for everyone to share and listen to comedy, listed topics comics were warned to steer clear of. So the uni had a no-tolerance policy on racism, sexism, classism, ageism, ableism, homophobia, biphobia, transphobia, xenophobia, Islamophobia or anti-religion. And the comic said, I'm sorry, what would you like me to do jokes on? TV comedian Lee Hurst branded university as the land of the perpetually dull. They are a bit boring, aren't they, really? They are a bit boring. And yet they all have problems. They all have problems there. They don't want this thing. So this contract has been sent out. Others said the union's policy mirrored that of Kim Jong-un. I mean, so anyway, so this bloke's pulled out. The organiser says, attached is a short behavioural agreement for you to sign on the day to avoid problems. I think not. Because obviously, if you've got half a brain cell at this particular university, this is University of London, UNICEF on campus comedy night next month. You know, you would have seen, surely, the comedian, you'd have watched him on YouTube and decided whether or not he would be the sort of person that you would want at your gig. Not saying, can you sign this? It just makes you appear to be a complete idiot. Jokes that could pass the test include Peter Kay's 2 fish in a tank. One says, how do you drive this thing? And Tim Vine might have passed muster with crime in multi-storey car parks. That's wrong on so many levels. So there you go. But the Society said, we're a group of students who do not represent UNICEF. We extended an invitation to guests with the idea of hosting a comedy night to raise funds, and given that UNICEF is a children's charity, we wanted to make sure it was appropriate. There's something the matter. Anyway, this particular comic pulled out of the event saying it made him want to be sick. There's no point, is there? If you don't sort of see the joke, don't bother. And students are slightly peculiar, as we all know. So here we go. We had the Trick Awards yesterday. They all turned up. Danny John Jules, that's the bully. The unfunny comedian, Sean Walsh, and somebody from Love Island called Olivia Atwood wearing somebody else's badly scarred hair. I mean, she really looks ridiculous. Wearing, I don't know what sort of outfits these people wear. What do you do when you sit down at the table with loads of famous people and they go, what do you do, love? And she goes, I was on Love Island. And you go, yeah, and? What do you do? I was on Love Island, and that's all they've got. They don't have anything else. It's a bit sad, isn't it, really? The Nun's story is in everything, and the MPs who are sort of talking about this bloke who's been tasered. He has been detained under the Mental Health Act because you wouldn't want to go there. It's amazing, actually, though, that he was able to just walk in. England ace Harry Kane, we didn't know who he was, actually, has topped off his Christmas tree with the golden boot he won for being World Cup top scorer. And Brian May, in all the papers, has called for Christmas adverts showing turkeys to be banned, comparing them to smoking commercials. So, but you're right, because we don't have smoking commercials now, do we? We've done away with things like that. So he said we should do away with turkey adverts. But there's probably loads of things, aren't there? I mean, if vegans are so upset about a few turkeys on a farm, the group stood in silence at the gates with a sign which read they wanted to live. They had conversations with them. And you look at these campaigners, and you think, they just look like they are people who complain about things. The charity farm, which educates people about animal welfare and where food comes from, cancelled the raffle in the face of opposition, but the birds still lost their lives because people bought them. And they were good. Sarah Nicol, one of the 7 protesters who turned out, so obviously well attended, says there's a lot of anger that the turkeys are dead, but we just want people to have a peaceful outfit for their grief. Oh, seriously, they don't, do they? I mean, come on. I mean, snowflakes or what in this day and age. Plus. Oh, there's a picture of Meghan Markle. She went to the Royal Variety performance. She's been accused of faking laughter because she doesn't understand British humour. She really doesn't. I mean, the sort of humour that the royal family have got is probably way out of her sort of depth. But she turned up at the event with Harry again. I'd feel cheated if I went to the Royal Variety performance and it was Harry and Meghan. I want the Queen. I want the Queen and the Duke of the Edinburgh, or Charles and Camilla. We don't want Harry. You might as well have sent out Beatrice and Eugenie. We probably pronounce Beatrice somewhat differently now. Singer Jake Quickenden. When was that? Jake Quickenden, a singer. Who'd have known it, apparently. He's lined up for the new production of the cult musical Hair, which means he has to take his clothes off yet again. Beats the internet, I suppose. The Dancing on Ice winner, ages ago, will star with Marcus Collins. I don't know who Marcus Collins is, actually. In the Rock Musicals tour of the UK next year. So Jake broke the news on his Instagram. So honoured to join an amazing cast. Honoured? You do realise you've got to take your clothes off and stand there stark naked when they do Let the Sunshine. When they showed it at the Old Vic, they used to have to keep moving people around on the stage. I think, actually, there was a well-known TV presenter's husband who featured in it. And I think his name was Colin. I can't remember her name. It's left me at the moment. But he was Mr. Teeny Tiny. He really was on stage. It was a little bit embarrassing, because if you're going to take your clothes off, at least, And Keith Chegwin, of course, took all his clothes off years ago for doing the naked quiz. And you've got that programme on the telly at the moment, which is called Naked Attraction. We're obsessed with naked. Obsessed with it. I don't know why. And do you remember that gown that once belonged to Princess Diana? A woman bought it for £200 and she put it up for auction. It's an ivory silk dress that she wore on a state visit to Bahrain. Then it was donated to a second-hand dress shop 8 years later. She planned to wear it to a ball, but didn't make it and kept the David and Elizabeth Emanuel gown in a box for the next 24 years. It's just been sold. How much did she get for it? How much is a Diana dress worth? She paid $200. It's been sitting in a box for 24 years, and it was only when she spotted the dress on a TV documentary about Diana she realised it was the one that she had. How much did she get for it? How much did it go? Did it go for £10,000? £20,000? 30? £60,000? £80,000? No. £161,000 plus 200. £161,000 for the dress. That's what you call good value, because it's got that pedigree, and the pedigree is Princess Diana, and that immediately puts the price up. Good Lord, people fighting on the who are these people fighting? I was watching, it reminded me actually, I was watching the can't pay when actually going, oh, there's a taser as well. They loosely throw these tasers around, don't they? And they look dangerous as far as I'm concerned. 50,000 volts or whatever it is going through you. I don't like that idea. But they had one of these, can't pay, we're going to take it away, the other day. And it's amazing, actually, how many children embarrass their parents. One bloke speaks to the bailiffs, where they can force entry into your house, whether you like it or not. And all these people think they know the law. But they don't know the law at all. They have no idea. The law is that they are executing a writ on behalf of the High Court, not the local court, not the county court, none of that, or the magistrates. This is big boys' court. This is they've come to get money. And this particular bloke owed £11,000. £11,000. And so the bailiffs turned up. They spoke to him on the phone. They said, "We're just about to go into your house now." He said, "No, you're not." They said, "No, we are." He'd already not stuck to his agreement before, so of course they go back to get the money. And it was the mother's house, because he was listed as living there, and so the bailiffs turned up the heat. Anyway, son turns up, mother turns up with a police car, because the son had phoned the police and said, "There's people in my house who shouldn't be there." Of course, once they actually get there, the police go, these are High Court bailiffs, they're allowed to be in your house, they're allowed. Anyway, the mother had to go to the bank and get £9,000 out to placate them. The son, of course, a complete waste of space. So never ever lend money to the kids. You'll never see the back of it. And another woman who was being moved from a flat. It was a repossession. They obviously hadn't paid any rent, and they were kicking off big time. You know, a couple of the blokes there threatening them, saying, "What are you doing in our house? You're not supposed to be here." They said, "We're High Court bailiffs. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. If necessary," you know, and they always say the same thing, these people who are being evicted. "I'm going to call the police." They go, "Call the police. Call the police." But just remember, they film everything, so these people just make themselves out to be complete and utter idiots. But they always get their man and woman and their money. Somebody says, "Steve, I shave my chest hair every now and then to make it grow thicker." Lovely. Bunny says, "The quickest Christmas shop I did was 1980. Finished at Marble Arch at 3:30, Christmas Eve. Got out of the department store because I had to get one of the last trains up north. Walked down Oxford Street to Oxford Circus and bought for everyone in 1 hour. Tube to Euston, back to Wigan. Stress-free." We saw Carol on the bus the other day, didn't we? She was on the bus. So there we go. I have suggested that it's going to get colder and colder and colder as we head up to Christmas. New PM, says Howard, for the UK, Nigel Farage. And his deputy should be Mr. James O'Brien. They get on ever so well together. Yeah, well, there you go. It's funny, isn't it, now that sort of, you know, people go, "Oh, how about Nigel Farage for this?" 2 of my apple trees had balls of mistletoe. I was told that after eating the berries, the birds cleaned their beaks on the tree, which attaches the seeds to the tree bark. I used to sell a box full to the village shop, and we both made a very nice profit, says Holly. Steve, hard for anybody to laugh at the Royal Variety performance, says Viv. Yeah, they didn't, I don't think she gets any of the jokes at all. I don't think that, you know, anybody from another country has no idea of our sense of humour. It's completely different to anybody. Listen, if they don't understand pantomime, they're not going to understand the Royal Variety performance. And I suppose they have to. It used to be called the Command performance, but now they've changed it. I used to go all the time, but not been for ages and ages. Still like watching it, though. Still like watching it. Okay, the time now is just coming up. Morning, everybody. There's a little feature in the paper today. I mean, you would miss it if you didn't hear about it on this programme. Guess who is the latest gay pin-up? He thinks. Ever since he's lost weight, Hugh Edwards. Hugh Edwards thinks he's a gay in your dreams. In your dreams. Nobody is ever going to say Hugh Edwards, with or without the weight loss, is going to be a gay pin-up. Because the interesting thing is that if you're fat, you could be a gay pin-up. If you're thin, you can be a gay pin-up. Fat is probably more preferable, I should imagine, to certain people in the gay community. They're going to go for fat boy fat. He seems to think because he's lost the weight, that makes him appealing to gay men. Can't imagine why. I've never heard of that said before. You've ever heard anybody say, "Oh, about that Hugh Edwards"? Whoa. Nobody's ever said that. I don't remember anybody saying that. They say it about certain. They say it about the weather forecaster. Is it Thomas Schaffernacker? They always say about him, they go, he's terribly attractive and he's this kind of... And he draws. He's a very, very good artist. Very, very good artist. But I've never heard anybody talking about Hugh Edwards and whether or not he's a gay pin-up. I don't even know what... I mean, I don't know who a gay pin-up would be. John Barrowman? Would he be a gay pin-up? Tom Daly would be a gay pin-up. I'm pretty certain Tom Daly would definitely be a gay pin-up. Mainly because he's fit and because he can dive. And most queens can't get to the top board. There's no point at all. It's just too traumatic. I spoke to somebody the other day who said, I did go up to the top board. It took about 20 minutes to actually get off. I said, I couldn't even get up. I couldn't even walk up the stairs. Walking up the stairs, I feel ill. I just feel ill watching Tom Daly standing on the top board with his feet hanging over. I just think, oh, please, God, don't, just get over and done with. It was absolutely dreadful. I've got a story of a Walter Mitty. We get them every so often. You get people who sort of go around the world and they tell lies. They convince either women that they're filthy rich or they're very successful or they're secret agents or something like that. And they live in these doolally worlds, but they seem to get away with it. Anyway, this particular bloke, he's from Swansea. Not that makes any difference where he comes from. I thought it was totally immaterial. But he duped travel agencies into giving him holidays. And so he'd go on a holiday and he'd drink champagne and so, I mean, you don't have to look at him to realise that he's quite clearly a liar. He's obviously a very sick person because he's got 16 previous convictions for impersonating different people, including police officers. He just goes round and so they've decided for his own safety to lock him up. Which seems to be the best thing, doesn't it, really? The only paper I've not got this morning, I've just realised, actually, I don't have an Express. Unless there was something exciting happening in... Nobody has an Express. Isn't that odd? Some mornings you get, the papers, and then you go, what way the Express has gone, or the Star, or something like that. I always get the Mirror and the Sun every day, because you get just so much out of the newspapers. I mean, there is so much in them, especially at the moment. Including that rather nasty little MP, Kate Osamore. Not a pleasant person at all. Her son, Ishmael, her chief of staff, get your drugs here kind of thing. But anyway, she resigned from the shadow cabinet over her son's drug conviction, apologised. She thinks so too. Deeply embarrassing. She had an emotional outburst in the aftermath of the scandal. She used rude words. She threw a bucket of water over a reporter, and she told a Times journalist she should have come down here with a bat and smashed your face. I mean, really, that's how deeply unpleasant she is. Shouldn't have been allowed anywhere near the House of Commons. But anyway, she's being investigated. That's what they say. The MP for Edmonton said recent weeks have taken their toll on my health. Yeah, it's always a good one, isn't it? Yeah, my health is not very good indeed. And that, I always thought if your health is suffering, you just want to lie down in a darkened room. Why would you want to throw a bucket of water over somebody? It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, the Labour Party refused to comment on whether it's taking disciplinary action. Who continues to employ Ishmael as her chief of staff. He was caught with, 20 quid's worth of drugs? No, £2,500 worth of drugs, including ketamine, cocaine and cannabis. At a music festival in Dorset, he pleaded guilty on the basis the drugs were to be shared with friends. Oh, that's so caring, isn't it, really? But he escaped prison, shouldn't have done, but was told to carry out 200 hours of unpaid work. For weeks, Miss Osamore claimed she had no involvement in her son's court proceedings, but a legal challenge by the Daily Mail and others proved she was aware of the case. So she tells porkies as well. Not really fit person. But her mother is in the House of Lords. How that happens, I've got no idea. And why is it when you see these so-called models, Kendall Jenner is a model, and she's thin. I mean, some people are thin. My friend Mr. M, one of his producers, is thin. Thin. And you look at her here, and it's always the thin people who eat as much as they can, but it just doesn't seem to transfer into fat. We wonder what they've got. I mean, he's desperately trying to put weight on, but can't put weight on, and everybody else is trying to take weight off. A friend of mine used to be married to this girl. She could eat anything. She could literally eat anything she wanted and didn't put on an ounce of weight. I used to think to myself, oh, how is that possible? How is it possible? Because the rest of us, we've only got to look at the window of Patisserie Valerie and on go the pounds. You look at those cream cakes with the flaky pastry, and strawberries. Making my mouth salivate now, actually. Not been a good thing to look in the window of Patisserie Valerie. Or, in fact, any of these cafe concertos in London, they've all got these cakes in the window. And you think, oh, I'd love to eat those. There was a famous actress years ago in Hollywood, very famous, donkeys years ago, and she had a propensity for eating cream cakes. And the studio said, well, you can't. We need to keep your weight off. And she said, I shall make $1 million and just eat cakes. And that's what she did. She made $1 million. She stopped acting and she just spent the rest of her life eating cream cakes. Probably died as big as a house, I should imagine. James Bond, as I pointed out yesterday, and many of you poo-pooed the idea, he has a drink problem. In fact, they say, James Bond, we've been expecting you, Mr. Bond, at Alcoholics Anonymous. And he should go there because apparently he drink. But I didn't, in Spectre, he admits he drinks too much, but it's only pretend. He doesn't really exist. There really isn't somebody called James Bond who really isn't drinking that much. But apparently it's because of these 6 Vespa Martinis on a private flight. And they say it would have seriously impaired his sexual performance. I think that's a bit of a myth, actually. People who sort of say, oh, you know, if you have too much to drink, then you're incapable of performing. I can juggle. I can do magic tricks. I can do all sorts of things. Doesn't seem to bother me in the slightest. They say, what do you mean? They said to me, oh, you might not be able to perform. I said, I've always been able to perform, thank you very much indeed. I can always do things like that. Always. Magic tricks is my stock in trade thing. What else in the papers today? Oh, it's just adverts for food. Oh, that looks quite nice, actually. Oh, that looks very nice. And what is that? Fried British beef and black bean sauce. Yum, yum, yum. Sarah Vine today, talking about Lights, Camera, Baby. Delightfully natural that Harry and Meghan are expecting their first child, but somebody should tell Meghan she doesn't have to use every opportunity to remind us of the fact by cradling her bump, whilst affecting a suitably saintly expression like some sort of latter-day Madonna with child. It's lovely that you're pregnant, my dear, says Sarah, but please hold the ham. You're not in Hollywood now. Well, I think she thinks she is, actually. Fiona Bruce has landed question time. She's fit, healthy, and has never looked better, even when snapped out jogging without any makeup. And Sarah Vine says, certainly I doubt Dimbleby looked any better when he took the job at being the same age. Then again, being a man, he'd never have to be ambushed by snappers hoping to catch him off guard. And I agree. And sorry, Harry's not the man for me, says Sarah. This is Harry Redknapp. Deserved to take the jungle crown, not least for his obvious devotion to Sandra, his wife of 31 years together. It was a lovely thing to behold, of course, but I couldn't cope, writes Sarah Vine, having a massive man baby like Harry around the place, because, as he himself says, that's their dynamic. She treats me like a baby. She does everything. I can't cook, I can't make coffee, I can't do nothing. So she says if that's what makes them happy, so be it. Me, I find it intensely infuriating. He's just bone idle. He's just a bone idle bloke. He's one of those people who go, sorry, woman, kitchen. Woman. Clean house. You know, he wouldn't dare lift anything at all, and he thinks that's how it works. Mind you, no similar to John McCririck. Isn't he exactly the same? Isn't his wife called the Booby? And she does everything in the house. She does he doesn't do anything. Bone idle. Brings the money in, apparently. Well, that's what they said. And poor Sarah Jane Mee, whose recent absences on Sky have been commented on by a viewer. She's responded sarcastically, thanks so much for your concern. I've been struggling with laryngitis for nearly a month. Yes, people always write in, don't they? You take 2 days off and they write in and go, oh, you're quite clearly not working there anymore. And you start thinking, a bit stupid, aren't you, really? A bit simple. Fastest creature in the world. Not a cheetah. It's an ant. It's called the Dracula ant. And its jaws snap shut at a phenomenal 200 miles per hour. They were given their name for their habit of feasting on the blood of their larvae. Did you see that on Gogglebox the other night? They had this David Attenborough programme. Was it called? Can't remember. Anyway, it had the dogs. Had the dogs on it, and it was quite nice. Except then the lions sort of hove into view. That's it, because one of the people there went, "Oh look, leopards or cheetahs or something." Like, no, they're lions. If I can see, it's a lion, and they brought down a buffalo. And they were eating it alive, and everybody was watching, doing it. We're all doing it. Saying, "Oh no!" And then one of the lions lifted its head up and sprayed everybody with blood as they're sort of, "Oh, it's awful, absolutely dreadful." But that's the animal kingdom for you. That's what goes on. Recreate that bolero. It's too perfect, say the TV bosses. It would have been wrong. There's a new programme on Torval and Dean. It's a new drama. It looks quite good, actually. Looks quite good. I'm very much looking forward to seeing it. So, born on this day, Frank Sinatra. The US singer's publicist auditioned girls to see how loud they could scream, and they got paid $5 each to sit in the audience and scream for Frank Sinatra. It's said that his career was controlled by the mafia. They went to Hollywood and said, "We want you to put Sinatra in films," and people went, "Well, I don't think so. Why would we do that?" "Oh, you want to do that." And so Frank Sinatra started appearing in films. But his Strangers in the Night, he said, was the worst song he'd ever heard. But it was the one, it was that doobie 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 doo, which was nice. Also, happy birthday today to Dionne Warwick. 78 she is today. 78. Walk On By. The cousin of Whitney Houston, sold more than 100 million records but went bankrupt due to unpaid taxes. Wow. Cilla Black had a UK #1 with Anyone Who Had a Heart, first recorded by Warwick, who described her rival's version as horrible, adding, "She just hasn't got the voice for it. Anyone who had an heart." Oh, I thought I loved Cilla Black. Big fan of Cilla Black. Loved it. I bought the Greatest Hits album. I've got to buy that one with the Liverpool Philharmonic. I want that one. Definitely want it. Also revealed the treasures under your noses. One of them is a lamp. It's an oil lamp, little thing. You can buy them actually all over the place in the Middle East. There were millions of them. That's how people lit their homes. And there's a place in London, I think, opposite the British Museum. They sell genuine oil lamps. It's just a piece of pottery where you pour the oil into it, and there's a wick in it, and that was what illuminated your house. But they found a silver watch in a scallop case dating from 1645, made by somebody called Oswald Durant of London. All sorts of things they find out there, right, probably under our feet. Lovely Faye says, Steve, speaking of Frank Sinatra, popped on some of his Christmas songs yesterday, and my 8-year-old said, "Who's this?" "He's not very good." I had to explain how famous he was. Yes, so true, so true. He was very famous, wasn't he? He was very, very famous. Very, very famous. Had an affair with Ava Gardner. He was said to be blessed with an enormous talent. And that was it. He used to visit London quite a lot, but I did see him once. But when he recorded, he used to record at night, and he would do it in one take. And he would be there with a glass of whatever he was drinking, and his cigarettes, his famous cigarettes, and that was it. And he would just do it, and people used to go in and watch the recordings, to say they were there with, the orchestras that he worked with. It was, you were working with the very, very best. But it is always said, isn't it, that the part in The Godfather was based on Sinatra, with the horse's head in the bed. That house came up for sale a few years ago, but you had to prove that you had $100 million in the bank before they'd show you round. I didn't want people going around there just going, "Oh, is this where they filmed this thing like this?" Because really super rich people hardly ever spend any time in these houses. That's why I was fascinated the other day and about this hotel in London. Is it the Corinthian? Well, I've seen the Corinthian loads of times. I never thought it was that flash. They had a suite the other day, £4,000. I thought, no, the sort of the top class hotels you never hear of, and they certainly wouldn't be allowing in a film crew. If it was a really, really top place, why would you want a film crew in there? You don't need to do it unless you need the business. Steve, what a load of old tripe about the inability to perform after a few drinks. On more than one occasion, I've seen James Bond slam down a few sherbets and then shoot his Beretta straight to fella baddie, and then later on bed a stunning blonde. I know, I hate to ruin it for you. It is just a film. Do you think there ever was somebody called that, or it was based on one of our spies? I don't know, actually. Some of the Keep Fit selfies posted by Hugh Edwards are so cringeworthy. Why can't people exercise in private anymore without feeling the need to share? Hugh seems to crave fame. Sort of like a newsreader version of Gemma Collins. I always thought newsreaders, you just have to have the ability to read out loud and read somebody else's words on an auto cue. Bless you. And you just sort of read it and you watch it. It's not very difficult. You just have to sit there and look important and go, "Today in London," and that's it. It's the gravitas with which you read that sort of makes people listen. You're only imparting information. You're not actually having an opinion. But because he's lost weight, so obviously he needed to lose weight, everybody's doing it. Have you noticed? All the famous people are doing it. Biggins has lost loads of weight, mainly because he's probably been to a few funerals, and he's decided he wants to live a little bit longer. But he's coming up 70. He's amazing for 70. He seriously is. He's got bags of personality. I mean bags of personality. More personality than you can shake a stick at. And I'm assuming this year he must be doing pantomime. I don't know where he's doing pantomime. Can you find out where Biggins is doing pantomime? I should have checked. It might have been written on his Christmas card. Normally there's something on there, but I didn't check that little bit this year. Normally it says, Biggins appearing in pantomime. I'd love to know how many cards he sends out each year. I should imagine probably roughly between 600 and 1,000, judging by the amount of people he knows. He knows people everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. He knows the best people. He really does. I mean, if anybody sort of had... he did a touring show talking about his life and how he met Sinatra and sat at the same table with him and all that. God knows what Sinatra made of him. He's in pantomime with Ricky Jay. Well, we know Ricky Jay very well. Cute boy. Cute boy. It doesn't seem to age at all, actually. And Biggins... Seriously. He's in Aladdin. Oh, he's at the Richmond Theatre. Is he at Richmond? Wow. 2 hours and 12 minutes. Do you know, that's Ricky Jay. I've known Ricky for years. I've known Biggins for years. I don't know who that one is there. I don't know who he is. Who's that man? We don't know. He could be. So it's TV and radio's Count Arthur Strong. No, doesn't help me on that one at all. And Issy Van Randwick. And looks lovely, doesn't it? Looks absolutely lovely. Yes, he's at Richmond. Only Biggins. Only Biggins. So I'm assuming he'll be travelling home every night because he lives the other side of London. So you can follow Aladdin at the Richmond Theatre. There's probably a panto near you. Actually, no, wait a minute. Go down. What's that one there? Where is Peter Pan? Peter Pan's at Richmond Theatre. How can they? It's Peter Pan. Biggins is not at Richmond Theatre. That must have been last year because it's Peter Pan. Because I've just remembered I've seen all these posters here for the Richmond Theatre. They're up at the station. So Biggins must have been last year. I'm just telling people to go and buy tickets for Aladdin, which it isn't. There you go. Wait a minute. Prices, calendar, Richmond. Well, who is appearing in panto? So Christopher Biggins, first director, blah 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 blah. Spotted in Leeds at a Mariah Carey concert. I don't know where he's doing pantomime this year. Doesn't help. He's very entertaining though. Very entertaining. And he's married, so he's doing 2017 Lifetime Achievement Award for Great British Pantomime. Mrs. Smee, 2014. But it doesn't say what he's doing this year. But no, pantomime is definitely Robert. Definitely, I remember the pictures. But I'd forgotten that Biggins was brought up in Oldham. Amazing, isn't it? 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. So here's the fantasist. You do get people like this. And his name is Adam Griffiths. Adam, bless his heart, he obviously wanted to elevate himself, so he decided to steal £44,000 worth of trips. He managed to get passwords used by travel agency staff to access their systems and book breaks. He lives in a council house, so he's obviously doesn't work. And he's been pictured, sunbathing on yachts in Dubai and things like that. One trip involved flying business class to the Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai, which I think is a 7-star hotel, one of the few. And he would pose, often with champagne or expensive vodka nearby, in rooms and all sorts of nice things. So, anyway, he booked £39,500 worth of trips. Amazing, you've got the audacity, isn't it? He's fat and bloated, poor soul. And he also visited a travel agency where he was again able to get hold of passcodes running up a £4,500 bill. His crimes came to light when staff at Burgess Travel spotted a suspicious invoice. They said he was desperate to be admired and in the past has falsely claimed he fought against the Islamic State, was close to Scotland Yard and was authorised to carry firearms. He's obviously a bit sad and pathetic, poor soul. Described as a Walter Mitty, an unusual and disturbing case, something of a character, he would go to very extravagant lengths. He had 16 previous convictions for 28 offences, including violence, possession of Class A drugs, dishonesty, and 3 for impersonating police officers. I mean, seriously, there's no way you could ever be a police officer. Look at the size of him. There's no chance. Things like that. It's like that poor soul we had the other day who they put on the television, who was sort of bloated, fat, way too camp, and thought he was a David Beckham lookalike. And the more I looked at the picture, the more I thought, I think there's something the matter with you. You're not the full ticket. Not the full ticket at all. And he's admitted, it was all made up and all the rest. It doesn't work, incidentally. All this is done on benefits. I think they need to look at the system again. Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? Churros. I think they look very nice. Duck straws. Where'd you get this stuff from? Oh, it's Morrison's. I've never been in a Morrison's. Perhaps I need to go to a Morrison's over Christmas and go and have a look at some nice food. So Hugh Edwards, here he is. I mean, it's the picture that you'll look at in the Sebastian Shakespeare column today. He's taken up boxing. He thinks he's now got the right physique for Strictly Come Dancing. Oh, God. Well, don't worry, dear. They put everybody on the BBC on it. Everybody's been there. I think I could move a bit more now, and I'm lighter on my feet. He's a father of 5. He's enjoying his new symbol. He said, I found out I'm even quite popular with the LGBT fans, which is astounding. Bloody miracle, if you ask me. Who on earth told you that rubbish? You've never been a pin-up, dear. Not in a million years. You could wear a comfy jumper and look like Val Doonican, and it wouldn't make any difference at all. Mind you, somebody else was out the other day. Who was it? It was a programme. I've got to find it. It was a review on a television programme that had Richard Madeley on it and Steph McGovern. Ever since she announced the fact that she wasn't getting enough work because people thought there was something the matter with having a northern accent, they seem to stick her on any old rubbish now, and to the point of boredom. What is it with the BBC obsessed with sticking people? Half the breakfast programme has been on the dancing, and now you've got poor old Hugh desperately scrabbling around for some scraps thrown from a table so that he could appear on television, because he's a gay pin-up. I don't think so. Tina Turner in the papers today, Posh and Bex. You know, I love the way that they get Judy James in, and she apparently seems to know the answers to these things, and she's basically saying they're not together, they're pretending to be together, based on the body movements and how people react. So you can read more on that. And the Church of England are going to hold services to celebrate transgender parishioners. How many there are, I've got no idea. I don't know how many there are. Heading towards the news at 6 o'clock this morning here on LBC. We take more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. As I predicted yesterday, Raheem Sterling's haters have been named and shamed. Well, 2 of them have anyway. One of whom said, I didn't say that, I said this, but that I can't even tell you what it is because it's a bit too rude. And we take all of your texts and emails on the programme, unless, of course, we have to put you right about a few things, which is fairly good, isn't it? People talking about Bradford. It is Bradford this year. He's 70 next week, says young Burnett. Young Burnett is a star, and he knows these things. Why? He's a super-duper person. Every 4 minutes past 6, yes, Biggins is definitely doing Alhambra, which actually I love. In fact, Faye told me, and my friend Danny went to see Biggins in Aladdin last night in Bradford, and I should imagine it was brilliant. I've never been to the Alhambra, but it sounds lovely. I bet it's an old theatre. If Danny went, he said it's a very good show. The exclamation marks throw me somewhat. Was it rude? Were there naughty bits in it? I can imagine you going to that, actually. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. I've seen him quite a number of times. I was telling somebody a story that he was in pantomime down in Southampton years ago, and me and a friend of mine, Andrew, who's a black cab driver, went down there to see him because everywhere he goes, he gets a house. So he will have a house in Bradford, somewhere on the outskirts, so he can go back to. He can't go back to London every night, quite clearly, and he will stay up there. And he'll just do the pantomime, and people will drop in and see him. He's always got visitors, always got people who drop round. Anyway, we all go and stay in this house. So there's about 10 of us staying in this house, which was owned by these 2 guys who own nightclubs in Southampton. And we stayed there, and even after he'd done 2 shows, he was still making people laugh, and we sat and we laughed till our sides ached. It was as good as that. He gives. Coming up 70, if young Burnett says 70 next week, he must be the liveliest 70-year-old. Well, there's probably a few others, aren't there, who are very, very lively as well. But he gets all the costumes made, and he's just good at it. You know, there used to be, young Burnett will remember, Jack Tripp, who was, again, a very good dame. I used to think Les Dawson was a very good dame in panto. Not everybody can do it. People think you have to be terribly glamorous, but in fact, the less glamorous you are, the better it is. It's the costumes. John Inman was very good as Dame. Very good. And there's probably... Did Douglas Byng play Dame? I can't remember, actually. There's just a name that dropped into my psyche, and I was thinking, Douglas Byng, did he do... Because I think when Danny LaRue was on This Is Your Life, I have a feeling that Douglas Byng came on. He was in his 80s then. So he might have done. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. It's nice to have your company this morning. It's Wednesday, the 12th of December. Dear me, it's racing through. And Chris in Chelsea also says Biggins doing his Widow Twanky, and which was good. My birthday today, 43. Always had Frank Sinatra playing on this day. Was having my hair crimped by my mum. Crimped. Oh, dear me. Crimped. I like that idea. James Bond was a gardening author, and when Ian Fleming was writing the books, he wanted a name for the spy, which was bland and boring, says Mike. And I think James Bond... Isn't it funny how we've just sort of, and also... We just know him only as the one character. We only know him as Sean Connery. I mean, I've seen him as all the other ones, but it's Sean Connery who did all the shaken but not stirred. Because nobody ever does any impressions of the other ones at all. I'm not even sure you can. There's been 4 Bonds, haven't there? Sean Connery, and George Lazenby was the one that everybody forgets about. And believe it or not, Bob Holness, who used to present the breakfast show on LBC, was James Bond on the radio in Australia, I believe. And Grace says, I thought James Bond couldn't drink while he was on duty. You will probably find they had a very loose description of what on duty means. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So I don't know whether he's allowed to drink, because he's a spy. He'd have to drink. He can't go there and go, I'll just have a lemonade. That's not going to be very butch, is it? He's got to have a proper man's drink. So he had a martini. I thought martinis were quite camp. What's the matter with you? What's the matter next door? What is it? Martini's a bit sort of... It's nice, but it's not what you think a bloke's going to drink. I mean, I can't see them in the working men's clubs of Manchester and Bradford and places like that. Somebody going in and going, for you, Bob, what do you want? 2 martinis. What? Nobody goes out. Nobody's going to serve you a martini. I've been listening to you for a few months now. Part of your spike, I think. Well, in fact, it's very easy to be part of the spike, because you get it Monday through Friday and Sunday and Saturday as well. Don't ask me why, but that's probably why this year I've been inflicted on you over the festive season. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, between 7 and 10. I decided the other day, and this could change. Don't get too excited. That I might open the phone lines. Because I think over the festive season, we're going to have to sort of get some advice, and we'll keep you up to date with everything that's going on. So you won't miss out on anything. It's just that you're going to get one person's take on Christmas. So I might need your input as well. Anyway, I laugh out loud at your acerbic observations in the Beckhams. Spot on, mate. Personally, the most banal people out there, desperate for publicity and not shy in using their brats to gain attention. How shallow. The trouble, but they always look so unhappy. I never understand, because she does smile. She does smile. He does smile. It's just that when they come out, they've got a picture taken. I mean, let's face it, they're obsessed with publicity. Joseph says 13 days to Christmas. Mary's starting to feel it now. Thought we were going to have to get the midwife to the stable last night. He's in Bethlehem, by the way. In Bethlehem. As if you could ever believe that on this programme, that somebody actually is listening to this programme in Bethlehem. I don't mind. I'm quite impressed by things like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Theresa May, still in the papers. The shooting in Strasbourg. 4 people died. Person who is known to the police forces there. But Theresa May, because that happened too late for it to be included in the papers today. So you've got May braced for this leadership battle with the rebel MPs, and they were interviewing them yesterday on the television. They've got loads of people saying, yes, she definitely has to go. Loads of people saying, oh, yes, we need a new leader. But nobody actually putting their cards in the ring. I don't think anybody wants the job, to be honest with you. Because whatever it is, they're going to be pulled apart, aren't they? And Boris and Javid, I should imagine, will make a pitch for the top job. I don't know, given the choice. I mean, if indeed there is a job. I mean, do we think that she's going to step down? There was a rumour the other day that there was no chance she was going to be stepping down. I mean, she's not going to be going any time this side of Christmas, is she? And is it really going to be Labour? Are we going to have a general election? Will we have to have a general election? All of these questions will no doubt be answered by Nick Ferrari this morning, and then later on throughout the day when you've got Eddie Mayer and Sheila Fogarty and James O'Brien. So Nick will speak this morning to a former Brexit minister and the Justice Secretary. So this rumour is swelling of a potential no-confidence vote to be put against her. Excuse me. She must think I should imagine, like anybody else in that position, that the entire world is against her. You know, but I don't think the entire world is against her. It's just that the way that the papers spell it out, it's a case, oh, she's got to go, she's got to go. They don't last 5 minutes, these people. They really don't. Visitors have just over a week to see an art installation at the Tate. It's blocks of ice. Again, more rubbish from Tate, whatever it is. And I don't understand anything about some of the things that people call art. I don't know whether that makes me ignorant, but, you know, the upside-down Christmas tree I thought was ridiculous, and then John Lewis started selling one. And what was the other one? A pile of bricks, meant to represent a pile of bricks. And then we had the unmade bed, Tracy Emmons, which made her very famous, because up until then nobody knew who she was. Then we had a load of tyres, and when they come in, they were all numbered, and they had to put them in the right order. I didn't quite get it at all. It's just bonkers. And this is just 24 blocks outside Tate Modern of ice. And it's to highlight the dangers of climate change. What a pile of pants. What a pile of pants. 24 blocks of ice. I mean, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's pretentious twaddle. It's the Emperor's New Clothes all over again, isn't it? You know, it's a case of, oh, look at the king is in the altogether, as he's been told that these are the clothes to wear. You know, 24 blocks of ice. What's significant about 24? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's for people going, oh, yes, and this, I think, signifies global... We know about global warming. I don't need to see 24 blocks of ice sitting by the side of the Thames, thank you very much indeed. That's ridiculous. The street, because next time you're struggling to load a web page... You know, some of you might be. Spare a thought for the residents of 1 Cheltenham Street, who have the UK's slowest broadband connection. Now, I did go on to... Well, I didn't, actually. A friend of mine did. He does remote access on my computer. And he went on, and you can find out whether your computer's running slow or fast. Anyway, this is Green Meadows Park in Gloucestershire. The average download speed of just 0.14 megabytes per second, which is 1,899 times slower than the street with the fastest speed. So the fastest is Abden Avenue in Birmingham. 265.89 megabytes, I think. Next is Malling in Kent, Redwell Grove, Darwin Street, Livingston, West Lothian, Aberdeen. Yeah, big up Aberdeen, because a lot of people like to access the internet. This is a place called Durbeth Grange. And finally, Derbyshire, Derby Road, Belper. Worse ones, Green Meadows Park, Cheltenham, Popular Avenue, Oldham, Chesham Road, Wilmslow, a place in Wales, so I can't pronounce, so I'm not even going to bother, otherwise people would go, you can't pronounce that, can you? And St David's Close in Worksop is at number 5. It's really bad. Really bad. It's a little bit better than Cheltenham, but it's still bad, as far as I'm concerned. Right, still to come. How could this man get so close? The intruder allowed to walk through Parliament's gates, and then they tasered him. And he was hit with a baton as well. I mean, about 30 coppers turned up for this one. He was ordered to stay down, get down, and then shot with the taser stun gun when he refused to comply. He was also hit on his back with a baton by an officer. I don't know. I mean, he's mentally ill. He's being detained under the Mental Health Act. But it is amazing. And this, in America, he'd have been shot dead. You'd be looking at a corpse. This one here, since the murder of PC Palmer, security's been beefed up. Obviously not. This bloke just walked in. Just walked in. He was allowed to walk through. And all of a sudden somebody went, whoa. It's like when somebody picked up the mace, and didn't quite know what to do with it. Not so good, is it? Right, 6:15 is the time. LBC News, the headlines with Simon Conway.
There's speculation in Westminster that Theresa May is about to face a no-confidence vote after Tory MPs claimed the required 48 letters had now been submitted. A gunman is on the run after killing 3 people in a shooting near a Christmas market in Strasbourg. The family of murdered British backpacker Grace Millane say their whole world turned upside down after the 22-year-old disappeared in New Zealand. LBC weather, damp and windy in the west, becoming more sunny elsewhere, a high of 11 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. In Canning Town, there are delays on Prince Regent Lane southbound to Newham Way, and that's following an accident. And Woodford Green, the high road was closed both ways because of an accident. It's just reopened, but it's still quite busy. Delays of about 15 minutes on the M20 westbound between junctions 6 at Maidstone and 4 at Leybourne. That's because of the roadworks, and the Pentonville Road remains closed eastbound up to the Angel Islington because of the gasworks. And on the underground, there are minor delays on the Bakerloo line.
This is LBC. Are you a business owner who's ready to retire? Or maybe an entrepreneur ready to sell and move on to your next exciting project? At Barnes Rofe, we actively work with successful entrepreneurs to help them through the sales process and maximize exit value. So, why not get some first-rate advice and speak to one of our experts? Your first meeting will be free, and you can make sure you really are getting the best deal. Contact us at barnesrofe.com. Barnes Rofe, clever accountants for business.
My name's Ian and I run the Christmas Centres for Crisis. Thousands of people in the UK are homeless, stuck in hostels, sleeping on floors, even on the street. It doesn't have to be this way. Our centres provide people with food, safety and support and help them find a home and a job in the year ahead. You can reserve a place at Crisis at Christmas for just £28.18. Go to crisis.org.uk now. Help someone take their first step out of homelessness this Christmas.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. 17 minutes past 6. A lot of people picking on the other day Kirsty Allsop because she gets somebody else to wrap the children's Christmas presents. Well, I have to be honest, I don't really wrap now. I'm a big fan of bags. You know, glitter bags that you, not glitter actually, we know glittery sort of paper, that you put a bottle in, or a bag that's big enough, Christmas bag, to put in, you know, a box of chocolates or something like that. Because otherwise it gets a bit confusing, doesn't it? Gets a bit confusing. So people are saying here, you know, if a man asked his PA to do it, nobody would bat an eyelid. And most places now, if you go into the big department stores and you go to, say, any of the counters like Estee Lauder or Gucci or Dior or something like that, they will Christmas gift wrap. They've got loads of paper and ribbons, and they just do it. They're very well versed in doing it. Joe Malone's do it automatically, and Joe Love's, where you get it in the beautiful box lined with black rustly paper, and then they spray it and they put it in the bag and they put a black ribbon round it. That's acceptable just as it is because it's so lovely. It's so lovely. But you can always get things wrapped. If you're buying, you know, I mean, I don't think they're going to be doing it in Boots the Chemist or Superdrug. I don't think they're going to be doing gift wrapping for you. But they'll do it in the department stores. You know, just try and get in there a little bit early because, you know, when you're in the middle of the day and then you go, could you wrap this? And they go, we've got another 1,400 to wrap in front of you. And then it's a case of, oh, well, I'll do it myself. And you can do it. It's not difficult. I've been so used to cutting with a paper. Oh, sticky, lovely. And then the labels. And then the labels fall off. Or failing that, you forget to put the labels on and you've got no idea what you've wrapped up. I did that one year. I wrapped up about 30 presents, put them all in a sack. When I took them out, I suddenly realised I hadn't done the labels. I had to unwrap them all to find out what the dickens they were. Transgender Christians will be able to have their new identity recognised with baptism-style services, bishops have declared. The unconditional affirmation service will allow transgender parishioners to repeat their baptismal pledge in the same way a married couple might renew their wedding vows by using their new identity. How many are there? Are there lots and lots of transgender parishioners? Never even thought about it. I mean, you know, does it make any difference? Should we have to do radio programmes for transgender people? Is there something I'm missing? Perhaps we should have to do it. Why when you go to church, you're going to be celebrating being transgender? I've got no idea. I didn't think that was anything to do with the Almighty. Is that mentioned in the Bible? Do they do transgendering in the Bible? I don't know. Did you know what happened on this day in 1955, December the 12th, 1955? You won't remember it, because I can't remember last Tuesday. That was the time that the English engineer Christopher Cockerell applied for a patent for the hovercraft. I've been on a hovercraft. I went on the one that goes to the Isle of Wight, and you think that you buzz across the top of the waves, don't you? Looking at no, you don't see a thing. All the spray that's coming up from the sea, you can't see anything at all. The front of the thing, he's got windscreen wipers. Down the side of it, nothing. You see nothing. You might see a little bit when it takes off and it first hits the water, but that's it. Once it gets up speed, all the spray. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. But I did like going. I wonder if they still operate the hovercraft to the Isle of Wight. I wonder if that's still done. I wonder if it's still done. I just realised it was Faye Barker who was telling me about Biggins and Sinatra as well. Very busy girl, which we like. What else was it? Explain the phrase hunky-dory. I always thought hunky-dory means, like, okay. It's hunky-dory. Apparently, it's introduced in America by a variety performer, a play on hunky meaning fine or satisfactory. So it means going well. Hunky-dory. And the rail station, you thought your rail station was busy. Oh, I tell you, the fighting yesterday because the trains out of Waterloo Station in London, a very busy terminus, thank you very much indeed, were running so late. I ended up going on a train that stopped everywhere, literally stopped to pick up milk, grass, flowers, all sorts of strange things. And I remember thinking, I shall never get home. But actually, it was the best time. Because I got this slower train, all of a sudden, when I get to Richmond, empty. No school children. Fantastic. They'd already got on the earlier buses. The buses all came in empty. There was nobody in Greggs, so I was able to get my bacon roll. I mean, it was just unbelievable. I thought, I must remember this. Get the later train. And then all of a sudden, you can get there, and there's no stress, because I do not want to get on a bus in the morning with about 1,300 school kids, because they're just so noisy. They can't do anything quietly. They have to be terribly, terribly noisy. And, I mean, they're probably excited because I haven't seen their friends since the night before when they were FaceTiming them. Paul, my friend, he says, might be a bit late, but he said Biggins is at the Alhambra in Bradford. Saw a pic of him at Mariah Carey's Christmas concert looking very well, and very Biggins in a pink suit. You don't miss him, do you? You don't miss him. Tonight, I'm at the press night for Snow White at the Palladium. Dawn French, Julian Clary, and your friend Paul Zerdin and Sam. Twitter comments are saying even better than last year's Dick. And that's something you can't say very often. So that's quite nice. Oh, you'll love it, Paul. You'll love it. We are going. We're just sort of waiting for the tickets to be sorted out. But I can't wait. I loved it last year. Excuse me. The added addition of Dawn French. And must have pushed their blooming budget through the roof. Paul Zerdin and Sam will be excellent. Julian Clary has got some fantastic outfits. Last year he had some amazing outfits. He'd walk on and you go, oh my goodness, where'd you get that from? It's lovely. It's like all the costumes in 42nd Street. I think perhaps I need to find out where they got them made so that I can go and get a jacket made by the same people, because they look lovely. It's showbiz stuff. David Walliams is very smitten with Joanna Lumley. And if only we could be married, says Walliams, who divorced the Dutch model Lara Stone 3 years ago. They met at the House of Illustration Gallery fundraising. She's lovely. We love her to pieces. I mean, she really is lovely. She's 72. I mean, seriously. You cannot believe she's 72. That she is, of course, unavailable. Not just to him, but to everybody else, because she's happily married to the conductor and composer Stephen Barlow, her husband, of the past 32 years. In this business, as anybody will tell you, a miracle to get something to last 32 years. Listen, I mean, generally speaking, it's about 4 months if you're from Love Island, or something like that. The Spike must be doing well without the singing, says Richard in West Sussex. I have sung. I have done some singing. We've done some Frank Sinatra this morning already. I'm sorry you missed it. I'll repeat it again for you. Wonderful pantomime, says Jem, at Ilford at the Kenneth More Theatre. Looking forward to your shows over Christmas. Me too. Paul in Upminster said there were 7 James Bonds. You see, I didn't include Niven in Casino Royale because it was a completely different film from everybody else's. I loved the music from it, though. Sean Connery, George Lazenby, Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton, Pierce Brosnan, and Daniel Craig. 7 people. How lovely. How lovely. But no, I always take David Niven out of the equation because I didn't think that Casino Royale was really like a Bond movie at all. Other people disagree with me. They go, oh no, it's just like a Bond movie. But we did watch it. I still like the original people doing it. A friend of mine, Greg, his cleaner has just hoovered up a length of tinsel. Must be a bit embarrassing, mustn't it? I use the Hoover for everything, especially when I spill food. Fairly popular around my way, I think. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So it's we'll wait and see what happens today as to what happens tomorrow, because that might be the indicator of whatever happening today. Pussycat doll Ashley Roberts will repeat her dirty dancing routine to win over fans in the Strictly Come Dancing final. If only she didn't drone on about everything so much. Ghastly. And angry MPs praised for the mace grab. A Labour MP who snatched the mace in protest has been applauded by the Shadow Chancellor. Lloyd Russell Moyle apparently provoked anger by lifting up the 17th century ornamental staff, a symbol of royal power. He was the last MP was MacDonnell. John McDonnell grabbed it during a 2009 debate on Heathrow expansion. He was given a 5-day suspension. You're not supposed to touch things like that. And you're just not. I mean, it's against, should be a month's suspension immediately. You're suspended from everything. Lose all your pay, the old blooming lot. Wayne Rooney in the papers today with a cup of tea. How original. A cup of tea. Where is he, though? He's at Donald Trump's White House Christmas party. And he's only there, not because Donald Trump knows who he is, but because Trump's son Barron is absolutely mad on football. And one of the papers today, the Mirror, have done a little sort of lead up as to how it may have gone. Trump, hey Wayne, let me guess, you're named after the Duke John Wayne, the great American, noble, war-loving, foreigner-hating, Republican, hard guy, patriot who modelled himself on me. Rooney, no, my dad? Trump, where did you say you're from? Rooney goes, Liverpool? Trump goes, great Scottish city, where the Rolling Stones came from, yeah? Did you know they wrote Street Fighting Man about me after seeing me at a rally? Rooney then says, it was the Beatles who came from there. Trump says, the who? Listen, I'll be straight with you, Duke. I think your Prime Minister's a loser, leading a shower of not good fake news phonies who don't have a clue what they're doing. Anyway, how's the soccer ball doing? Then the conversation goes on. It ends up with Trump going, lock him up. Because that's the best thing you can do for old Wayne Rooney. Does that hair come off his head, or is it stuck on, or is it sprayed on? I don't really know what it is. Is it surgically implanted? Oh, my Lord. Don't like the sound of that. Must be a bit difficult, mustn't it, when you're in the shower with the boys? Do they still do that? They still have communal showers. I always thought football was very homoerotic. A bit like anything that Putin does nowadays. All these sort of let's share a shower kind of thing, which is very odd. The lawyer slamming Whirlpool's bid to blame the Grenfell fire on a cigarette. And personally, I didn't see how it could have happened either. But that's what they've said. I mean, the QC on claims in the Whirlpool statement said it would have been impossible for a cigarette to have been launched 4 floors down, which I agree. Somebody else came up with a very interesting thing. We're always talking on this programme, and everybody is about Christmas time, about Christmas markets. We all love a good Christmas market. And somebody said, what are you doing there? And you go, because they've got Christmas stuff. They go, what, you mean you're buying stuff which is only going to see the light of day for 2 weeks in any year? The rest of it spent sitting in a drawer or a cupboard or up in the loft. And somebody said, yeah. They go, well, what are you buying it for then? Why don't you just sort of make something? Make it sort of a little bit, make it sort of nice. Do it differently. And then they said you spend £7 on a hot cup of chocolate with some brandy in it. It's a bit of a pointless exercise. The Chelsea fan who abused Raheem Sterling, I said he'd been named on the internet last night. We decided not to name him yesterday, but he's named in all the papers today. Colin Wing is quite clearly a man with issues. He should get some help. He comes from Beckenham, South East London. 3 other men, as well as him, were suspended by Chelsea over the ugly incident. Police believed to have spoken to all 4 twice and are still investigating. No arrests. The trouble is, he says that he's lost his car. He quite clearly has got big issues. He needs to go to some sort of anger management, because to shout things at somebody, if you'd been Raheem Sterling, you probably wouldn't want to turn around and smack him in the mouth. You don't say things like that. It's just not right. But anyways, they've been suspended because, as I say, I didn't know. I just thought you bought your season ticket and you just went and sat anywhere. Depending on what time you turned up, if you were early, you got a good seat at the front. If you were late, you got shoved up at the back. But obviously, people do shout obscenities at these. Apparently, it's quite common. Quite common. That sounds quite common to do, but that's it. And it's the way it is. He claims he's lost his job. I suspect the papers will be investigating that one to find out if he really has lost his job, or if he's telling porky pies. We'll wait and find out. And packaging makes up 42% of what? I'll tell you after the news. It's 6:30 here on LBC and in a lot of other places. Morning, Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock. That tree is enormous at Downing Street, isn't it? It's quite nice. It kind of blocks out the doorway, so you can't see who's going in or out, depending on where you are positioned. Anyway, Nick Ferrari at breakfast. I'm sorry, I digressed. As rumours swell in Westminster of a potential no-confidence vote to be put against Theresa May, Nick will speak to a former Brexit minister and the Justice Secretary. He'll bring you the latest on the Christmas market attack in Strasbourg, dire warnings from the IMF of a looming economic crisis, and how NHS waiting times are at a 10-year high. You see, I was at the NHS yesterday having my eyes done, and I know sometimes if you go into A&E, you could sit there, for an hour, couple of hours, something like that. Depends on how urgent you are. If you're just sitting in there because you've got a bit of a sniffle, they're not going to sort of put you to the front of the queue. But I told you, when I went in there with my burns, I was seen really fast. Really, well, just as well, actually. Martina in Coulston says you can use different coloured tissue paper and then a nice present bag or make your own large Christmas crackers. Looking forward to your show at Christmas. Can I call in? Yes, I should imagine so. I might do a call in every day, phone in every day. I haven't quite decided yet. It'll be certainly breaking with tradition, but I will have a glass of Prosecco at hand in your honour, says Martina. Thank you. Talking of gift wrapping, always reminds me of the Rowan Atkinson scene in Love Actually. I don't remember that at all. I don't remember any of that. I do remember the film, but I can't remember that particular bit. Was that in there? I don't know. Yes, the hovercraft, Steve, says Anne in Wallingham, is still running to the Isle of Wight. Took the grandchildren on it last Easter for the experience, and I shall wish you all a very happy Christmas. Thank you. The same to you. Compliments of the season. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock this morning on LBC. So, what tops the list for over-packaging? This particular item, and you'll all know it, makes up 42% of the total weight of Ferrero Rocher. They have found. It was the most overwrapped chocolate brand in the study by consumer watchdog Which, and I love Which. Just 11% of the plastic and foil wrapping was found to be recyclable. Ferrero said packaging is carefully designed to maintain the quality that is the hallmark of the brand, which is a good line, isn't it? It's to protect the quality, as opposed to, no, we've always done it like this. And they say the box can be recycled in other countries, but not yet in the UK. Never thought about it. I've just bought some Ferrero Rocher. I know what you're thinking. That makes me really naff, N-A-F-F. It's a case of, it's a plastic box, this one. I mean, to be honest with you, perhaps they're not always in plastic boxes, but in Costco they were. And it's 3 different types. Dark chocolate, normal Ferrero Rocher, and then the ones with coconut over the top of it, which is a white chocolate. And I bought a couple of those. People seem to like them, but everybody goes to me, oh, they're really naff. And I go, well, I quite like them. I don't see any problem. But the actual box can be recycled. Well, it's plastic, the one I've got. I suppose you could use it for sort of something like keeping jewellery in or wrapping something of the kids. Put a scarf in it, give it to somebody for Christmas. Much nicer. The study found 30% of the total weight of Waitrose's Christmas chocolate favourites is packaging, making it first worst Ferrero Rocher, and then Waitrose. What can you do about that? Nothing at all. Also, let's have a quick think. This is, this is the season to be forgetful. Buying batteries and sellotape and preparing ice cubes are the top things we forget over Christmas. Turning on the oven, buying gifts for extended relatives, and foil for the turkey also slips our minds. The poll of 2,000 adults, which is about 4 in 10, worry about the stress of the day. Women mainly blamed lapses on busy lives. For men, it was mostly parties. And it is impossible to foolproof Christmas completely. We used to, years ago, we haven't done it for a long, long time, but one of the famous battery companies used to send in cases of batteries, because the one thing that people forgot is when you buy something for a child at Christmas, you have to check whether it comes with batteries, whether it needs batteries, or whether it doesn't come with batteries, and you're going to go and have to buy them. So I've always got batteries at home, which seem to cover a multitude of items. I buy AAA, AA, and D. Or is it C? C cells. And that's it. C cells, it doesn't matter. But those are the most commonly used ones in the items nowadays. And they always say for Christmas, make sure you've got some batteries in, because nothing worse than buying the present and then suddenly discovering that when they've taken it out of the packaging, that you haven't got the batteries for it, and they're disappointed. They get very disappointed, don't they? So make sure you got batteries in, and that'll be the thing. Sellotape. If you're going to start wrapping presents, okay, we're going to do the presents this evening. Cut the paper. Where's the sellotape? And when you do find it, don't buy cheap sellotape, because you never find the end of it. It peels. Oh, it's awful. It's a nightmare. So always make sure that you've got stuff like that. And preparing ice cubes. Who prepares ice cubes? We did advise you to make Jamie Oliver's gravy in advance and freeze it. and just put it into lots of little bags, and then you could just take it out and defrost it. Some people do it with ice cubes as well. They pour it into the ice cube mould, and then you can finally get the ice cube out, and you just drop it into whatever it is you're cooking. But apparently Jamie's is kind of infallible. Sounds marvellous. But it's stress over Christmas. Trying to remember everything. Trying to do... I mean, you know, when they say he's checking his list, checking it twice, it's like everybody at home. We've done it. Checking everybody off. We've done that present. We've done that... Oh, dear, it's going to get some more paper. Apparently, Martinez says you can use different coloured tissue paper and then a nice present bag. What is that shop that does tissue? Is it... Oh, I can't remember, but they do packets of tissue paper, all different colours, you know, the pinks, the purples, the red, the black, the greens, the blues, everything. And you just sort of scrunch it up, and it looks lovely. You can wrap stuff in tissue paper. Always popular. Always popular. Went to the matinee, says Gail, yesterday, of Snow White at the Palladium. Hilarious, if not quite as smutty as Dick Whittington last year. Julian Clary's costumes are always amazing, and this time... they're very complex. Don't know how he manages to so many quick changes. Must be hectic backstage. I would think so. He might even have something. He might even have something by the side of the stage. I remember when Danny LaRue did Wimbledon pantomime, because he was fairly old by that time and there were lots of changes. They had a dressing room at the side of the stage, saved him climbing the stairs, and he would get changed in there. But Julian Clary had some fabulous ones last year. Don't know how he manages. Nigel Havers had great fun as always. A joyful afternoon added to by coming out to see the Christmas lights in Regent and Oxford Street, says Gail. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was so rude last year. But then I'm working on the assumption, could be wrong, that little children going to see the pantomime, they don't hear the words. They're just going, oh, look, there's a funny man there. There's a funny man with a little boy he's holding, you know, which will be Paul Zerdin and Sam. And Judy and Claire, look at those bright costumes. They don't know anything, they don't think anything. And so when they do the double entendres, as they do, well, last year they certainly did. I thought Dick Whittington was quite smutty last year, including all the standard jokes. But I don't think little children notice it. If you're taking kids about 11 or 12, I think they do understand it. But, you know, little tiny children, they don't know anything about it. They just like the whole wonderfulness thing of it. You know, the whole thing that it's glittery and it's shiny and it looks wonderful, and then you can meet, and then you boo and you hiss and then you clap and then you laugh and you do everything. It takes you through the whole gamut of emotions. And pantomime is there. Just remember, though, that those poor people up on the stage have to do it day in, day out, sometimes twice, and some places 3 times a day. 3 times a day. You can imagine, you know, exactly how absolutely Kerry Packard you must be at the end of it. I've done 2 shows in the pub. Paper Chase, thank you, Alison. Paper Chase do tissue paper. She says, looking forward to Christmas Day, only to hear your voice. Honestly, look at me. Did you yawn? You half yawned. You half yawned. You did, you half... I know what a yawn looks like. Honestly, so I've tried to be particularly vibrant this morning. Obviously not. Are you doing this tomorrow morning as well? I should try and be vibrant again. I hope you're going to be in a better mood. You're in a terrible mood today. I don't know why you've been in this funny mood. It started earlier on. We had all this... It's no good doing it. Me. Yes, you. Never seen anything like it, honestly. Be asking for a bigger Christmas present next or something like that. So, another sandwich, Wensleydale with orange chutney. What's that? What is it? It's an advent calendar. You're eating an advent calendar. Oh, all right. Well, you brought it in. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. Did Tom Swarbrick... He started eating it? That is outrageous. Unless you bring things in here and people eat it. Mind you, I had a huge box of After 8 yesterday. We don't know where they went to, do we? Probably home. I bet they're probably residing in your bedroom, I should imagine. Chris gave them to his mum. He didn't. Did he? Did he not leave them in there? You told him to take them and give them to his mother. You are an evil person. You're going to be sorted out over Christmas. No presents for you. Yeah, no presents for you over the Christmas period. Steve, the Palladium Panto producers have announced they're doing 3 more years of Palladium at the Pantomime. They're a huge hit, says Paul. Last year, extraordinary. Remember the flying Routemaster bus? Registration ALW1 in tribute to the Palladium owner, Andrew Lloyd Webber. To be honest with you, it's been a licence to print money, even though I would think it's probably the most expensive pantomime you can go to. I don't think I've heard of prices like this before. Really expensive. Simon says, 34, I already feel that most of the weight of chocolates is on my hips already, especially mince pies. I didn't get the mince pies out today. Get the old mince pies out. But I didn't find out either why people don't tell you straight away when you have your eyes tested, you know, whether it's good, bad or indifferent. Mind you, I suppose if they said, well, it's not particularly brilliant, you then go home in a state of deep, deep depression. He didn't take the chocolates home for his mother. Did he really? Oh, you wait till I see him. I bet he opened them on the bus. Is his mother... He's not pretending he bought them, is he? That's even worse than you in the pink glasses. That was bad enough. I mean, that was I've written that in my diary. When my diaries are published, that'll be the prominent thing. He stole pink glasses. That's what it'll be. No, not by name you're not going to feature. No, I'm not pandering to that ego, thank you very much indeed. I can tell you, though, if you're pandering for the headlines, I've got them now at 6:41. You all right this morning? I do hope. It's cold. It is really, really cold. Stacey says, happy LBC anniversary. Are we on anniversary? I'm on anniversary, aren't I? I've just realised. It was this day, December the 12th. Was it December the 12th that I did my first programme? Way back in, 1900 and frozen to death. Kaz says, I've woken up very early this morning and tuned in to the Steve Allen Show. This guy's hilarious. I need this show in my life. You're absolutely right, you do. You absolutely do. You need to get some more followers as well. But that's good. Very pretty, aren't we? Very pretty. Too pretty for this programme. We don't have attractive people on this show. We really don't. Somebody says, listening to you and your producer is like a pantomime in itself. Don't start that with him, for goodness sake. We're never at the end of it. It's bad enough now. He's already trying to boost his part on the programme by trying to sort of say, do I get appearance fees and all this kind of thing. He's now deciding today he's going to go and get an agent. You know, and you're sort of thinking it's just dreadful. It's just dreadful. I mean, the trouble is you give them an inch, they take a mile, don't they, really? Also, Jess Phillips is not a fan of Boris Johnson. She says, he forgot 52,000 he'd earned. If only we should all be so lucky. If only we should all be so lucky to try and forget amounts of money. Mirror this morning revealed the stars. They're not stars. These people are attention seekers. The Kanes, the McGuinnesses, the Peter Andres, the Vardys, the Osborns. They're naff people. Except the Osborns. I mean, Peter Andre, who cares what his tree's like? Couldn't care less. I think we know too much information about Peter Andre. Too much. Him and his dreary family, thank you. Children of 11 selling zombie drugs is their front page story. They've sort of moved Theresa May a little bit to left of centre. Of course, they're all playing on the fact she couldn't get... Was it into the car or out of the car? She couldn't get back into the car again, which everybody thought was hilarious. Insiders claim rebels have the 48-letter trigger for a no-confidence vote, which could change the sort of the way the land lies tomorrow. The kids on bikes here going round, and this spice everywhere. Honestly, it's getting worse and worse and worse. It really is. Delicious recipes to collect. It's all involving sprouts. If you hate sprouts, you're going to hate the papers today. They've all concentrated on Steve Allen's love of sprouts. Only me that likes sprouts. Everybody else seems to absolutely hate them. The Daily Mail, May braced for leadership battle with rebel MPs poised to trigger vote to oust her. Hammer blow comes after she's rebuffed by Europe over the last-ditch bid to save Brexit deal. The vultures, they are a-circling, ladies and gentlemen. The Sun, this is the... I can't get out. It's an old gag from years and years ago, but they've adapted it quite nicely. She got stuck inside the car. Obviously, the door locks were on, and she couldn't get out, so she was locked in during that mad dash between meetings with Angela Merkel and other EU leaders. So she's stuck there. And I'd have to be honest, you have to see the funny side of it, because I've got locks on my car. I didn't realise you can take them on and off, and I think they're basically for children. It's children locks. You don't want kids sort of getting themselves out of cars. Not that I ever have, because they're all grown up now, so it doesn't make any difference. But it was one of those sort of things. So you have to get out of the car and open the door for them, because it can only be opened from the outside. Guess who's coming back into EastEnders? Lofty and Mary the Punk. Can't wait for that. We've missed them. I wish they'd bring back all the characters. I really wish. Yeah, it'd be nice. Also, the first picture of the OAP cocaine cruise too. This is an odd one. They go on a cruise. They've been on cruises before, actually. They don't talk a bit about money, but that they've got suitcases stuffed with cocaine. So they buy, these are brand new suitcases. Now, call me stupid. Okay, I'm stupid. And it's a case of you buy a suitcase, who doesn't open it? Who buys a suitcase and doesn't open it? Answer, everybody opens it. You have a look inside. What does it look like? Has it got compartments in it? Does it do all sorts of things? Oh, look, £2 million worth of cocaine. There's a surprise. And also, you would know by the weight. Cocaine is not like feathers. It weighs. There was 9 kilos of this stuff in there. So, they've been stopped. And they live in Spain. Being held in cells in Lisbon. I mean, £2 million is quite a lot of cocaine. And also, it's on wheels, but you would, if you're pulling a suitcase along that you've just bought and you go, oh, these are really nice. I mean, why would you not open it? You know, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. But there again, I'm just terribly cynical. Can't wait to be back with Dec. Ant's got a new talent. They say he's going to come back, so he'll be back again for Britain's Got Talent next year. Which is okay. Whether it's going to make any difference, I don't know. He can do it by himself. Perhaps they just bounce off better. I just feel sorry for the ex-wife. I really do. I mean, I think she's had a real bad deal out of all of this. She wasn't the one who got drunk. She wasn't the one who got in the car and drove. She's just had to maintain a discreet silence whilst trying to carry on with her career. Although, you know, going for the divorce, if she does get the 30 million, she doesn't need to worry about a career. Got 30 million, she can open up her own career. She can do whatever she wants to do now. So we wish her the best on that. Also, the thieving Vegas nuns. They've been let off. Oh, because they're nuns and they've said sorry. I'm sorry, they're just a pair of thieves, that's all they are. You know, it's like, what's it? Who was that nun in that programme about nuns? Whoopi Goldberg. She played a nun. I mean, she was just a singer in Vegas. It was only a film, I realise. But these nuns, they stole, not just anything, 400,000 quid, this thieving pair. I'd have kicked them out. And of course, the Catholic Church, being nice to them, they've said sorry. We will put the money back in again. There's no repercussions for them whatsoever. They just went gambling. They stole it from the school where they worked. And these are nuns. Reminds me of a joke I can't tell you because it's got a rude ending, but it doesn't matter. 5 to 7. The Times this morning, hail Holly, the power behind the Queen of the Jungle. She was a bit tiddly the other day on air. I think she'd had one of her sort of nights out. She doesn't seem to hold drink very well. Perhaps there's not much of her. May puts on a brave face as the Tories prepare the fatal blow. But who would take over? If she does step down, she might not want to step down. I don't know. I really don't know. Jackie in Watford says, I love sprouts. And Bridget says, I love sprouts and eat them all year round. I only like the little... Hello. Morning. Nice shirt. It's the new team coming in. You know, I'm just sort of acknowledge. It's like a sort of a Masonic kind of ritual here in the morning. Good morning. You know, everybody all right? Thank you very much indeed. And, yes, bless you. Very caring. So, when you get sprouts, I only do the little ones. But just remember, if you do the little ones, they cook really fast. I mean, seriously, it's like 5 minutes steaming and they appear to be done. The terror alert runs on the front of the Times, but I think the Times is printed later than any of the other papers. This gunman running amok in Strasbourg, I think 4 people have died. They don't think it's terror-related. In fact, they're pretty certain it's not terror-related, but he is known to them. Also, Lord Leicester of Herne Hill, 82, I wasn't aware of who he is, but then he's been accused of sexually harassing a women's rights campaigner and offering her a peerage in exchange for sex, has given up his seat. The Chelsea fan accused of racially abusing Raheem Sterling said he shouted the word... Oh, I can't tell you, because it sounds too rude. Whichever way you look at it, it's too rude, and he's obviously not a very pleasant person. Also, The Guardian, a dash to Europe, but may face his new threat at home. Christmas coup. Do you think she's sending Christmas cards, Mrs May, this year? You know, might see you around, or something like that. Christmas coup as Javid rebukes the Prime Minister on immigration. And culture. This is Vicky Featherstone. Plus, get your skates on, the Tate's new iceberg exhibition. It's to talk about planet warming or something like that. It's just got 24 blocks of ice there. I find artists quite strange. Unless it's something I can recognise as art. I find it quite strange. The Telegraph this morning, all eyes on Meghan. Lisa Armstrong decodes the Duchess of Fashion. She turned up the other day to give an award to the person who designed her wedding dress. I did ask the question, was it a freebie? Otherwise I couldn't quite understand why they were honouring somebody we've never heard of. Terror hits the Christmas market in Strasbourg. Home recycling falls as more waste is burnt. And Facebook will forecast your next destination. Every time I go on Facebook, or not Facebook, I go on Twitter or something, it says, would you like to use this You know, and I always say no, unless I'm sort of worrying about something. The gunman in the shootout was known to the police, which is what we told you a little bit earlier on, and that, as they say, is about it for this morning. Thank you for sex twice a month. In your dreams. In your dream. Who does sex twice a month? Twice a year would be more like it. You get to a certain age and you just can't be bothered. You know, people before used to chase you around the bedroom. Not in my case. You know. And they go, should we do it? No, tomorrow be fine. Tomorrow be fine. Nobody cares about it anymore. It's a thing for the young. It's like you ask anybody who's been married for any length of time. They say for the first sort of 3 months or 6 months, it's like pretending to be Watership Down. After that, nothing. Nothing at all. And people go, Friday evening? And you go, oh, God, can't I just get some sleep? At the end of the week, you're just tired. I think sex is very overestimated. It's not for many of you, as you probably know. We don't need things like that. You don't need, I mean, to be honest with you, you don't actually need to have sex. I'm living proof that you don't need to have sex. Who cares? I'd rather have a mug of cocoa and a jigsaw. To be honest with you, you can get more mileage out of a jigsaw nowadays. You can, I promise you. You can make a jigsaw last for days. You name me anybody who sort of says, oh, you know, sex. It's like somebody says, you know, do you smoke after sex? I've never looked. But, you know, I suppose there is the distinct possibility. Because people, it's always overestimated. People go, oh, I'm really good in bed. And you think, oh, I don't want to hear things like that. It's not for a certain age group, is it? It's only for young people who want to go on Love Island. You know what the next thing is? They'll be doing Love Island for pensioners. Seriously, there'll be hello. Oh, it'll be dreadful. Do you remember the story I told you the other day about the students who wanted to book a comic and they gave him a contract to sign and he basically went, I'm not signing that. You know, you mustn't be transphobic, you mustn't be homophobic, you mustn't be Islamophobic, you mustn't be... I mean, it didn't actually leave anything to take the mickey out of at all. Because we've turned into a bunch of snowflakes in this country. It's getting worse and worse. Worse and worse and worse. We had that woman, don't you remember? That she said, I've applied for the job as Father Christmas in this particular village. And they went, well, you could be Mrs. Santa Claus. She said, no, I want to be Father Christmas. Get out. Ridiculous. But anyway, you know, people have started sort of talking about, what was I talking about? I can't remember what I was talking about. Sex, anyway, it doesn't matter. And so that's why, really. Practically Perfect. No, but see Mary Poppins anyway. The Cocaine Cruise Codgers. You remember, this is the oddest story ever. Oddest story ever. They go on a cruise ship. They've been on cruises before. And they go off ship, as people do. You know, they say, first day, you're out at sea. Second day, we're pulling into Trinidad or wherever it happens to be. And so they actually go there. They go and buy suitcases. Okay. And they get back to the ship and somebody said, oh, you bought suitcases. They give the cabin boy one of their old suitcases. So they've now got 2 suitcases. Unfortunately, the difference is with their suitcases, they contain £2 million of cocaine. And you think, but when you buy a suitcase, I've said before, you open it up, don't you? It's like, you know, when you go and buy a jumper or a T-shirt, you hold it up against your body and you have a look at it and you go, yeah, I think that's quite nice. The colour suits me. Right size. I mean, very rarely do I try anything on. I know roughly what my size is now. Sort of. And although I do fluctuate, I'm a bit Liberace. He had all his clothes made in 3 sizes, all his stage costumes. It was sort of average, you know, bigger and, oh my God. Because he was overeating and you know, he was sort of yo-yo dieting, so it didn't really work for him. And so they then have these suitcases, and they've got because they don't realise when they're pulling them along that £2 million worth of cocaine weighs quite a bit. Anyway, now it turns out there's another couple in the paper today, and they said they asked us if we would take some suitcases on for them. And I'm thinking, you don't think they're an international gang, do you? Do you think they actually could be an international gang? And they're sort of, you know, they're Mr. and Mrs. Average, and they just live in a little corner house at the end of a little cul-de-sac, and they haven't got anything flash. They're not stupid. They've got nothing flash, but they can afford to take cruises. He, at one point, claimed he used to import bananas. I mean, it's hilarious. This is all offshore. And so at the moment, I think they're being held in Lisbon. And they're sort of going, but they might be, can you imagine if they're the Mr. Biggs, you know, the most innocent-looking couple in the world, but in fact, they're really the masterminds between a sort of £100 million cocaine smuggling plot or something like that. That would be hilarious. I think it'd be hilarious because you'd never guess. They might have been doing this for years, buying suitcases. I've never thought about it. The last thing I do, if I go on holiday, I don't go, oh, I think I'll buy a suitcase, or think I'll buy 2 suits. Why would you? Because if you're a cruiser, you've already got your suitcases ready. You've been cruising for ages. You've got them all. You only use them for that 2 weeks or 3 weeks. You don't use them any other time. So that's why there's something about them. Not quite. And also they're a bit defensive. A little bit defensive. Terry, the ex-bugle major, says, Steve, when these people have finished playing at politics, can we have our country back? I know, well, you and the rest of the world thinking about exactly the same thing. I just don't, I mean, at the end of the day, you could argue about Brexit till the cows come home. You can, are we going for it? Are we not going for it? Have another referendum? Have an election? Thing. And nobody can agree on it. You hear more people arguing about Brexit without actually effectively knowing what they're talking about. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then does it Darren read out a letter from somebody saying, oh, you can tell which side you're on? And I thought, well, of course you can. He's told you. Unless you're particularly stupid and dim, you'd have to be. As I said, it's sort of funny now because at one time, presenters didn't have political thoughts. And this person wrote in and said, you're supposed to be unbiased. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, that's the trouble. Some people think they're clever, but of course they're not really. They haven't quite worked it out. Only during an election do you have to not show political bias. The rest of the time, I think you could probably run through LBC's presenters. I would think you'd probably say Nick Ferrari was sort of conservative with a medium-sized C. You would go Dave O'Brien would be L with a huge L, and so you could run through the day of all the different, except at this time of the morning. Because I never get involved. And there's two things I never do on the programme. I don't do politics and I don't do religion. Because I work on the assumption if you want to worship a tin can full of beans, that's your problem. It's got nothing to do with me. I couldn't care less. As long as it doesn't hurt the horses or frighten them, we're all right. But it's when people say, because religion, gets people in a right old tizzy. Right old tizzy. So I never get involved with things like that. I couldn't care less. I could get it. The only thing I don't like on television, which is patently obvious if you've listened to this programme for any length of time, and you've only got to live with it for about 2 days to realise I don't like reality shows. I watch them, but I don't like a reality show, and I don't like the trash that appears on it, who all of a sudden think they're stars, and the papers don't help by calling these people stars. So-and-so, the latest one they used today was so-and-so a starlet. They're not stars at all. They're media people who don't have half a brain cell. But look at The Apprentice. If you want a classic example of what thick people look like, that would be it. That would be it. Together with Towie, a bunch of, sad people. If they moved in next door to you, you'd have to move because they devalue your property. And, and it just gets absolutely ridiculous. It gets ridiculous. So, and then you get drearies like Lady Colin the Boar, what's-her-face. Oh, I think I might write a book on Meghan Markle. Don't do what you want, love. Go and do what you want. You're a nobody. The French police, how they missed the chance to stop a Christmas killer is just beyond me. I wasn't aware that the French police were that stupid, but apparently they might be. And also, the secret for snow on the way, whether you're going to do a bet on it, it could be on the way, but we don't think there's going to be a white Christmas. And I tell you what I watched the other day. Come closer. Because it shocked me. I watched the film White Christmas, okay, which is lovely. And it's a great film, and it's got the song White Christmas in. But there is another Christmas film, same sort of storyline, really, called Holiday Inn. Okay, now Holiday Inn has got Bing Crosby, and that dancing bloke, Fred Astaire. And it's a similar sort of film. It's about dancers and people wanting to go out with each other and Christmas time and all the rest of it. And they've got this place called the Holiday Inn. And the Holiday Inn is like a big place where you would go, and it's dinner and cabaret. And the cabaret is Bing Crosby and Fred Astaire. And it's a great film. So I'm watching it yesterday thinking, I'll have a little weep. I like a little weep occasionally on a Christmas film. I like the idea that a film can literally make you cry and tear up. I like that idea. I think that's very manipulative, and I think it's very, very clever. So I'm watching it, and halfway through, you've got Bing Crosby and this woman, who I can't remember, he's playing opposite, and he starts putting black makeup on her face. And I didn't think anything about it. I thought she was maybe playing a chimney sweep or something like that, and he's putting this black makeup on. The next thing, they go to the room of the Holiday Inn. The entire orchestra of white people is now blacked up. All the dancers have blacked up. Bing Crosby comes on, blacked up, with big sideburns and everything. And I'm thinking, I don't remember this bit. I didn't remember. I thought maybe they'd sort of added it in at a later date. But I mean, nowadays, you couldn't actually sort of get away with anything like that at all. I mean, years ago, there used to be the minstrel shows, which you got, but it was of the time. It's, that's the way it was. That's what we did. We don't do it now. We don't do it now, but, you know, even though the charts are dominated by black artists, thank God. You know, if it hadn't been for Tamla Motown and all the other people who went before. But it was very interesting because there's a black woman who features in the show, and she's sort of, sounds ridiculous, jolly black woman, obviously picked for that, and two adorable little kids, and they sing as well about slavery and everything else. And then you cut to Bing Crosby, blacked up, with a top hat and with the trousers, and the woman comes on, she's been blacked up as well, with white lips and all, and I'm thinking, why is it I've never noticed this before? It's the only time it's ever struck me that I thought, I'm not surprised people were offended. I'm not surprised people were offended by things. It's like, you know, is it Raheem Sterling? You know, and he has to listen to some of the stuff that comes out of so-called people who are football fans, but quite clearly a bit sort of lower class. It's just ridiculous. But, you know, that was the way it goes. So I saw that, and I phoned a friend of mine. I said, I've just watched Holiday Inn, and there's this piece where they black up. And it just seems, it kind of glaringly throws itself out of the screen. But there you go, there's probably loads of bits. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I've been listening to the brilliant Steve Allen show from 4am on LBC for months now, and I've just realised that LBC means leading Britain's conversation. They say it every 15 minutes. Yes, it used to stand for, because people keep writing in. Every so often somebody will write to you and go, what does LBC stand for? And you go, well, it doesn't stand for anything. Years ago it did. But it was the London Broadcasting Company, but it's not. That finished years ago, so it's leading Britain's conversation. Or trying to think of new ways around it, which is interesting. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention at the beginning of the show that this show is shorter this morning. I knew it would be. I almost predicted yesterday that we'd be doing 2 hours today. We finish at 6, so Nick Ferrari will be here from 6 o'clock this morning. Mainly because it's a ring the bells and, you know, decorate the Christmas trees and let's see what's going on with the government and everybody else who complains about Brexit and what's happening and what's not happening. So it's easier to say, listen, let's let Nick start a little bit earlier. And so it doesn't happen very often. It might happen once every sort of year or once every 2 years or something like that. So it's happening this morning. So I'm with you till 6. So nice for me, because I get a shorter show, which is great, which means I don't have to spend as much time with the producer, which is always good news. I always think, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's great. He said to me, do you like working with me? I thought, you know, honestly, I'm sick of this already. He started that self-deprecation. Oh, do you not like me? I remember this when he first started doing the programme, bless his heart, and he said to me, he said, I'm sorry, I made a mistake on that. And then every mistake he made, and there were a few, he kept sort of reminding me. And I said, well, listen, it doesn't matter. You make mistakes and you learn. Now it's become irritating. Now it's really, you know, if there was going to be somebody touring the circuses with a knife-throwing act, it would be me and you. And you'd be the one on the target that revolves. It's a simple, don't use language like that. It's not necessary. You don't make mistakes because I allowed you to make them in the first place. So I think it was very generous of me, actually. You know, I think it's quite nice for me to say, listen, every so often, Scottish boy. Actually, the funny thing is that the person who leads his choir, she said, are you the Scottish person mentioned on Steve Allen's programme? She obviously knows him well. And, because he can't sing either. Honestly, we've had some warbling sessions in here today where I've often thought, you're in a choir. I'm not even in a choir, and I'm pitch perfect. I am the nearest thing to Cheryl, you know, in this building. You know, I can sing songs that nobody buys as well. But Ben in Manchester's wished us all a happy Christmas. Yeah, whatever. It's one of those things, isn't it? People go, happy Christmas. The trouble is, if you're on the radio, people wish you happy Christmas all the time. Yesterday, I celebrated 39 yeers at LBC. I had one little break when we were taken over by another company, and they decided they didn't want 99% of the presenters that they had. And so we all sort of tootled off. Me, Mike Dickens, Steve Jones, all of them. It's that they just sort of had we called it a cull, like Night of the Long Knives. And that was years and years ago. But 79, I joined, 12th of December. And I tell you what my first paycheck was. My first contract, being a staff presenter, which I was at the time. You'd never have that now. You'd never find a staff presenter on a radio station. Certainly not on the BBC. And it was £8,900 a year. £8,900 a year. And that was for doing, I think, 3 days a week. And up until then, I think I was earning about £4,000 a year. Which back in 79, I mean, you could do quite a bit. You could run a car on that. No tax, no insurance, no MOT, but you could certainly run a car on that. And then it went to 8,900. I thought I'd arrived. I thought, 8,000, I could buy loads of clothes. You know, I could go out and do all sorts, and then before you know where you are, it kind of just sort of vanishes. And, as I say, it's gone up a little bit since then. But 39 years. So next year, same time, 40 years. That'll be, you get the long service medal. They don't do that anymore now. Do you know they used to give you watches? They go, you've done 40 years or 30 years. I can't remember what it was supposed to be. And they give you a long service medal, and people go, yeah, woo, because you managed to do a long time. Because it's not easy. Well, it is, but it's not easy to just sort of say, oh, you know, you can do that amount of time. I, you know, defy anybody really in this day and age to go there and go, I could certainly be on a radio station for 40 years. I think I might be the longest serving person. Certainly on LBC, I know that for a fact. Mo says, I was at my hairdresser's yesterday. I've only been with her for 10 months, and she's a lovely girl, does the hair nice. When I went to pay, she refused to let me, saying it was her birthday present to me. I'm 70 today, and I told her my daughter was taking me out to celebrate, so I appreciate that act of kindness. So I made some mince pies for my daughter. Later I made extra and took her back to Longchamp. See, it's nice. There are nice people out there, aren't there? There are nice people, seriously. There are nice people. Not often I awake incensed, Steve, but knowing that Mr. Ferrari has nicked a third of your length this morning has me fuming. Hope you recovered by Friday. Yeah, I mean, see, I like the idea that tomorrow is Friday. I've got an interview today, but I think it's an early interview. It's at 9 o'clock. Yesterday we did Nish Kumar, who was super, and I think we're going to run that this weekend, which is nice. So in other words, what we'll do is we run it on Saturday morning just after the Best of Steve Allen, and then it's repeated on Sunday evening, and you can get it from the LBC website as well. Steve. Oh, a lot of people complaining about Brexit, although it still seems to be the hot topic, doesn't it? People want to talk about it. Because you can't agree. Nobody can agree on it at all, which is a shame. Thank you for the allusion to Jigsaw substituting for Rumpy Pumpy, says Guinevere and Trawley. I mean, to be honest with you, you get to a certain age. I don't care, you know, people sort of say to me, oh, yeah. I mean, I know people who'll be getting ready tonight, because it's the company party, and they'll be going, hey, that little girl in the accounts department, I like her a lot, or the boy, or whatever it happens to be, because we're very multicultural here. We're very everything. We encompass everything. There's young, old, well, not so old, and good-looking people, a lot of unattractive, but there is good-looking people, and they'll be at the party, and everybody will be doing themselves up, and the people who always look the best are going to be the girls. It's always the girls, because they get better clothes to wear. The blokes have just got boring. There'll be a few blokes in Christmas jumpers. There'll be a few people who manage to get themselves tiddled before they've even got to the blooming party, and there'll be a few people like Matt Stadler who'll miss the party completely because they go to the wrong one. He went to the wrong party one year. Do you remember that? Was it the other year? He goes to the party, and he starts looking around. He doesn't know anybody. He can't recognise anybody. You know why? He was at the wrong party. We were in another bit of the building. I say we, because I never go. I'm not a party person, actually, surprisingly. I don't like crowds. I'm not very good in crowds, so I don't do the sales. But, and also, too noisy. If I'm going to go somewhere, I quite like to sit down and have a conversation, which seems a bit desperate, doesn't it, really, when you think you spend your life talking for a living, and then you think if you go to a party, you just want to talk to people. That's why, as I say, I can't remember when it is, I have to check, but all of the early breakfast show people in this building, we all go out for breakfast once a year. We did it last year, and I think there was about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, you're not invited. Presenters. I'm sorry to break it to you, but you're not a presenter. You're just a Scottish boy. You're not a presenter. No. Not a singer either. And no, it's a bit harsh. That was too harsh, actually. You're not bad at singing. I'm brilliant. But you say you're not going to be setting the X Factor alight, are you? But mind you, not many do. So we always go out for breakfast. And I can't remember what we talked about last year. It's always just all sorts of things. It's all, you talk about what you do on the programme, how you do programmes, how you put them together. And I don't have any answers for that. I've got no idea. I don't know what the answer is to doing a successful radio programme. Oh, I do. It's this. It's this one. This is the one. This is the one. This is the Spike. The 4 o'clock. So if you saw it, if I sort of produced it for you and showed you on screen what the Spike looks like, you'd be going, oh, right, now we know what it is. And what it basically means is that one programme finishes in a certain time, and then all of a sudden, the audience goes and shoots up like a rocket. So I used to do on the programme every so often, I'd go, ow! That's the Spike. You do things like, I know it's cheap, I know it's old, and I know it's a cheap laugh, but I don't really care, actually. Tanker driver Phil says, totally agree, Steve. Who needs sex? I got a jigsaw for my birthday. It'll be seen from the Keighley and Worth Valley Railway, where they filmed the Railway Children. Oh, daddy, my daddy. I can't be doing with that out-of-breath stuff. Oh, I know. Also, you can't get into trouble doing a jigsaw away from home. Been there, lost a house. It is. It's people spend so much time, don't they? You know, people sort of go, "Oh, would you like to come round to my place?" And everybody plays hard to get. You know, basically, you got your clothes off before you're through the door, and you sort of get there, and they go, "So, what do you like?" You know, and I always go, "You haven't got any hot dogs, have you?" You know, because I always think to myself, "Let's eat. Let's eat." Far more interesting, I think. I can't be bothered. Seriously, I can't be bothered. It's like riding a bicycle. Who wants to ride a bicycle? I've got a car. That's the point of having a car. I don't want to ride a bicycle. It's boring. But I do like buses. I was going to tell you something about a bus the other day, and I can't remember what the story was. Carol on the bus we've talked about. So remember Carol on the bus. There was something else. I remember sitting on the bus, and sometimes our bus in the morning is really busy, and sometimes it's really empty. There's no sort of middle ground on it. And I just like staring out the window. Coots, just on the Strand, just as we turn round to go down to Waterloo Bridge on the bus in the morning. They've got the most lovely window displays, always lovely window displays. I think so too, the amount of money they've got. Not mine, I hasten to add. Harry Redknapp was conned by Del Boy. You know how? He was in a pub, and a bloke comes up to him and goes, "Harry, you all right, mate?" Yeah, I'm all right, mate. He's a bit salt of the earth, all that kind of stuff. He says, "You don't want to buy colour telly, do you?" He said, "I've got 2 left over." And so he goes, "How much is it?" He goes, "Listen, normally it's 450, 110 quid. 110 quid. So Harry Redknapp was prepared to buy a Moody television, you know, in the pub. I love the way he's turned it round to make it feel like he was been cheated. And so he buys it for 110 quid, puts it in the back of the car, gets it all the way home. They unpack it. It's only a screen. There's no workings, there's no cable, nothing in it. It's just an empty box with a screen on the front of it, and that's it. So he was prepared to buy that, knowing it could have been nicked, as opposed to being conned. So he said, "Oh, I was conned by Del Boy." No, you'd have had a bit of stolen property in your property. But nobody's mentioned that. Nobody's mentioned it at all. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Bad Santa cursing at the kiddies. Which actually, to be honest with you, after a while, you've got to snap, haven't you? After a while, hello, what would you like for Christmas? God, it's so exhausting. But Father Christmases are getting much better looking, boys and girls. Much better looking. I mean, there's one in the paper today, poor soul, he got a parking ticket. He entertains children because he's Santa's helper. So you'll see lots of Father Christmases around all over the place. They're basically working under the guidance of the big Father Christmas, who's at the North Pole. Okay, there are some who are very good at things like that, and some who aren't. But this one looked particularly good, proper beard and everything, real beard. Which actually, in this day and age, it's quite something, isn't it? That's why we like Miracle on 34th Street, because it's a good, fun thing. Does LBC and Capital share the same building? Yeah. We're all owned by the same company. On my floor, I might as well tell you this actually now, just so, I don't want to tell you again, okay? So on this floor, we've got the Capital Studios, we've got Capital Extra, and we've got Radio X. On the floor above us, we've got Heart. On the floor below us, we've got Classic, we've got Gold, and we've got Smooth, and the big LBC studio. I'm in the little LBC studio, so yes, all owned by the same company. All owned by the same company. This building is full of egos. You cannot move for egos. Seriously. I did find out something, though, the other day. I'm not sure if I should tell you this. Not sure. Should I tell? I don't know. Because presenting the Capital Breakfast Show is Roman Kemp. And we were talking the other day about, is he in George Michael's will? He is. He's in George Michael's will. Now, how many people were in it, I can't remember. I was trying to find out yesterday. But he's playing it down, bless his heart. And he does benefit because he was George's godson. And we all said at the time, hope he gets something. I was hoping that somebody would do that for George to make sure that, you know, all of your little bits and pieces were actually tied up. And they are. So that's what I'm quite keen to find out about Dale's will. I'm very keen. I think they have to publish them after a while. I think they then can tell you. So it's not difficult to find out somebody's will. I mean, I should imagine after I've gone, people will be checking my will out to see, A, how much I've left, and to whom. And to whom? Because I like the idea that you can surprise people, you know, with a little bequest. We like a little bequest. George Michael was richer than most people, so he had lots of bequesting to do. And I'm sure he's made all the right decisions. He's probably up there now on a cloud, going, because I only ever met him once. Only ever met him once. He was thin. I remember looking at him thinking, wow, he's slim. Wish I was slim. Doesn't matter. Anyway, LBC, I've suddenly worked it out. I've suddenly finally worked it out. And I can't remember if I told you about it yesterday, but as we all know, Theresa May is a diabetic. And I think she's an insulin-injecting diabetic. Now, if you inject insulin, you need to do it because it keeps you on the straight and narrow. But the one thing that can make your diabetes worse is stress. Stress can make you, really not in a good kind of way. So that's what it is. I think that's why she looks nervous every time she comes to do her speeches, because she's not very good. And the truth of the matter is, it's so stressful, it might be making her more ill than we are aware of. So that's why. I'm not using it as an excuse, but I'm just saying that if you are a diabetic, you do have mood swings and you do get stressed. You only got to have something which, to anybody else would be nothing. But to a diabetic, it's like, oh, God, no, not stress. Please not stress. Don't need stress at this particular moment. So much easier. Jamie Oliver. You can't miss him over Christmas. Every time I turn on the television, there's young Jamie. And he's got festive food for all the family. Wouldn't you like to go to Jamie's house for Christmas? Just imagine if you found fault. Just imagine if you found fault with actually the sprouts were not as good as I thought they were going to be. Because if you're Jamie Oliver, it must be your worst nightmare if you're a restaurateur. And also that the entire Oliver clan walk through the door. Because I shouldn't imagine he's ever eaten out at other places. Why would he want to? His parents have got a pub, and he's got restaurants, and he can cook. Why would he want to go somewhere else? What would be the point of that? Very clever boy. Very clever boy. But will it be another pregnancy next year? I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I know people say, well, perhaps they don't want any more children. I think they do. I think they do. I think they want one more, actually. Only 2 hours, says Sally, Tunbridge Wells, for the Spike Group today. I think we should have a vote on whether or not your viewers will allow Nick to hog one of our hours. Can you imagine? Let's have a vote. Let's have a vote. A heated debate. We can have a heated debate on Steve Allen Show. Peter Kay, last year, he didn't tour. He cancelled his tour dates. For what reason, we're not sure. Family reason, that was it. Anyway, he still made £2.5 million last year. Must be sales of DVDs, I suppose. Must be. And went into Hawkins Bazaar, says Jane yesterday, to get one of those stockings for 20 quid, with 50 quid's worth in, and they were 25 quid. I said, no. Steve Allen this morning said they were 20. Might be 20 online, I don't know. That's what it said. It said 20, but you get 50 quid's worth. So I left the store muttering away. Well, you're still getting twice the amount, aren't you? Still getting twice. I'm going to go and get them. Tracy says Naughty Santa, who swore at the children, got told he was going to be put on the naughty step by Mummy. Me and the other half did laugh. I can imagine, actually. Naughty Santas. I never went to see Father Christmas when I was little. We never got taken to Father Christmas. I tell you what, we did one in a shop called, God, I can't remember, Gamages, something like that. Whatever it was a pixie boat or a fairy boat. And I didn't realise, they had a door, you opened it and you went in and you were sitting in a boat. You were all sitting on benches, and ahead of you was a screen, and it looked like you were going through, and the walls moved. They were round on rollers. But as a kid, I didn't realise this. And then, all of a sudden, after about 5 minutes, we stopped, and they opened the door, and there was Father Christmas. And I suddenly realised, 2 doors. One door in, one door out. And that's where, so Father Christmas will be there all the time. All the time. And then we did get if you're a boy, you picked a present out of the bran tub. You remember bran tubs? Crikey, I tell you, that takes you back, doesn't it? And then if you were a girl, you picked and I can't even tell you what the present was. I can't even tell you. It was one of those sort of things where you think, I quite like the idea. And then a friend of mine used to go to Father Christmas every year. He didn't actually do the Father Christmas bit. He just wanted to see what the grottos looked like. Because you never see them. You never see them, do you? And it's always a bit disappointing. Because I think you should just be allowed to pay and go in. I know, I don't want to see Father Christmas. Well, I do, but I'm not. I just want to see all the little things. We had a Magic Roundabout Christmas grotto one year, and it was all animated figures in the department store that I worked at, which I thought was lovely. I thought it was great. I just love the whole, the people who sort of decorate trees and stuff like that and put together all the Christmas grottos. I think it's fantastic. And Laura says, we went to the press night for the Palladium Panto last night. Sorry. I think Paul, my friend, went as well. But Barbara Windsor was in the audience. And she seemed to smile at us, so I waved over to her. The next minute, she and her husband came all the way over to us to say hello and have a natter with my elderly mother. How nice! That's what she's like, though. Scott would do that. That was nice, wasn't it? So, you haven't told us what the panto was like. Is it good? Are there lots of double entendre? It's not cheap. It's not cheap. It's what? Sorry, Dolly? Oh, she said it was fantastic. Oh, right. Oh, well, that's good, isn't it? Because I'm going as well, but not just yet. Got too many other little bits and pieces. I'm going to Wilton's Music Hall, that's next week, to go and see Magic Box again. It's become a little bit of a tradition where we sort of go there, we have a couple of sherbets, and then we watch the show in Wilton's Music Hall. One of the last surviving music halls in the country. It was derelict for ages and ages. Now all of a sudden it looks quite nice, and they always do it. Last time we saw it was with Matthew Kelly. And I don't know who's doing it this year. No doubt somebody will tell me before the programme finishes. 21 minutes to 5. Who's the Christmas Grinch who cut down some man's lights in his garden? He had lights wrapped round a tree. And he went out the next day and somebody had cut the wires. You'd hope that they would be electrocuted, wouldn't you, really? Because, I mean, cutting wires is fairly dangerous. But anyway. And so he watches back the CCTV. It's a woman. It's a woman. She's hooded up. But you can see she's obviously of an age. She's obviously one of those, slightly missing in the brain department to go and cut down his... He said, we did laugh about it afterwards. He said she obviously hates Christmas so much that she'll come and cut down... He said the lights are only worth about 20 quid. Have you got a tree up? Oh, that was lovely. 2 trees up. How marvellous. What an accommodating person you are. How big are they? Are they sort of... One's 3 foot, one's 5.5 foot. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Marvellous. And are they sort of decorated with baubles and lights and stuff like that? Oh, one is and one you couldn't afford it for the second one. One's a plastic tree. That'll be the 3 foot one, won't it? And right, it's the other way round, is it? Oh, right. So your little 3 foot one is in a pot, is it? It's in a pot. It's growing. Oh, that's sweet. That's lovely. How dull. That's lovely, isn't it? That sounds really exciting. How festive your place would be. Really boring. And so have you put presents around the tree to sort of, or you just wrapped empty boxes like last year? Tried to put your name on them. To Thomas from Thomas. To Thomas from Tom. To Tom from Tom. From Thomas to Thomas via Tom. Do you do presents like that? Have you done a Christmas list? Dave and all, yeah. Have you made a Christmas list this year of sort of some of the items you think Father Christmas might want to throw down your chimney? And what would be top of the list? What would be top of the list? Go on, tell me. I'd like to know. Is it something really exciting? And my Amity Dolphins throwback jacket. Oh, that's lovely. What's he on about? That sounds lovely, doesn't it? Well, I hope you get your wish. If Father Christmas is listening, there's a very good chance that he will actually do that. And he will end up, making sure that you get the present which you so desire. I'm always grateful to get anything. I never sort of worried too much about when you were younger you did, because you dropped hints over what you'd like. I got a tape recorder one year. You might not think that was particularly flash, but believe you me, I thought it was pretty flash. Very flash indeed. And I love things like that. But nowadays, when you're sort of my age, they sort of go, what do you want? And sometimes I'll see something out and I'll say, oh, I like that. If I'm out with the parents of my godchildren, they sort of go, if you see anything you like, put it to one side and we'll get it to you for Christmas. But then at least it means that you're getting something you want. Makes much more sense, doesn't it? I didn't know, and I can't work out why reindeer are disappearing. I mean, if it wasn't for the people who eat them in Lapland, but there are thousands of them. Some of the herds are 20,000 strong, but they're apparently disappearing. They're disappearing. Also, by the way, if you want to shut somebody up, try blinking at them. If you blink at somebody, it makes them just makes your eyes go funny, doesn't it? Yeah. It doesn't work at all. I wonder why they say that. That's a very odd one. Michael Barrymore, he was looking for money for the questioning and everything else. Well, apparently he's lost his compensation claim. They've said he's not entitled. I think he was looking for 2 million, 2.5 million, something like that, for loss of earnings, and somebody has said he might just get a nominal sum of £1. Not really much use, is it? Not really much use. Georgie Porter has released a calendar. I didn't even know she was still around. Has she still got a career? Is that still working? I don't know. And the health warnings, and I'll have to explain this one to you a little bit later, over slime toys. Slime toys. Where those things, you open it up and this gunk is all over your hands. And it's, I mean, to be honest with you, I love it. I grew up with potty putty. So to actually have slime, I used to say to people, is that, or Play-Doh? The smell of Play-Doh, God, you could eat the stuff. It smells divine. But slime, so you open it up and this thing it's like gloop, you know, whoop, and this blob of green phosphorescent stuff floats around on your hands. I love it. I can't get enough of it. And it seems to sell everywhere, but there's lots of health warnings because some of the stuff is quite dangerous. Have you finished yawning? Oh, sorry to keep you up on the programme this morning. This is like yesterday. Do you remember at the same time we had yawning and then he went, I said, you were yawning? He went, no, I didn't. That was the longest. I should have filmed that. Then I could have put it up on the internet and gone, this is what I'm putting up with. He yawned on the programme. I'm sorry, is the programme not exciting enough? Oh, it's not exciting enough. That's outrageous. That's not... really, I mean, if you're not careful, I can have you transferred to the weekend. Don't worry. You know, I could arrange, you know, something for you. Some sort of programme. An involuntary action. It was so bad you didn't even put your hand over your mouth. You just blatantly yawned. You didn't put your... Don't say you put your hand there. It was nowhere near your face. Honestly, I'm not surprised he's not allowed to live in Aberdeen. That tag on your ankle, I mean, it's kind of working, I realise. Means that he can't leave London, train or otherwise. Right, I want to hear from people who went to the pantomime. This is the big one at the London Palladium. It's got an all-star cast. It costs a fortune to put on, and the tickets are not cheap. They're not cheap. They really are terribly expensive. You know, if you want a really good seat, it's in excess of £100. Which is enormous, isn't it? Sue said, managed to get to see 42nd Street on Wednesday matinee. As you said, wonderful. Amidst all the glitter and pizzazz of the tap dance on the big staircase, I couldn't help thinking of the Morecambe and Wise show when the stairs split in two, with lovely Eric trying to stop falling. Wonderful show. What is that, me or 42nd? No, I think 42nd Street's great. Go onto YouTube, put in 42nd Street, and you can watch them rehearsing for the show. Really good. It's really super. Ron says they used to call Blair Teflon Tony when he was in Number 10. Any suggestions as a nickname for Theresa May? Teflon Theresa? I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. Teflon Theresa. Well, I mean, she survived. She survived, didn't she? I mean, it was sort of 200 to 117 or something like that. But we did predict it. But she won't be there. But who could be the next leader? Will it be? Do we want Boris to lead, or somebody else? Yeah, there must be a few names in the frame. Do you want Jacob Rees-Mogg? No, you don't want Jacob Rees-Mogg either. Who do you want then? Who do you want to lead the Conservative Party, or do you not really care? Don't really care. It doesn't bother you, does it? Because you're Scottish. You can always go home and have some sort of baked potatoes or something and just console yourself with that. What do they call them? Tatty neeps or something? Or what do they call them? Neeps and tatties. Neeps and tatties. I want a neeps. Turnips. Oh dear. How? He's forgotten. He's Scottish. He's forgotten. So, neeps and tatties. Actually calling potatoes, I'm sure we used to when we were sort of much younger, called potatoes tatties. I don't know why. You were right, it's turnips. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? What with that and your Christmas tree and the presents underneath it, it's all looking really quite dull, isn't it, in your household for Christmas? But can the producer have a quick nap? Some companies have sleep pods. Not in this country. Japan, they have sleep pods. I don't think we have sleep pods. The trouble is, I'm easy. I can fall asleep anywhere. Seriously, I could lie down on the floor and go to sleep. I'm lucky. Some people say, oh, I couldn't do that. I've got to be in bed and everything else. Stuart Manning says you finish at 6. Not good. I've got a long drive today, which I started at 4 a.m. to listen to you en route. How far are you going? Well, it's going to take you more than 2 hours. He said, bloody Brexit is messing with everything. And he apologised. He said, I didn't say good morning. Well, you know, people have to. We like people to sort of keep up with us and sort of, you know, have a nice little journey in the car, which is always good. Prince Charles, enough is enough on knives. Oh, that was the story I was going to tell. I completely forgot about it. The students. You remember yesterday we had the students who'd done this list of things that this poor comedian couldn't say as part of his comedy act. Well, surprise, surprise, they've backed down. They've said that they've sort of got rid of it. I'm thinking, you're obviously a bit stupid, aren't you? But mind you, students, we never had down as being sort of particularly bright. But I thought it was the oddest thing ever. So they give him basically a contract which says you can do jokes, but you can't do jokes on transphobia, homophobia, bisexuality, Islamophobia. You can't do anything like that at all. And he said, well, you know, what's left? And also, he was from a minority group, so, I mean, he knows exactly what it's like. But they've now backed down and said, that's okay, you can do that now. I'd have actually said to them, no, I don't want to do it now, thank you very much indeed. He's had the publicity, that's all he needs. That's all he needs anymore. Also, What else do we have? Snow on the way. And The Secret to a Happy... I can't believe that one. The Secret to a Happy Old Age, sex twice a month. Separate bedrooms is the secret to a long life. That's why the Queen has had such a good marriage. Separate bedrooms. Separate bedrooms. Get a much better night's sleep. You don't need to worry about it. He's only down the corridor. Not like they need to worry about things like that. And also Jamie Robson. This is the Dundee dunderhead. He's a footballer. He's quite clearly an idiot. I mean, you can't believe, somebody this stupid actually exists on the planet. He's just... Did I ask for a tea? Oh, right. I really wanted egg and chips, but I don't want to make a big deal about it. I could eat egg and chips now. When I was younger, I used to have egg and chips, because I could dip the chips in the egg. I can't bear runny eggs. I cannot bear... A friend of mine we used to go out for a breakfast about once every 3 weeks, and he would cut the egg in front of me, and all this yolk used to... it's disgusting. It used to flow all over the place. It was horrid, horrid. And then he'd get bread and mop it all up. Disgusting. And then he'd talk to me about eggy bread and all... dear me. Runny eggs, no. I like it hard. If it's not hard, I don't bother with it. It's seriously, on that plate, rock hard. Flip it, what do they call it? Sunny side up or something? I don't know. And it's cooked both sides. Absolutely dreadful. But I used to like dipping chips in it. It's like, I used to be able to eat boiled eggs. When you have your egg for breakfast, your boiled egg in a little, noddy egg cup holder or something like that. And those I could eat. We had eggy soldiers, and you could dip them in, and you cut the top off it. Now, no thank you. I haven't eaten eggs for ages. I'll have sort of a scrambled egg if I go out or something like that, but not very often. Makes me feel a bit peculiar. Paul says, I want Uncle Boris as PM because it'll keep Mez's Brian and Abbott in a job. There are other things to talk about as well, but that's what they're going to be discussing. I should imagine Boris is desperate to be Prime Minister. As you would, if you go into politics, you don't want to sort of stay on the back benches, do you? You want to sort of push your way forward and get yourself noticed. And that's what it's all about. It's like I suddenly realised that all these programmes on the television now, all the reality shows, it's all about money. It's all about how much they're going to make when they come out. We've become so egocentric about money. It's all to do with money. Oh, she's going to make $250,000. Oh, Danny Dyer has made this much through being totally useless. She won a programme. It wasn't based on intelligence, put it that way. And so all of a sudden people start going, oh, if I do this, then I can make lots and lots of money. And if I make lots and lots of money, then people will look up to me. No, they don't. They hate you. They hate you. Look at that dreadful Tamara's World on the television. Tamara Eccleston, a most vacuous programme, what with her and her dreary husband. I mean, God knows, they spend a fortune, well, she seems to spend a fortune on different... and I'm thinking, why would you want to make a television programme about somebody spending an obscene amount of money? There were two programmes on the television. Firstly, there was this programme about the Corinthian Hotel, which it apparently appeals to very rich people. And so they've got rooms at, $12,000 a night or whatever happens. I can't remember what it is. And then somebody said to me that the reason they're filming there is because the manager there used to be at the other hotel that they filmed at. And so he's just moved. And I'm thinking, why are we obsessed with hotel stay? I love the idea of staying in a hotel, don't get me wrong. But I don't want to see a programme. If they're saying this hotel, as I said yesterday, appeals to very rich people, rich people who want to go there for a bit of privacy. You don't find this abroad. You don't find people making documentaries. Only in this country they make a documentary about something and then they think they're going to attract loads and loads of rich people. I think not. Showing you that they put out some blueberries in a room for somebody who's just arriving with apples and bananas and some other little bits and pieces. And I thought, for goodness sake, honestly, who cares? And then there was another programme on rich people's toys. And this was some bloke, I don't know who he was, but he seemed to have lots of friends who were very rich. And so they made a cake for him, but the middle of the cake was hollowed out and it became a champagne fountain. It was done like a barrel. It's one of those clever cakes. And then this thing rose out of the middle of it on a motor with £1 million watch, $1 million watch on there. And I remember thinking, God, how naff. How naff. Some new A380s and Dreamliners, says Ron, have sleep pods for the trolley dollies. Do they use them for a rest? I don't know. I've never been on one of those. I've never been on one of those flights. I could sleep in the seat. I just put the back of the seat down, and then and I face the window, and I pull the blind down, which annoys people. I pull it down, and that reminds me actually of. I remember I told you I was on a flight once and we were going to America, and they wanted to show the film. So they said, ladies and gentlemen, very shortly we'll be showing you the film on this TWA flight, blah, 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 blah. And I remember thinking, oh, that's a nice idea. But right at the very front, where the screen was, is a woman reading a book, and she's got her blind open. And so they say, would you mind pulling your blinds down, please? She decided she didn't want to pull her blinds down. So in the end, the captain came out and said, we're going to move you to the back of the plane because people want to watch the film. OK, thank you. Selfish little madam. I went to the Palladium Panto 2 years ago, Cinderella, real extravaganza. Paul O'Grady and Julian Clary were side-splitting. Expensive, says Helinka, but well worth it. Yes, I mean, when you've seen a big panto, when you've seen a big production, that's when you said that's where your money is. It's up on the stage in the form of the artistes, which is good. Ian says, I'm all for separate beds for a happy marriage. Think about it. Many have to share a room with their siblings, then share apartments with friends, and when you eventually find a partner, the two of you sleep in the same bed. It's very regressive. Yes, I mean, I'm all in favour. Separate bedrooms, separate towns. I think that'd be quite nice. If you like the old buses, look out for 4 old London buses in the new Mary Poppins film, supplied by London Bus Museum at Brooklands. Yeah! We love the London Bus Museum at Brooklands. We love the old buses. I love doing the route down to Tower Hill. That's a nice one. Laura says you're going to love the panto. It just seems to get better every year. Julian Clary was his usual smutty self. Is he in it? Is Julian Clary in this? He's not in this one, is he? Why would Julian Clary be in it? I didn't think he was, actually. I thought it's Dawn... Oh, yes, he is. Because we were talking about his costumes yesterday. We talked about the costumes. Was it as smutty as last year? That was the big question we had. Was it really as rude? Once again, he chose me to gently poke fun at as we were in the front row. It's because I had my hair in bunches. Oh, he'd have a field day there. He'd have an absolute field day. He built his whole act on stand-up, taking the mickey out of people, which works beautifully. If somebody could do it well... so it isn't really, offensive because he's sort of gently poking fun at you, which is quite sweet. Quite sweet. Okay, coming up very shortly, the news at 5 o'clock this morning. So we're here till 6. Okay, we're here till 6. Nick Ferrari will be starting at 6. They've got a former I'm a Celebrity jungle queen, Scarlett Moffat, and Georgia Toffolo are at a war after a bitter fallout backstage. Georgie has said that she felt unwelcome. So that was that. Although the other one, Scarlett Moffat, has said, no, it wasn't like that at all. She loves Toff, and they've never had a falling out. For someone who was bullied at school herself, it's very upsetting. Everybody was bullied at school, dear. Everybody. It's like they almost try and find something for people nowadays. It's no mean feat, because I think everybody, I mean, you're a very lucky person if you went through school, all of it, without being bullied. So people talk about it. So Yorgie Porter, with her 2019 calendar... Yeah, whatever. They obviously sell these things, but I don't think they sell in huge amounts. And where would you hang it? So, who are the people to replace the Prime Minister? Dominic Raab, 5-1. Boris Johnson, 5-1. Sajid Javid, 7-1. Jeremy Hunt, 10-1. Amber Rudd, 20-1. And David Davis, 20-1. So let's wait and find out, shall we? You'll be hearing more about that today. Calories. Oh, no. They all talk about calories in the papers, don't they? And they talk about the fact that family restaurants are serving up food with 45% more calories than a Burger King meal. I went to McDonald's yesterday because I didn't finish here till late. And so I thought at Waterloo Station, the busiest station, Waterloo, the busiest station by far. And I thought I'd have a quarter pounder with cheese, plain, which means I don't want all the gunk on it. I just want the quarter pounder with cheese, plain, okay? Which I thought was self-explanatory. The lady said to me, do you want it with cheese? I said, well, the clue would be in quarter pounder with cheese. She said, oh, some people don't like the cheese. I said, well, that's just a burger, in which case you asked for just a plain burger. I've asked for a quarter pounder with cheese, plain. And then she said to me, it'll be 5 minutes. And I couldn't understand why it'd be 5 minutes. You know why? It's because if other people see that you can actually get these burgers without all the gunk on it, they'll all want it. And I couldn't work out. Surely it takes as much time, if not less, to make my burger than all the other ones where you've got to put all the gunk on. They're all sitting in a drawer cooked. You take it out, you put it on the thing, you put a bit of cheese on the top, you put the top on, you put it in a box. 5 minutes? Must be something the matter with these people, but I think they did it so that people go, oh, you can have it plain, without the rubbish. Yeah. Sun's headline this morning, it's Theresa May caught between the devil and the DUP. I know it's quite a clever play on words, very clever play on words. Slashing the drink driving limit in Scotland has had no effect whatsoever. No effect. People still carry on. It's failed to cut road accidents. The threshold was cut from 80 milligrams of alcohol in 100 millilitres of blood to 50 in December 2014. But there's no difference. It's still exactly the same amount of accidents. Jim Lucey from Glasgow said the findings are surprising. He said more police enforcement were needed to see accidents fall. Because people still have a drink. They'll be going out today. People will have drinks at parties and in pubs and in bars and in clubs and in nightclubs, and they'll still then think, oh, that's all right, I can get in the car and drive. They used to sell in my local off-licence. You don't see off-licences now, do you, really? We used to have a few in Twickenham. We haven't got any off-licences. Why not? People go to the supermarket. I've only just thought of that. There used to be a really good off-licence, and then you suddenly realise it was cheaper in the supermarket, and the off-licences couldn't compete, so we don't have anything like that at all. Wayne, the trolley dolly, says that means he flies, by the way, for those people who are not aware of a trolley dolly, because they push it down. Tea, coffee, duty-free, anything from the overhead locker. He says, it is true we have private sleep areas in our long-haul aircraft upstairs within the roof. We have beds, showers and rest areas. Good Lord. On longer flights, it's a legal requirement. Yeah, you've got to be able to lie down. I'm always amazed at how sort of fresh people can look, you know, on a long flight, whereas I'm just feeling, I feel as though I've had the air sucked out of me. You know, when you sort of get the other end, you think, and everybody's going, thank you for flying with BA, thank you for flying with Virgin, thank you for flying with, you know, Pan American, thank you for this, thank you for that. But anyway, the senior crew member is lucky to have the biggest and the best bunk area. I'm getting back from Bangkok in a few days, then going to see the Panto at the Palladium. Julian Clary, hilarious last year, so fingers crossed he'll be just as good this year. We hear so. The outfits are sensational. And talking of 42nd Street, huge fan, says Wayne. He says, I've seen it 11 times this year. I love it. I just think they're so enthusiastic. They're lovely. Kevin the restaurateur says, did you have a slinky? I've just bought a few for presents, so remind me, I haven't just sponged there. Yeah, I used to have a metal one. So they're made out of plastic now, aren't they? Must get a haircut today, it's in my eyes. And, so slinkies, I did have one. And I had a gyroscope, where you pulled the string on it and it would balance on your finger. That was always great fun, wasn't it? The Santa, who stormed out of his grotto, I shouldn't laugh, it's not very funny at all, really. He tore off his beard and shouted, get them out in front of kids. He was working above a children's rave when its smoke machine triggered a fire alarm. Dad Adam Gaynor at the Corn Exchange in St Ives, Cambridgeshire, said everyone was clearing out. Santa came in and started shouting and swearing at people to leave. He was a disgrace. Rave DJ Stuart Wilkin said Santa was raging, probably at the thumping music, and the alarm was the final straw. Others defended Santa for helping clear the building, but Adam said they didn't see how upset the kids were. See, I can see the funny side of that, but there again, I always could. And part-time Father Christmas said he does look good. This is Stephen Marley. He got a parking ticket. He's 64. He dresses up as Santa to entertain kids. He was hit with this fine at Thornaby Pavilion Shopping Centre on Stockton-on-Tees. He mistakenly parked in a parent and child spot. He said, I was stunned the bosses have agreed to cancel it. Now, that's a good news, isn't it? I like the idea. Well done, them. Well done, them. And, this is another one. You know when you go to see Santa now, and I hate to tell you this, but sometimes you need to pre-book. If you're going to see Father Christmas, you need to pre-book. And so if you don't pre-book, you're going to be in for a disappointment. So here's Daniel Terry, who blasted a garden centre for refusing to let his 3-year-old son see Santa because he hadn't pre-booked. Little Oliver was turned away by staff after queuing for 30 minutes to get into the grotto in a place called Gailey in Staffordshire. Daniel said Oliver got upset. He was holding his letter to Santa. Seeing that broke my heart. The garden centre apologised but said it had to prioritise families who booked ahead. Absolutely. What, people shoving in front? I'm sorry, we pre-booked for that. What was the point of pre-booking? The answer is you pre-book so you can get your kiddie in. If you're not bright enough to know about pre-booking and you don't understand it, well, that's more fool you. Apologise to your kid and say, I'm sorry, it was Daddy's fault you're not getting to see Father Christmas. You know, book it, and then it's all very, very fine, isn't it? A quick slurp, excuse me. I've got to have one, because Nick Ferrari's here in about 52 minutes. He's starting earlier this morning. So, I finish at 6, which is probably just as well. Ian says, my wife likes pickled gherkins. Horrible things. Look like dead slugs in a bottle. I do like the tiny bit they put in a McDonald's. Strange, I know. I like olives, though. Prefer them stuffed. I don't do olives either. I've tried them. I've tried olives, but they don't They don't just sort of sit with me. I don't know why. On the odd occasion I've had them, I've loved them. But it's given the choice, Twiglets. Twiglets and cheese footballs and cheese squares, which would be lovely. The stunt double, Mary Poppins, on the London Eye the other day, which is lovely, because they were celebrating the comeback film. It gets, in some papers, 5 stars, some papers 4, and some papers 3. But either way, you should go see it, because it's moved on. It's moved on. Mary Poppins has moved on. There's also... I'm just not sure I can read it, actually. No, I can't. I've decided not to. Also, Ashley Roberts is Strictly Come Dancing's most criticised star this year. Almost a quarter of Twitter posts mentioned the Pussycat doll, and they were negative. She fared even worse than Love Rat Sean Walsh. It was just dreary and boring and not at all funny. Michael Barrymore may get just £1 in damages following the arrest he claimed destroyed his career. I don't understand why he can't get more than that. But the police have said that it could open the floodgates for all sorts of things. The comedian, 66, had hoped for £2.4 million after he was wrongly held on suspicion of that act and murder of Stuart Lubbock. Stuart was found dead in the pool at the former Strike It Lucky's host's home in Roydon in Essex. I wasn't sure, actually. I was trying to find it from somebody the other day who lives in Essex, whether or not the house is still there in the pool, or whether or not, because somebody died, have they filled it? I don't know. Whether they filled it in, it's been sold, I don't know. But the police argued that if he got sizable damages, it would have implications for other public services. Yesterday, the appeal court ruled Mr. Barrymore would receive a nominal, not substantial sum. It could be just £1. The amount will be decided later. Stuart's dad, Terry Lubbock, welcome news. He said of Barrymore, he shouldn't ever have had a chance of getting a load of money. It would not have been right. Essex police say this case was still open. But the trouble is, it's been pointed out to Stuart Lubbock's father on countless occasions that Michael Barrymore was at the other end of the house. You know, there were other people there. Stuart Lubbock's dad has campaigned. He's sat outside theatres. He's campaigned vigorously because he wants some answers, but I don't think he's ever going to get them. Well, in fact, I can guarantee he's not going to get them. Oh, look. Naughty brand. Coco de Mer creating jazz en boudoir at the V&A. Something, it's just people walking about in their lingerie. I did a show once from a lingerie shop where I was doing the show sitting in the window and all these models were walking backwards and forwards in their swimsuits and bra and pants and stuff like that. I should do another one. I should do another one, actually. You're not going. I'm not letting you loose down there. You're a bit too fickle, I'm afraid. You know, ooh, yes, I'm pursuing somebody at the moment. I mentioned the fact I could be doing a show from a lingerie shop and immediately, I could come down there. I could come and help you out, Steve. I could sort of look after it and hold, but no, absolutely not. We're not doing anything like that at all. You're on the wrong end of the stick here, mate. You're definitely, you're batting, the wrong wicket. Another slip. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, it's so cold this morning. By the way, if you're going outside, for goodness sake, put some clothes. I saw something. In fact, I bumped into Sheila Fogarty coming in the other day, and it was freezing out there. It really was freezing. I was talking to Courtney, and Sheila then came and said, "Oh, thank you for doing those little bits for the programme." I said, "Oh, you're very, very welcome." I said, "Aren't you cold?" And she said, "No, she doesn't feel the cold. She's happier outside. She's much, much happier outside." So there you go. Reducing the drink-drive limit won't make any difference to accidents. I don't know why they're surprised. Those who flouted the old drink-drive limit, says Matt, will still flout the new one. What's needed is more enforcement by police. Of course, they probably don't have the resources to do it. They stopped some bloke the other day, one of these police interceptor programmes. They're very fast, and he then gets out the car. It turns out it's not his car, it's his girlfriend's. He doesn't have the permission to do it, and he had Class A drugs on him, which wasn't so good. They always protested. What are you doing this for? What are you talking about? Turned out that they were right, and he was wrong. The runny egg is my favourite food on the planet, says Dave. Disgusting foods that make me feel queasy. Rare steak. I don't get queasy through it, but I've had rare steak. Icing on cakes. Really? Isn't that funny that you don't like icing on cakes? I used to love icing on cake, especially if it was lemon icing on cakes, on a bit of lemon drizzle or something like that. Oh, that was delicious. Absolutely delicious. What else we got in the paper? Here's Holly Willoughby. Do you know, I don't think you can take a bad picture of this girl. I really don't. And they've got a picture of the comedian. And this is Konstantin Kisin, who cancelled his free performance at a charity event in protest. He had to sign a contract barring offensive jokes, have now finally backed down. The Snowflakes were mocked online for asking him to avoid any gag which was disrespectful and not very kind. Among the no-go topics, classism, biopic, ageism, transphobia. Oh, so I guess there's a whole list of things. But this event here says we apologise for any misunderstanding. What misunderstanding was there? The misunderstanding was you wanted him to sign this thing and he said he didn't want to do the gig. Raised in the Soviet Union, Konstantin said he would still not be performing. He said universities are encouraging people to look for offence where none is intended. See? It's just comedy. Just comedy. It's not comedy. When we were talking to Nish Kumar, he's got something coming out New Year's Day, which is the first, and it's going to be on Netflix. And they've got 47 comedians, and he's just one of them. I think he gets 20 minutes or something. Sounds fantastic. Sounds absolutely fantastic, and I thought, oh, I'd like to see that. I've watched him on YouTube loads of times, and such a nice guy. Didn't disappoint, which is what we're very pleased about. Okay, you do need, because you will do today, don't go anywhere near Parliament Square, it'll be a nightmare. But it's 5. Morning, everybody, nice to be company. 17 minutes past 5, I knew there was something the matter there. So Peter Kay made £2.5 million. Is he still gigging? 2.5 million, that's not for working. It's not bad, is it, really? Kevin the Milkman says, if you do the show from a lingerie shop, I don't mind coming down and being your minder. I'll keep the models from throwing themselves at you. No need to thank me. There's join a queue. Join a queue. You might have to actually sort of join up for this one. And Al says, I'll probably see the new Mary Poppins film. Can't be any worse than the original. Ooh, bah humbug. Oh, I loved the original. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And Steve, surely a producer caught yawning during their presenter show is at the very least guilty of some offence. Oh, I think it's flogging, isn't it? Don't you think so? I mean, I think we should have sort of public whippings going on, or the ducking stool at the very least. We've got the River Thames down the road. We could have a field day with a ducking stool. I saw something, what was it the other day? Oh, it was bungee jumping. Oh, dreadful. Off a bridge in Tasmania or something like that. Oh, my goodness me. And then this one, she hit the water and went under and then bounced back up again. Oh, God, it looked dreadful. Why do people want to do that? I couldn't even jump off. I'd have to do the wimping out bit. I'd have to be the one who goes, I don't want to jump off, please. It's like, somebody asked me the other day, would I ever do a parachute jump? No, of course I wouldn't do a parachute jump. Absolutely not. Just imagine if it didn't open. You'd feel such a fool, wouldn't you, on the way down, shouting obscenities into your telephone. Chim Shimmery, practically perfect. No, but see it anyway. This is Brian Viner, who's talking about the film Mary Poppins. I've got to go and see it because I saw the original. I saw it so many times, and I wanted to see the new one. I'll probably end up, you know what I'll end up doing? I'll end up buying the DVD and watching that, because it's so much easier than having to pay the money for going. Because for the amount of money you're going to pay to go to the cinema around here, I might as well buy the thing. Then at least I've got it. I rarely, says Helinka, feel the cold. People tell it's my East European genes. I felt very at home in minus 15 degrees in Belarus this February, and I struggle in the summer heat. Actually, I also struggle in the summer heat, although we managed to get through it, didn't we? We managed to get through it, but I also struggle in the summer heat. It's one of those things that you sort of think, oh, it's going to be all right, this, and then you go, it's too hot. It's too, I don't like it. I don't like it at all, please. Lofty and Mary the Punk, set for a comeback. We did the story first. The papers follow. They obviously heard it and thought, let's run with that story. That's a good one. The BBC accused of an outrageous overspend, £87 million of your cash on the new set to make the soap HD ready. The project is 27 million over budget. That's the trouble with the BBC. They don't care. They don't care. Listen, they get the money coming in. You have to pay for the licence, and they spend it any way they want. The cocaine cruise codgers. This really is the oddest story I think I've ever read. They're arrested. They're OAPs. Not that should make any difference. They've got a picture of their villa on the Costa Blanca. It's very ordinary. I mean, it's very, very ordinary. But there again, that could be the kind of thing. You know, sometimes you get people who flaunt their money, but they would stick out like a sore thumb. They offered friends, they say, a free trip if they took bags too. Oh, doesn't look promising, does it really? He said he'd been an ex-paratrooper, said this bloke here. He worked as a chef at a Michelin-starred restaurant, and but I said I knew the owner. The owner said he'd never heard of him. So they obviously tell lies. But they might. But who knows? Who knows? But it is odd, isn't it? Really, you buy 2 suitcases. give away your old one. Why not buy them before you left there? But apparently they were 1,500 quid in Harrods. So they're obviously used to going into Harrods. They know Harrods prices. Spare a thought for Santa's helpers. Half of the world's reindeer have died out in the past 20 years. Simon Barnes in the Daily Mail says they are magical. We must save Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, who had a very shiny nose. I should imagine it was freezing cold. Of course he had and if you ever saw it, you would even think it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. Bullying of the highest order on Santa's sleigh. They used to laugh at him and call him names. And poor old Rudolph never joined in reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to stay. Rudolph, he said, with your nose so bright, won't you drive my sleigh tonight? Then all the reindeer loved him, and they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. So it has a happy ending, but Rudolph was bullied by other reindeer, which is awful. Yeah, exactly. They only loved him because an old man with a white beard loved him and didn't want to put anybody else up there. I can't remember Donner, Blitzen. I can't remember all the other reindeers' names. Donner, Blitz. I only get as far as Donner and Blitzen. Dasher. Wait a minute. Do it slowly for me. Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, Blitzen. Oh, right. And, of course, Rudolph. Good Lord, let's do it again for me. So, Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, Blitzen. That's 8. So 9, including... Oh, how does that work? They've got an odd one. That's 9. Oh, right. Well, I see Rudolph leading the pack. He's obviously the one that flies, isn't he? He's obviously the clever one. But they did take the mickey out of him. He got a red nose. I've had a drink, I should imagine. But the funny thing is, every time I see pictures of reindeer, and I've seen reindeer up close, they're quite small, some of them. They're not big at all. I thought they'd be very big. Some, places you will probably see reindeer in various places. Something about them, you go, it's a reindeer. It's nice, isn't it? Gary Lineker, who earns 1.8 million from the BBC, tweeted the other day, why is it okay to just lie in politics? ITV's Piers Morgan, are crisps beneficial to children's health? Lineker, who advertises crisps, says we all deserve a treat. Morgan says, what a treat for the NHS when it has to pick up the cost later. You remember in 1972, Bernard Braden was sacked by the BBC for appearing in an advertisement for Stork margarine. I find Gary Lineker very creepy. Very creepy. I mean, just advertises crisps. I couldn't care less about the sporting side of it. So if they pay 1.8 million, that doesn't matter. Do you know Clive James is 79? 4 years ago, he was close to dying from leukemia, and he confides that his daughter planted a tree that was meant to outlive him. And he tells Mary Beard for a TV document, well, it died and I didn't, so take that, tree. They had a thing the other day, they were talking about Whoopi Goldberg. And, of course, she appeared in the film Ghost with Patrick Swayze, which I thought was lovely. I thought that was really, really super. And there was an interview that was done with him, literally not long before he died, and they asked him about his father, and he said to the interview, he said, very naughty, because it affected him quite badly, but he didn't make it. I think he died at 57. Great loss. Apparently, lovely couple. Snow is on the way, but don't bet on the white Christmas. Why not? Why can't we have a white Christmas? We're constantly being told about everything. The Met Office said the unsettled weather will continue over the week of Christmas. Well, actually, I suppose when you think about it, that's when most of us do the driving. You drive down to relatives, you go and see people, and you think to yourself, if it's tipping down with snow, and I have driven down the motorway when it's all white, everything is white, virgin snow, all white, and it's coming down like rain, and you think this is not pleasant. And also, you've only got to hit a patch of black ice, and the speed some people go who've obviously never seen snow before, or probably never even driven in it either, which is terrible, isn't it? So don't bet on the white Christmas. Although actually now I've got, because it's what is it? A snowflake has got to fall at midnight or something for it to qualify as snow on Christmas Day. Thank you. Here's the woman cutting down Dan Hubbart's Christmas tree lights. He's just wrapped them round a tree, and the hooded figure used wire clippers to snip through the lights. I'm surprised they didn't electrocute themselves. They've got, I don't know what the electricity is. He comes from Hull. He said, everybody wants to ring the police. She should pay for them. Well, she can't be that difficult to identify, I would think. You can see her. He says, I would have taken the lights down myself, or at least switched them off at night, if a disgruntled... Why would you complain about lights on somebody's house? Why would you complain? This woman is obviously evil, and she must be sought out. We can find her very quickly, because, I mean, she hasn't just wandered into somebody's road. She obviously lives in this road somewhere, and she's seen them, and she thought, right. And she went out deliberately to create an act of vandalism. She went out with wire clippers, deliberately to cut his Christmas tree lights. What an evil person she is. We're assuming it's a woman. He says, if it was youths, I'd have been on the blower straight away, but she's old. Oh, she's old. Not always. Most elderly people I know, they love the Christmas lights. They love them. Here's Holly Willoughby, and she treated herself to a flight back to Britain. How much was the flight? £19,000 for her. £19,000. She stayed at the Palazzo Versace, 1,700. That's all covered. She doesn't need to pay for that at all. But this is a 3-room residence. It's called the Residence, actually. Services include a butler, private chef, chauffeur-driven car to and from the airport, and private check-in. But whilst Miss Willoughby stayed at the residence by herself, the children and parents flew first class and were able to join her in the suite after takeoff. Husband Dan flew back to London earlier. She's thought to have footed the bill for the 25-hour flight herself after reportedly earning $2.5 million. I mean, to her, 19,000 is nothing. And if she wants a little bit of me time, so it's a case of parents look after the kids, mummy's going to have a sleep and a lie down, and it's a 3-room... It looks lovely, actually. Looks lovely. I don't even know which... Oh, it's with, is it Etihad Airways? Sounds delightful. 19,000 quid, and you've got... I should imagine there's probably a bath or something like that. How wonderful. My dad's name was Rudolfo, says Pauline, but known as Rudy or Rudolph. When we were children, my sister used to cry when the song said all of the other reindeers used to laugh and call him names. And Ian says, anybody who didn't like Mary Pop 1 must have been an abject heathen. It captured the very essence of love, beauty and childhood all in one. He should go and sit in the corner with a big dunce hat on. I mean, really. Yes, I agree. If you didn't like Mary Poppins, you must be totally devoid of any sort of... You won't leave us, Mary Poppins, with you. Spitspot, your father's calling you. You won't leave us, Mary Poppins. And, of course, she does. Because she's only there to sort out Mr. Banks. He's seen the error of his ways. I wonder... I've also discovered another LBC, Lincoln Bird Club. Says Howard. I wonder if Matt Stadland's a member. I should imagine so. He does all those bird things, doesn't he? He's got a book coming out, apparently. He's got a book coming out, which is... I don't know when it's coming out. They've all got books out. James O'Brien's got his book out. He never mentions it. And I had a book out as well. Still available. Called So You Want to Be a Celebrity. It's the guide to getting yourself famous. And if you're looking for the secret to happy retirement, cancel the tickets for the World Cruise. The key to contentment in later life may be as simple as having sex every fortnight. Apparently, 7,000 people with an average age of 65 say that they have an active love life. It's a bit worrying, isn't it? Although, good news, I should imagine, for most people. What? Good news for most people, because you think that, you know, when people have said to me, oh, do you think I'll still be having sex at 70? I go, well, it depends how amenable she is. You know, there's always the woman at 33. Also, happy birthday today to Lawrence van der Post. He died in 1996. He was a mentor, I think, for Prince Charles, one of a few. He was captured by the Japanese, became a POW. Also, Sarah Cox, her birthday. She's only 44. I thought she was about 60. Why did I think she was about... Isn't that odd? Only 44. She says, my lovely mum-in-law thinks I'm an angel and gets terribly cross if anybody calls me that. So she dislikes the term. Because she used to do the girlish show. She was known as a ladette. I think it's sort of... It's blokey women, isn't it? What? You know, a bit of a ladette. But 44 today, so many happy returns. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, you'll also be celebrating the fact that on December the 13th, in 1997, the Teletubbies went to number 1 with Teletubbies Say A-O. A-O. And they spent 9 weeks in the top 40. LBC News, 5:30. The latest headline on LBC. Spot on, says my friend Christopher. He says, Patrick Swayze, worked with him for a morning in the 90s. He could not have been nicer to everybody. Smiled, laughed the whole time. Awesome bloke. I know, it's always... What is that old phrase? Only the good die young. Only the good die young. And this was an interview that was on the television the other day, and they had Whoopi Goldberg. I don't know why I found it on YouTube, but it was really quite interesting, because she worked with him, and of course she got an Oscar for that film. She got an Oscar. She was up against some hot people, and she got it. I was so pleased for her. I mean, really pleased for her, which I thought was absolutely amazing. So she was pleased, and then her voice cracked when she was talking about him, because when you work with somebody and then all of a sudden they're not there, it's like Dale. It's the same sort of thing, isn't it? It's a case of you just expect people to always be there. You know, when you get to a certain age, sometimes they're not there. Ron says, I'm with Kevin. Are you? Well, I don't think you should tell everybody about that. That's obviously a secret thing, but this is one of those kind of programmes. He says, I want to offer my services for free at this lingerie show. I think it'd be a ratings boost. I think we get the rough idea of wherever he's coming from. Steve, the reason she wouldn't have got electrocuted is because the lights would have been on low voltage, and also if he was using proper electrical cutters, they're very well insulated. Are they? It sounds blooming dangerous to me. Really, Ed. It sounds absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Sorry, I thought it was my Lynn. Somebody says, liked by Lynn. I finished at 6 this morning, lots to cram in. Do join me, please. As long as the spike's still there. But no, Patrick Swayze looked lovely. I'd love to have talked to him. I'm trying to think. Somebody asked me the other day, who do you want to talk to? And my friend Christopher and I both have he gets slightly better guess than me. But it doesn't matter. I'm not bitter or jealous in any way, shape or form. I shan't speak to him ever again. And it isn't a case of who you want to talk to, because sometimes the people that you want to talk to don't live up to your expectations. It's the people who, they're just people who happen to have done something unusual, who you get the best out of, because there's no sort of ego. And sometimes some big people have had Ron Howard from Happy Days and film producing and Cocoon and all the other things. And I think he did the Da Vinci thing as well. I mean, what a more down-to-earth ground. You couldn't find anybody nicer. You think, by the time they've done 3 or 4 interviews, my friend Chris will tell you, and then they finally get round to you, you think, oh, they're going to hate it. It's like yesterday with Nish Kumar. And I said, I'm another interview. He said, it's fine. Looking forward to it. And he was fine, having just done another 20-minute interview, because that's, people come in here and they can do the rounds, but well worth it. I don't know who we're running this weekend. We shall find out tomorrow on the We'll find out tomorrow morning, won't we? She's very nice indeed. Also, the French police missed the chance to stop the Christmas killer, and a profoundly disabled girl whose only comfort is the sound of her mother singing lullabies has won an NHS compensation package worth £22 million. But how do you estimate? This is an 11-year-old, starved of oxygen during her birth and needs 24-hour care. She suffers from severe cerebral palsy and is partially paralysed in all 4 limbs. She's prone to behavioural disturbances, and only her mother singing can calm her. I mean, can you imagine? As well as a lump sum of £5,798,000, she will receive annual payments to cover the cost of her care for life. I mean, this is the second biggest payout in NHS history. The other one was £37 million to somebody suffering catastrophic brain damage. But if somebody said to you, I'm sorry, would you like to have her life? What sort of price would you put on it? You can't put a price on it. They have to try and work it out. So really, whilst it seems an awful lot of money for somebody who's 11 years old, she's going to need 24-hour care for the rest of her life, however long or short that happens to be. And that's why it's, people have to that's why they ask you all the time when you go into hospital. They want to know everything about you. They want to make sure they've got the right person. So when I went to get my eyes done the other day, you go in there, she goes, oh, sorry, can you give me your date of birth? So you go 17/3/1990. And, whatever. And then you do that, and then they say your address, first line of your address, your phone number, and then you go out for 10 minutes. When you come back in, she asks you again your date of birth, because you might not be the person she thinks you are, which is, slightly disturbing. But they have to check everything now within the NHS. I think they're marvellous. I love the NHS. What do we got here? This is a little baby who's a good elf. His name's Alexander. He's 1 year old, bless his heart. And they've dressed him up. He was premature. He weighed 2 pounds 6 ounces. I mean, teeny tiny. But a year on, he's good elf. And when he was born, he was little. And now look at him, bless his heart, honestly. That's the nice thing, isn't it? Christmas is for children. There was a man the other day in the papers. I felt so sorry for him and his family. Their daughter just dropped dead at the age of something like 11. 1 minute, he said, I can't believe it. He couldn't get his head around the fact that 1 minute she was absolutely fine. Then the next minute, she just died. And I think that's what Simon Thomas's wife happened to her, didn't it? She was diagnosed within 3 days, I think. It was 3 or 4 days. I mean, she'd gone as well. And so, you know, I think you have to, you know, take every bit that you can get out of every sort of relationship. And if you're lucky enough to have children and they look reasonably healthy, well, then this is your time of year. This is the time of year when I should imagine the Rooneys are going to have a wonderful time. Whether or not they spoil the children, I don't know. But then it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't really matter if somebody spoils children. That's what they choose to do with their money. Hugh Grant's finally become a BAFTA member. Yeah. Love Hugh Grant. I did see him. He played Jeremy Thorpe. You might not remember Jeremy Thorpe, leader of the Lib Dems, the Liberal Party, and had a fling with a male model. And it was a scandal in those days. I mean, nowadays, nobody cares, do they? Oh, I don't know, though. There is an MP who's just gone back in, and he was sending sex texts to a barmaid. What is it about people who want to sort of do... I don't quite understand people doing things like that. Another headache for the Duchess of Sussex. She's got to put up with regular embarrassing outbursts from her father, Thomas Markle, and now she's got to put up with dreary old Colin Campbell, a woman who's going to be writing a book about her. Lady Colin is one of those dreary people who turns on... and let's face it, she's divorced from Lord Colin Campbell, son of the 11th Duke. They weren't married very long. It was a very short marriage. It was almost like, you know, married, get title, divorce. Kind of worked well. And then they sort of put her up, and people laughed at her. That was the thing. They laughed at her because she was peculiar. I don't think she's changed. I don't think she's changed at all. It's just that, you know, she's on the television for the wrong reason. That's why you see some people on television, the more peculiar they are and the more odd they are, the more people laugh at them. Where on earth did Kevin Whatsit get that dreadful Mac from on the television? Kevin Maguire. He looks like he's got it from, it's an old Michael Foot coat. And he's got loads of money. He must have. He's having his hair cut nicely. He's got permanent tan. Looks good. Actually, somebody was laughing the other day. They were laughing at Danny Dyer because she can't string 2 words together, and laughing at the little boyfriend, the pen salesman, because of his ultra-white teeth. Looked like he'd had them Tipp-Ex. Very peculiar. Very peculiar. It's just an Essex thing, isn't it? You get sort of a lot of people, and they have... The combination of very, very white teeth and a fake tan is almost too ghastly to even contemplate. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Daily Star... Talking about Harry on their front page, they've decided not to bother really with some of the other things going on. The Bad Santa they like, which I think is quite sweet. And Game of Thrones star Gwendolyn Christie says audiences are in for a shock with the show's grand finale. I have to hold my hands up. I've never seen it. I've never seen Game of Thrones. Mind you, I've never seen that other one. Is it The Hobbit or something? I've never seen that. There's loads of things I've not seen. People say, oh, you must get the box set. And I go, OK, great, it's lovely. Danny Dyer has confirmed she's back with Jack Fincham and saying she's loving him. As I say, I reckon they'd add an ultimatum. You screw up this programme and get lower audience ratings, you're in big trouble. And she went, oh yeah, because they have to listen. There's no point in them being separate. Nobody's interested in them separately. This is the story of Ant McPartlin and his ex-wife Lisa, who could ruin one another's Christmas in the feud over the dog. Well... You know, as I say, I keep defending her because I think she's nice. I think Lisa has had to put up with a load of garbage on this thing. You know, she wasn't the one drink driving. She wasn't the one who got in a car. She wasn't the one fined £86,000. You know, and yet he's sort of going, oh, he's always seen out with the dog. You know, can't they go and get another dog? But they say she could get half of Ant's £62 million fortune after their 12-year marriage. I mean, 12 years, why shouldn't she get half of it? She had to put up with probably loads and loads and loads. Harry, this is Redknapp, says he was left feeling a right plonker after buying this dodgy TV. So he was obviously prepared to buy something that was a bit moody, you know, which I think says probably more about him than anything else. And let's have that. We can put it in the spare bedroom. Lovely. What, you don't think it's somewhat odd? Somebody in a pub offering you a colour television worth maybe 500 or 600 quid and they're offering it to you for 110. Wouldn't you be asking questions? Obviously not. And poor old Dave Brum. He's 40. He went for a Chinese meal and he ended up in a coma. How do you end up in a coma after eating a Chinese meal? It was a curry. He's totally paralysed. He spent months trying to learn to move again. He's a driving instructor. He grabbed this lunch on the go between lessons. He's suffering from a severe food poisoning which triggered a rare autoimmune disorder, which is Guillain-Barré syndrome. Whatever it is, it's kind of laid him out. He's been having daily treatment, hopes to be back home around March. Wow. I mean, that is amazing. I didn't realise that you could get these sort of things. We've all had sort of dodgy food, haven't we, at some point, whether it's pizza or whatever. You go, ooh, don't like the taste of this, but it affected him very, very badly. And remember I mentioned slime. A lot of parents will be buying slime for the kids for this Christmas, because most people have probably done their Christmas shopping. Nearly half of slime toys, there's tons of it, have failed potentially harmful chemicals. Consumer outfit Which said 6 of 13 products it tested had too much boron, which can cause skin irritation and diarrhea. What are they doing, eating it or something? It is fun to play with, though. I always think it's great fun. You get slime and you sort of go, eh. They did it in, what was the song? Was it Big? Where they had spray string and it went, eh, and coughed and all the string comes out. Do you remember the spray string in cans? Probably hasn't reached Aberdeen, I shouldn't have meant. What do you mean before your time? You can still buy it today, you fool. Not something that was before your time. It's string in a can. It's like plastic. And you squirt it out. And it goes... I thought everybody bought that stuff. You see loads of people with it on New Year's Eve. Loads of people. Mind you, we're going to get through Christmas just yet, haven't we? Also, an entire Christmas dinner has been crammed into a burger. The Feast on a Beast is a juicy 9-ounce rump steak burger, 7 ounces of smoked turkey and a pig in a blanket. Just the one pig in a blanket. It's not very exciting, is it? We can all eat more than that. 5:45. Check on the roads and rails this morning. I'd never heard of Paul Massey, but apparently he was a gangland Mr. Big. Whatever that meant. I never understand these things now, but he died. You know, I always think if you're a gangland Mr. Big, there's always somebody who wants to be bigger than you. This particular bloke was in Salford. And I don't know what he's into. He was obviously into all sorts of bits and pieces. But he died after he was sprayed with 18 bullets from a submachine gun. Where'd you get those from in this day and age? In fact, so much so, he returned from an off licence, and some of the injuries show that he tried to fend off the bullets with his bare hands. How do you think that works? In the end, he was hiding behind bins in Salford, but he did still manage to call 999, but died as a result. I mean, one of the bullets, they found so many bits, and one round hit 3 fingers, severing one and slicing the tip off another. So he thought if you put your hand up, you could stop a bullet. Well, I thought it would have gone straight through, but there you go. So now, not a Mr. Big anymore, which is not great. Also, free online deliveries. They're all offering online deliveries. Do you ever need to go out and do shopping at all? No, you absolutely don't. A lot of people talking here. Let's have a quick look. What have we got from... Oh, yes, the cut-in drink limit, as I said before, has no impact whatsoever, which is a great shame, because you would think it would do. But then somebody said, if you're going to drink, you're not going to worry about getting in the car, are you? At all. An expert stunt woman who suffered injuries in an accident is suing for an accident she had. She wants £2 million. But I've just discovered another woman who sounds brilliant. She's paralysed, but so far she's learnt to fly a plane, professionally scuba dive, skydive, and horse ride. She wanted to prove her son wrong when he feared her life as a daredevil was over. So she was a former triathlete, lost the use of her legs when her bike collided with a road sign, 11 broken bones, and a punctured lung. Visiting her in hospital, her son Jacob, now 19, told her he feared she would no longer be able to enjoy life. She proved him wrong. Proved everybody wrong. See, it's people like that that are sort of the inspiration, I think, for so many other people. I didn't see the film with Hugh Grant about a boy. I do have it, but I haven't seen it. It's finding enough time to get round to all these things. At the moment, I'm sort of into... I want to really watch, but it's very difficult to find, actually, the whole box set of Vicar of Dibley. I'd quite like to do that. Girl power all the way. 2 people want Lord Sugar's cash. As I say, I'm the programme, I think, has run its course. Run its course now. Another one here. This is David Attenborough. Oh, good. He always wins awards, David, and he's now come top of a poll as the star that most people want as their flatmate. Oh, I don't think we want him as a flatmate. I wouldn't mind him living next door. I think that's quite nice. Stan said, I was a stuntman on Roadhouse. I knew Patrick well. He told us one night over a beer that Jennifer Grey was so heavy he could only do the famous lift in Dirty Dancing twice. He said she ate 8 Mars bars a day. Well, actually, but that reminds me of the other story, isn't it? Christopher Plummer talking about the Sound of Music and little Gretel carrying her up the hill. And they said, "Oh, can we do that take again?" He said, "Absolutely not." Having carried her up the mountain once, he decided once was enough. You run with that take or we're not doing it ever again. Simple as that. Front pages of the papers this morning, because Nick Ferrari is going to be here at 6 o'clock this morning, so we get an hour less. More time to eat food, sausages and fried bread and stuff like that. Not. Now let her get on with the job, say the Daily Mail, the Tory vote drama. She sees off the plotters with 2/3 of the party behind her, but declares, "I won't lead the Tories at the next election," which is what people were predicting yesterday. Daily Star, Albert Square gets a complete makeover for some reason for high definition, which has been in for a little while. I didn't quite understand why. May, the Klingon Prime Minister, so they've done her up as a Klingon. That'll be something you won't have heard of Klingons if you're over the age of whatever it is. The front of the Sun, Brexit backlash blow. PM wins but hit by rebel challenge, and she will quit before the next election. But that could be another year away. Could be another year away. The Daily Mirror, Jamie Oliver doing his fab festive food for all the family, and the secrets of the Strictly final. What secrets? I'm sick to death reading about Tess Daly, who said people keep saying why she's still working at the age of 50. I've never heard of anything so stupid. Who's been criticising her for working over the age of 50? If you're a presenter, be it television or what, it doesn't make any difference, does it? I mean, she seems to have hung on to the job there's very little you have to do on it. It's not too complicated. People are not really interested in what they're saying. They're more interested in watching the dancing. And as people seem to queue from about this time of the morning to go and see some of the shows, why not? For goodness sake. The Guardian, Tory coup fails, but scale of rebellion damages May. Also, 200 Tory MPs back the Prime Minister. 117 have no confidence in her leadership. 83, the majority that keeps her in number 10. There was no way she was going to be out of number 10. Not, as I say, inside best part of a year, I would have thought. Best part of a year. And then we're all going to start working out who we think can actually, be a contender. And how will they prepare for battle? What will they promise you? Answer probably just about everything, I should imagine. A stay of execution, they've said. She must be relieved. But as I've said, she's diabetic. She would get very stressed with probably reading some of the stuff that's in the papers. But my favourite was a robot hailed in Russia as the latest in cutting-edge technology has been unmasked as a bloke in a suit. Yes, it wasn't real at all. The android called Boris was lauded by the state-owned broadcaster, Russia 24, as a technological breakthrough with the ability to walk, talk and dance. But photos later reveal there's a man inside it. Oh, that's a swizz, isn't it? Although, to be quite honest with you, I think that's quite a good thing. And 7 men who clambered onto a moving lorry and stole laptops and other electrical equipment have been arrested in Romania. At least one of the gang, which used 3 cars, climbed onto a bonnet and then entered the lorry to remove the goods. Like in the movie, said the police, they risked their lives. Well, now they're going to be risking their lives in prison, which will, be good. Footage of this robot, by the way, just going back briefly to it, disappeared from Russia's YouTube channel yesterday morning, but it was uploaded again a short while later. If anybody finds it, do let me know. Thank you very much indeed. And a cat wedged inside a tumble dryer vent, because they probably thought it was an exit, was freed with a lolly stick and butter. The owner called the RSPCA after finding the pet trapped in Kidderminster. Oh, I shall pass this on to Dave O'Brien. I put butter inside the pipe using a lolly stick, removed the vent cover with my hammer and pushed her. Luckily, she slid right out. You can just imagine, can't you? The Daily Telegraph, front page. A vote to remain, but when will she leave? Deliverance for May, but the Tories divided as the PM wins the no-confidence vote. Over half of the party's backbenchers demand a new leader. Finding one, isn't it? Finding one that can deliver. They say her deal is as dead as a dodo, but she lives to fight another day. The risk of having a heart attack peaks at 10 p.m. on Christmas Eve. Scientists have found, suggesting that stress, sadness and overindulgence can be deadly. So be warned. Be warned. Prince of Wales, end the disaster of knife crime. I'm sorry, you're in the wind, as they say. There's no way you can ever stop knife. Well, I've just told you the story of somebody who was gunned down, a Mr. Big in Salford, gunned down with a submachine gun, of all things. And here she is. May scrapes home, say the Times. Politics in turmoil. Matthew Parris, Max Hastings, Rachel Sylvester and Daniel Finkenstein. The best coverage, analysis and comment. No, that'll be with Nick Ferrari coming up just after the news at 6 o'clock this morning. And she survived the Tory confidence vote in the Commons. She will be forced to quit Downing Street. I don't think she wants to do it anymore. I think she's probably had enough. She's proved that she could sort of stay there. And, now we wait and see. And all the papers have got a list of who actually backed her and when. Who are the turncoats? You will find them. They'll be named and shamed on LBC, I should imagine. And every pundit is being used on every programme that you can ever think of. Apparently, for many years, Steve, there's been a herd of reindeer in the Cairngorms in Scotland. You can walk with them by appointment. Yes, I heard about that. I'm not at all surprised. I think they're quite hardy reindeer, and people eat them. I have tried reindeer stew. I don't know. It just tastes like beef. It doesn't taste like anything else at all to me. Just about it for this morning. Yeah, how have you got into the building? Well, that's ridiculous. Didn't we put a block on that? I thought we put a block on that card. Have you come from the party? Dressed like that? Not surprised you never pulled. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. You wore a tux. You're wearing a tux. Green? Is that a French thing? Green? I've never heard of a green tux. Where do they get those from? It's a cummerbund. You've got a... It didn't... Oh, yeah. You've had a few sherbets. Just excuse me a minute. We're seeing the remnants of the party. Why are you wearing a cummerbund as well? A red cummerbund on a green jacket. I mean, how does that... It's No, it's uncoordinated. It's not Christmassy at all. What were you drinking? Why were they serving you? Did you have to take proof? How did you manage to get drinks at this party? This is ridiculous, honestly. This company are too generous to people like you. And what they're doing is they're spoiling you. Taking you into a different sort of place. Cummerbund. Where's your dickie? Oh, we think we know what that... You took it off. Okay. Was it a proper dickie or was it an elasticated one? You're going to tell me it's elasticated, aren't you? Oh, it's clip-on, even worse. Sorry. Yes, exactly. This is a good start to the programme, isn't it, honestly? Remnants of parties wandering in. Yes, how many... Do you know there's going to be a steady stream of people? I love it. Every year, Global have this big Christmas party, and every year it always provides me with endless amusement and endless fodder for the programme as people stagger in. But it's always the girls who look the best. At parties, girls always look the best because they can put makeup on. Some of the boys here can put the makeup on as well, and those we don't mention on the programme. Did Aussie boy wear one of his jumpers? Scottish boy never went, which is just as well, because we've got to work. If you have to work, I do have to decline the offer. I get offered, to go to the party every year. And every year I think, am I too old for these sort of things now? And I've decided I am. I spoke to another one of our presenters the other day, working for one of the other stations, and I said, you going to the party? I'm too old for that kind of thing. Too old. And I think you do get to that stage where I'm not a party pooper. I can party on down with the best of them. I can do a boogie and throw a few shapes around the floor and stuff like that. Mainly, totally nondescript shapes, and it's mainly I am on the floor when I'm doing them. And then you think to yourself, do I want to put myself and everybody else through that? And the answer is no. There was a story in the paper yesterday. I wasn't sure it was true. They say that Katie Price, you remember the businesswoman, hilarious, apparently has spent £6,000 on decorations for the house. I mean, if it's true, and apparently her people have said not, or her publicist or something, because I don't think she's intelligent enough to actually make comment. If you've got no money and you have to borrow £22,000, would you not have thought in the back of your tiny mind that £6,000 on Christmas tree decorations was really a complete and utter waste of time, and shows how ignorant you really must be, with no consequence to doing anything? She hasn't got half the kids with her for Christmas, thank God for them. And what was the other? Oh, she's going to get them all pets. Having just got rid of half of the pets, now she's going to get them again. Why would you want to do that when you have to sort your life out, your money? She thinks she's got money coming in. Not really. Not really. And then, of course, if you have, she should be paying back the person who lent her £22,000. But to spend £6,000 on Christmas just shows, complete lack of anything at all. Keira Knightley gets an OBE for acting and charity. They seem to go hand in hand. And... Jules Holland has an amazing train set. It is an amazing train set. I mean, it's beautifully done. Beautifully. I've always wanted something like that in my loft. I don't have a loft, but if I had a loft, I would love to have a giant train set that ran the whole length of it, you know, which lit up at night, so you could go from day to night, and, oh, fantastic. And his is really good. I mean, it's a really super-duper thing. Bucks Fizz say that we'll never win the Eurovision Song Contest. Of course we won't. Nobody likes us. They only like us because we hand out money to people left, right and centre. They don't like us for the music or anything else. It really is quite dreadful. And Lady C, Jungle Lady C, only famous for that and being a bit peculiar, is going to do a Meghan Markle tell-all book. The last one was about 40 years ago, so obviously hugely successful. And Brooklyn. Remember Brooklyn? Can't really do anything. Can't be a barista. Takes rubbish photographs. Hangs around with Mumsy and Popsy. And got girlfriend. It's nice, isn't it, really? But he's going to be a rapper now. He thinks it will give him street cred. I doubt it. Look at your parents. There's no street cred there. Dave, who hardly ever speaks to the wife. The wife, who doesn't really speak to Dave very much indeed. A very odd family. Very dysfunctional. And Groupon. Which magazine have blasted the discount wear website over cash-saving claims. And on the subject of Groupon, as predicted on this programme, and we don't like to say all the time, I told you so, but we're very rarely wrong. Very rarely, but occasionally we could be wrong, but on this one it's not. When they announced the Peter Andre dates, do you remember? They had all these dates for Pete's 25 years in the business, or sort of 25 years of being irritating, and they can't sell the tickets. And the gig starts very soon. They've had to start discounting them, up to 40% off. Up to 40% off for poor Pete. And these are 600-seat venues. These are small venues. I did 600-seat venues. We didn't have any trouble selling them out at all. But Pete, unfortunately, seems to think he's some pop star, and he's going to be walking on stage to the sound of his own feet. Not all bad, but there's quite a lot of really bad ones. And 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Steve. It's a fresh one. Lorraine and I went to grandson Teddy's school play. It was their nativity yesterday. It was great. We had to wait outside in the freezing cold for half an hour. It was bitter cold. Talk about brass monkeys, says Neil. Life can be tough sometimes. I've recently lost a very dear friend who was only 50. I think 50 is just so young. I think any age is too young. I really do. Sean and I would walk our dogs together around our beautiful leafy lanes and fields, chatting and enjoying each other's company. Literally one fine day, and he suffered a massive stroke. So sad. And Neil says, never, ever take anyone for granted. I agree. You never know, do you? You never know. I think about that. Not all the time, but I do think about it probably more than other people. Because you get to a certain age and you start thinking about things like that. And then you think, you know, as long as it's quick, that's all people say, isn't it? As long as it's quick, I don't really care. And as long as I get to sit on a cloud and see exactly, you know, what people say about me, that's all I care about. I'm not caring about anything else at all. But you do worry about it, and I think 50, Neil, is too young. But my dad was 52. And, you know, because I was younger, you don't think about it in the same sort of way. It's little. I mean, they were talking to Simon Thomas on Loose Women the other day. Remember the one whose wife died within 3 days? And absolutely the worst thing ever, he had an 8-year-old son. Well, he has a new girlfriend already. And I remember thinking, he was talking about her on Loose Women. And I remember thinking, is it too soon? And then I thought, what's it got to do with me? You know, you can't help we don't know what the situation was. Dreadful to lose somebody. Dreadful. I can't think of anything worse. But then to find somebody else, and then he said he asked himself the same question and came up with, why not? Why not? He said she would have wanted me to be happy and to find somebody, and so that's what he's doing. You need somebody to get you out of a situation. And if it can help, then it's well worth it. But I like the idea of going for walks in the leafy lanes and fields. You see, I remember that when I was little. I like that. Rich in Kidderminster, where they make carpeting. Brintons are in Kidderminster, aren't they? One of your regular morning spikers. Looking forward to the show. Me too. What's the name of the book you featured in? Has a lady on the front. I can't remember what it's called now. Somebody will remember. You're trying to find it in the show? I can't remember what... Oh, it's got all people who make up London. No. I don't think so. No, I don't know. Oh, I don't know, is it? I don't know. I can't remember what it was. Somebody will tell me. We did it quite a while ago, actually. And it was people who work in this fantastic city of ours who make a difference. And I make a difference. because I met a lovely lady the other day when we were talking to Paul Carrick, who's going to be on with me tomorrow morning on LBC, together with the Hairy Bikers. So that's a nice little in-conversation. And Paul Carrick's PA came in and she said at the end, she said, I'm a big fan. She said, could I have a photograph? So I said, of course you can. Of course you can. So we had a photograph taken. So you never know who listens to the programme. It can be anybody, from people in the business to people outside of the business to people staggering home from parties. People sort of going, oh, Happy New Year, Happy Christmas. But if you can remember what the name of this book is that I featured in, please do. I should know it. But unfortunately, I'm having one of those forgetful moments, which we all get every so often. Sesame Street. Do you remember Sesame Street? It was an educational program in America. Big Bird. Over here, we call that Towie. But over in America, it's called Sesame Street. They've got their first homeless character. I think that's quite sweet. Yesterday on, this morning, they had a little choir of children, I think with Down syndrome, and it reduced Rochelle to tears. Seriously, because I think things like that are very emotional. Very, very emotional. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, The Pub, who's banned the drinker and his 3 ferrets. And what you never thought you'd hear, although I've heard it a few times, this is Leanne. Leanne is a sex change. And she says she's never found happiness. She had it 20 years ago, never found happiness. She says you can never be a proper woman, which is interesting because some people would argue that, and they'd say, listen, I've had the sex change, I'm a proper woman. And she said completely the opposite. She said, no, you're not a proper woman. You're a man who's changed into a woman, but only externally. You can't change the internally bits. Groupon sent Hermes, who left my parcel in my hanging basket. All I got was flattened flowers. No parcel, and it was over 50 quid. They couldn't put it over the garden gate. Strange you should talk about people who leave parcels, because the latest thing in America is people who thieve. They're called porch nickers or something like that, which makes it sound quite peculiar, doesn't it? But it's people who watch a delivery being made, then they walk to your porch, pick up the parcel, walk off. And you sort of still are waiting for it. You don't know unless you check CCTV, if you've got CCTV. So it's one of those things. You've got to be very careful. But by now, because we're getting ever... Oh, Poppet, look at you! Ollie, are you arriving in or you're going home? You're just rolling in. Did you go to the party? Maybe. What, with your bag and everything else? What are you wearing? I can tell by what you're wearing. Have you been home? You're in really early. It's only 4:15. I hate to tell you, it's a bit early. Really? So exciting! So exciting. We might have to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, while we catch up with the latest. Okay, so it's okay. This could be bad. Gossip is so good, Ollie. Thanks. That is absolute. I couldn't believe that. Really, Ollie just told us something. You'd never have thought it of them. Seriously, if you knew the people we were talking about, you'd be saying the same as me, going, "Wow, that is amazing." That is just amazing. They're all popping back in again. It's quite social, this. I think we should do it. Somebody said, why don't we just do a party at this time of the morning? And basically have some party poppers and, perhaps some bottle of Prosecco or something like that, some nibbles. And then we could just do a round table, and let's sort of talk about the world and life. And then I thought, that sounds like breakfast shows on various radio stations. I know, it's called Zoo Format. Zoo Format is sort of where you just chuck it all in and hope that something emerges the other end, which generally speaking it does on this programme. Jan in Lincolnshire said, I've got bits and pieces for my daughter for Christmas, but I need a main present. I thought tickets for a London show would be good, but I don't know which one. Which would you suggest? She did tap and ballet for many years, including pantomime. I've heard there's a Tina Turner musical, but I think she might like 42nd Street. Yeah, she'd like 40. Listen, if she did tap and ballet, she'll like 42nd Street, because it's everything you've done. I mean, there are so many good shows in town. Les Miserables is a good show, but there's no tap dancing in it. You're not going to get anybody dun 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 dun. But 42nd Street gets you going from the off, Jan. It does. I can do I was doing the words with my friend the other day, my friend Jordan. We're doing, Julian Marsh is putting a show on. First audition's 10 a.m. tomorrow. And then it starts and you hear the orchestra and then the tapping and then the curtain rises very slowly and then it goes up the full way. I think she'd enjoy that. Depends how old she is, actually. But tap and ballet for many years and pantomime, she'll like this. It's got everything in it. Got everything. It's a feel-good. Feel-good. Somebody says, how do you feel about that Danny Dyer and Jack Fincham are back together again? I mean, to be honest with you, I really couldn't care less. They're so dreary and dull. I mean, I'm really not sort of bothered about it. I couldn't care less. I seriously couldn't care less. It's awful. Steve, I'm glad you've broken through the permafrost this morning to broadcast to the Spikers, because I awoke extra early after an unusually early night for me, with nothing to do but wait for the entertainment. It's very true, Steve. Very true. You never know who listens to your You don't. You don't. I listen all the way from Ghana, and it's 4:15, says Harry, in Ghana. Yeah, I mean, you don't know who's listening. Sometimes I'll bump into people, and then they go, "Oh, you're Steve Allen. I listen to you." And you go, "Thank you." I always say thank you because I'm always terribly grateful. Pauline Ealing says, "Did you see where all the dollar bills were blowing around in the Jersey Turnpike car, stopping in the middle of the freeway to pick up the money?" No. I've heard of stuff like that, you know, where somebody's basically, some bank lorry has sort of dropped a whole sack of money out the back and and people rush to pick it up. I'd do the same. I would do the same. Seriously, I mean, I would have no qualms about picking it up and giving it to charity. That would make me fairly happy, I think. This time of year, they had a lovely thing the other day. It was a group of people who'd won on the lottery, and they put on a party for all these children. And I thought, I mean, some people only won $1 million. I say only won $1 million. It doesn't seem like a lot when we got 77. Oh, I'm looking at the picture of it now. Isn't that funny? You see, people, listen, they'll stop in the middle of the road to pick up, they'll risk life and limb to pick up dollar bills and everything. Listen, if you pick up $20, that's $20. If you didn't have $20 beforehand, good for them. Where did it come from, though? Do we know? Was it a security bank raid or something? Whatever it is, I quite like. I would do that as well. I would do that. I love it at the end of what's that programme where they lift up the lid and they've got the money? Not Secret Diner. No, they lift up the lid and it's got £1,000 in there in £20 notes. They have to do cooking and people eat it, and then people vote for who they like. Come dine with me. Is that Come Dine With Me? Right. And then at the end they lift up the lid and they go, and then they throw it all in the air. I'd be counting it very carefully. Some of those people are very suspect. Very, very suspect. So apart from partying on down, and your firm's do will probably be taking place, or might have taken place already, our one seems to be for like a few thousand people. Seriously, I mean, it's just, you know, people get gussied up. They love drinking and they like partying, and if you work hard, you party hard. And if you party hard, then you enjoy it. But our trouble is I can't party hard. I really can't. I'm not very good. And, Steve, what do you get if you cross Groupon with Hermes? Absolutely nothing. Still waiting for my Christmas tree, which Hermes claim to have attempted delivery on their tracking system for the past 3 days, says Tracy in Brockley, despite me practically sitting on the doorstep waiting. So frustrating. So frustrating. I had a delivery from Amazon the other day, and I always make sure that it's something that's going to fit through the letterbox. And then people very kindly put it into the pigeonhole and all the rest of it. So we haven't lost anything so far, apart from once. And they thought it was a rogue driver because they said it was definitely on the van. Definitely. Excuse me. Do you know, I sat on a bus the other day and I bought myself some coconut water. And it comes in, it was Coco Loco's coconut water. And it comes in a very distinctive packaging. And I was really thirsty. So I'm drinking it, but sitting over the road from me, you know, on the bus, was this bloke, and he couldn't take his eyes off this stuff. And I wasn't sure if he was thinking, I'm really thirsty, or if he was thinking, I wonder what that is. You know, when you say coconut water, most people don't like it. They really don't like it. But I had... Oh, the book's called London Lives. London Lives. Thank you. The lady on the front has pink hair. I found it. And he's coming back next week for his birthday from Portugal. He's on basketball scholarship. He'll be 18. He's going to try and find you to sign it for me. And I'm a long-time fan. London Lives. The lady on the front cover, you know who the lady on the front cover is, don't you? She's a fashion designer. I didn't make it to the front cover, but that's okay. I don't mind. Danny Rosenbaum and Rupert van der Velde and Andrew Marr did the foreword. So it's 24 iconic people and places around the clock. Isn't that nice? I feature in a book. How great. Actually, I must thank the Hillman family. Yesterday, thank you very much indeed for the delivery and the card. And season's greetings to Hillman's. I hope you have a busy time this year. Everybody's complaining. Everybody is complaining that this year the takings on the high street are well down. Well down. Also, Strictly Favourite, very irritating, Stacey Dooley, has revealed her career was threatened by bias against her accent. Oh, God, not another one of those ones again. Honestly, has everybody got some excuse about why they don't do this or do that? She can't complain. She can't complain. Asked her if ever made her feel less capable, she told Stylist magazine. I mean, she's supposed to be a journalist. What are journalists doing featuring like that? It's dreadful. People would say, once you've got past her accent, or what the hell are the BBC thinking? I mean, I've never heard anybody say that about you. I mean, do people just make it up or something? You never believe anything that anybody says nowadays. Reindeer have now classed as endangered in Canada and Alaska. The Arctic report card warned they're in such drastic declines that recovery isn't in sight. Wow. And Richard Madden has revealed his hysterical mother called him to complain about his sex scenes on the hit show The Bodyguard. I didn't even know there were sex scenes on The Bodyguard, but I'm oblivious to anything like this, totally. When are you having your Christmas party this year? We've had it. I had it last night. We've had it last night. Oh, there's also a separate LBC one, probably, I should imagine. I don't do that one either. I can't do anything with alcohol. My boss always understands that. You know, I'm expected to be here at a certain time to do a programme, and because of the sort of programme I do, I can't go out drinking at all. And he says, I start my day with a smile, even if the missus is driving me mad, but I'll put some money behind the bar, says Luke. Young Janet is flying in from Qatar. We're going to meet her off the early flight to Heathrow. Need to scrape the car windscreen soon, say Guinevere and Trelawney. You do, it's very cold, very, very cold. And then Jim says, have you ordered your £250,000 ticket to be LBC's first astronaut? Oh, no, I couldn't do that. I can't go on a swing without feeling dizzy. No point in doing anything like that. It's a very nice idea. And as you know, Branson last night was on with Swarbrick, and you can find him on my In Conversation programme where we talk about his humble beginnings. Actually, you'll hear Humble Beginnings on the programme tomorrow with Paul Carrick. Such a nice man. Such a nice man. And when you've heard it, I bet you tomorrow night you'll be thinking, wait a minute, that sounds so good, I'm going to go and buy tickets, if there are any left. He's had 17 albums. He seems to sell out. He's on tour next year as well. And very clever man. Very clever man. He's been in the business 50 years. But if you fancy Christmas, second half of the show tomorrow at the Playhouse Theatre at 7:30 is all Christmas carols with like sort of a big band. That's a word I was thinking about. A big band and strings and everything else. They've come over from America to do it. It's that good. So we take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There's an American in the paper today who claims to be Princess Diana's aunt. She wants to dig up one of her relatives for a DNA test. Where do they get these people from? They get these people from out there. But anyway, she says, they're not accepting me, so we have to go further. They leave me no option. It's almost like a theft of birthright. Dear me, honestly, worrying thing. I always worry. That's why I'm going to be cremated. Don't want to start having people digging me up. That'd be dreadful, wouldn't it? And also the man who spent a year with grizzlies for a film and their cubs, Pasha and Slava. And so what he did was he got to know them, feeding them and bathing them and everything else. And then it made filming them a lot easier. He says, what's it like being the mummy bear to 6 orphan cubs? I'll tell you now, exhausting. I think they did it at one of the zoos in Australia. They had one of the keepers and he was looking after 2... They were either lion cubs or tiger cubs. I can't remember which they were. But he kept them at home until they started getting a bit too big and boisterous for the actor. Can you imagine having something like that? Ian Camfield says, I think my fingers about... Oh, sorry, he's retweeting me. It was so cold this morning. I came out and went, oh, really ice cold. But never mind, they're all looking quite chirpy this morning. Everybody looking quite... Well, they are in the studio because we didn't do anything. I think it's going to snow tomorrow, Steve. Wait a minute, where am I after? Oh, no. Well, that's why I said I have predicted it will snow at some point tomorrow. Ulrika says, a couple of years ago, a scientist explained that our grandparents' generation had to memorise, at the most, 150 names. The same applies all over towns, events and occasions. Nowadays, we have to memorise thousands of names and events. The scientists reckon that nobody has senior moments. Instead, our brains are overstimulated. Good excuse. Yes, we like a good excuse. And somebody says, you set off Siri. Did I? What do you have to say to Siri? Can you make a noise? Hello, Siri. Can you... Yeah. And make a noise of a dolphin, was it? Did somebody say... Oh, that's Alexa. Hello, Alexa. Make a noise of a dolphin. all around the country. People going, what's he said now? Make a noise like a dolphin. Oh, Lord above. Everybody, 27 minutes to 5. Sorry, shh. Shouldn't shout. You might be coming back from a party and you might be going, oh, my head. You wait till you wake up this morning. You're going to be feeling like death warmed up. And all because the lady loves being stereotyped. The gender role ads which get the boot. Do you know, I've heard this story so many times over the years. You know, so sexist adverts will be banned next year under a crackdown. The Committee of Advertising Practice Rules will target oft complained about themes such as women doing the housework and being bad at parking. And men will no longer be portrayed as useless in the home or solely in charge of DIY. The once iconic milk tray ad catchphrase, all because the lady loves, would fall foul of the rules. And more recently, a campaign by Aptamil caused outrage by showing two baby boys growing up to be a mountaineer and an engineer, whilst the baby girl was a ballerina. What's the matter with that? You see, I don't see anything wrong with that. I thought being a ballerina was amazing. Although I tell you what, I was amazed how much people learn in orchestras. There was a woman the other day, she plays, whatever she plays, a flute or something, in this orchestra, and she thinks she's being underpaid. She gets £200,000 a year for playing in an orchestra, and one of the other blokes who plays an oboe, he's on £330,000 a year. But there's nothing the matter with being a ballerina, you know, a mountaineer and an engineer, and a ballerina. That's a big thing for little girls, isn't it now? Oh, God, you probably can't say that either. Little girls. We'll have to do away with dolls. Where are the boy dolls, Action Man? Why are they so butch? Why can't you have Campy Campy? Why couldn't Action Man be gay? Make it more interesting. Give him you know, there used to be a doll years ago who looked like Action Man, and he was called Gay Bob. You could buy him in America. I think you could probably still buy him here now on Amazon. And the slogan was, be first on your block with Gay Bob. And he had a little gold earring in, and he was a gay doll for sort of kids who didn't really want to worry about whether they were playing with a boy or a girl doll. So he was sort of in the middle, bisexual Bob, I suppose. There's no reason Action Man can't be gay. It's just that he doesn't look very gay. Although his eyes signify to me he's definitely gay. He's got roving eyes. In fact, he had moving eyes. You could move a little thing on the back of his head, and his eyes move from very gay cruising. It's got, well, the lorry. Yeah, you see, the Action Man lorry's got lights in it as well. And some of the outfits that Action Man wear, a little bit tight, you know what I'm saying? A little bit tight. And also, when you actually took his clothes off, not that I did, he didn't have any bits. He hasn't got any bits at all. What's that all about? You know, Barbie's got boobies, and Action Man didn't have the bits downstairs. Apparently, CAP's Ella Smiley says, gender stereotypes in ads contribute to how people see themselves and their role in society. Blimey, I could think of loads of girls who would be absolutely delighted to be ballerinas. You know, and I thought ballerinas were really much sought after. It's also very, very demanding. Very, very demanding. Steve, did you see the Russian government robot? Of course we did, Shane. This programme is ahead of the news. And it was a bloke in a suit. In a robot suit. One here says, I've just had to prise myself from underneath the dewberry to write this to you. I'm going to have to reprimand you, I'm afraid. Yesterday you started to tell a story, and as I'm getting a bit mad, I can't remember what it was about. You interrupted by the thought of stiff egg and chips. Once I can forgive, but you've done it again this morning regarding the chap who had his eye on your coconut water. Yeah? Well, that was the story. He was watching me drinking, the coconut water. Obviously wondering what it was. Because remember, not everybody has ever drunk coconut water. I mean, I do, and I like it. Whether it's good, I've got no idea, but I like it. Excuse me, Jackie in Watford. Very strange, and I'm a celebrity. When she said she was not going to do the insects and bike, that there seemed to be only enough cubicles and bikes for the others anyway. Did you hear the story that Anne Hegarty was given 30 minutes a day to go off-set to learn her lines for pantomime, whereas Stacey Solomon couldn't be bothered? She turned up. I'm sorry to say it again. I'll probably say it on my free podcast. But I watched this Celebrity Juice the other day, the Christmas edition. Same old, Gino De Campi, and who just... I haven't told you what he said yet. I can't tell you. It's too rude. But he says it on television. And I remember thinking, are you just so pathetic? There's something about him. I want to like him, but, you know, because he's a thief... because he spent time in prison for thieving. You know, I'm not sure whether or not he is just deliberately being stupid or he's just deliberately being offensive. because I'm surprised nobody's ever complained about it. I suppose the argument would be, oh, that's what the programme's about. You know, it's about rudeness, but very unnecessary, very unnecessary. Hope the Euro Millions jackpot rolls on into the new year, because I only ever buy one ticket, says Stuart. Oh, right. Day off today, Steve, says John, and the prospect of a lion seemed so enticing. Can you explain, please, why I'm still spiking? I can. It's addictive. I can. Once you've woken up a couple of times for this programme, you will wake up every morning at this time, and that's why the spike is there. I mean, I think people think, oh, I'd love to stay in bed today. I haven't got anything to do. I can actually stay in bed. And then it gets to 4 o'clock and you're wide awake and you're going, oh, goodness sake, honestly, why am I still awake? So now I know. I went to the pub yesterday, says CJ, when I walked in to the bar, the person gave me a bag, and inside were 2 large chocolate Santas. What a thoughtful gesture in the spirit of Christmas. Yeah, they've probably been left by another customer, I should imagine. And do you remember the story you told us some years ago when you were still a smoker? One cold winter, it was so cold, the flame on the lighter froze, says James. No. I don't remember ever saying a story about the flame on my lighter. I don't think it's possible for a flame to freeze. I had a Dupont lighter. I used to use those cheap throwaway lighters. There's one in here now, actually. But I used to use a Dupont. A friend of mine bought me a Dupont lighter. It was a lot of money. And then I bought a Cartier lighter as well. I've still got them. I haven't thrown them away, because they'll probably be passed on to somebody. When I sort of I thought about that the other day. Everybody's sort of going, oh, have you made the will? Have you done the will? Yes, we've done the will. We've done the will. I urge everybody to do it, only because it makes it easier for the people afterwards. If you've done a will, so that people know, and also then you can always string people along. If you really want friends, go, you're in the will, and they'll love you for the rest of the day. They really will. You're in the will. You are in the will, whether you like it or not. It's that old thing, isn't it? Will you mention me in your will? Yes. Hello, Thomas. That's as far as it goes. I don't know what you're supposed to do with wills, but it's all percentages at the moment. So I've sort of gifted percentages of my money. Whether or not it gets any further, I don't know. But if you are one of those people staggering home from a party and thinking, when you go in, drink some milk. If you've got milk to drink milk. That will help a little bit. And also, what I say is take an Anadin or something like that, or a paracetamol before you go to bed, because you don't want to wake up in the morning feeling like death warmed up. Because at the time, it seems such a good idea, doesn't it? Another drink? Another drink for the road, another drink for the road, and then you have that other drink for the road, and you feel fine until you walk outside and you suddenly realise that your feet are going in a different direction to the rest of you. They seem to have a mind of their own, your feet, and you think, oh, God, I just need to get home. Why can't you just go and you're home? Just, how easy that would be, wouldn't it? How easy to go, and I want to be under the duvet, in my pyjamas, or my pants. Doesn't matter. You just want to go to sleep. You just want to sort of go, I just really need to go to sleep. I just really need that sleep. Because you're going to walk into work and you're going to have to fake it. You're going to have to go, yeah, I'm fine. Thinking, I'm dying. I'm really, really dying. 19 minutes to 5. Secrets of the Strictly Judges. A little bit later on. And the Sun on the front page. What's that a picture of? It's the award night for heroes, which is great. And then they've got a few of the minor celebrities who turned up for it wearing inappropriate clothing. It's something for the forces, and they've turned up as if it's some sort of, Love Island meets whatever it is kind of stuff. Tearful Top Gear legend Jeremy Clarkson has waved the checkered flag on 17 years of studio car shows with James May and Richard Hammond. He choked up whilst filming the latest series of the Grand Tour. He said it's the end of an era. I love watching their stuff. You wouldn't have thought I would have done, would you? I don't strike you probably as being a petrol head, which I'm not. I'm not a petrol head at all. I'm not particularly bothered about cars. I just drive a car, but then that millions of people drive cars. Also, millions facing the council tax rise. God, I've given up worrying about things like that. Up to £107. It'll make a lot of difference to a lot of people. Where, all of a sudden you have to cut back on something else. It's ridiculous, really. And hospitals have been warned to prepare for their toughest winter after A&E suffered the worst November on record. Wow. Christina Rihanoff apparently makes a fairly good Tinkerbell as she steps out on the stage in a panto. Christina Rihanoff? Why would the kids know who she was? Which only goes to prove, actually, that pantomime casting is for adults. It's not for the kids. They don't know who Christina Rihanoff is. They just know it's a fairy donning wings to appear alongside Louis Emmerich. Go on. Nobody. That's from Brookside. Merseyside St Helens Theatre Royal. St Helens Theatre, is that a big theatre? Little? I don't even know what it is. Don't even know what it is. But anyway, as I say, most of the kids, they won't know who she is. They go, that's Christina Rihanoff, and they go, wow. Biggins is doing panto, and a friend of mine said, he said, I've got him coming on his radio show that he actually produces. He said, do you know him? I said, for about 35, 36 years. Yes, definitely. Definitely. He was the one who sorted out my account at Joanne's. 700... oh, that's very small. 700 seats. The Palladium Pantomime must be nearly 2,000 seats. It's it's modern theatre. The Royal Room Function Suite seats up to 700. It's not very big, is it? Do we have interior shots? Do we have interior shots of what it looks like? I don't like modern theatres. They're doing Peter Pan. There we go. In fact, the posters look good. Who have we got in it? Who have we got? See if we recognise anybody. Cy Foster is obviously the drag bit of it. Christina Rihanoff. Who's the... Louis Emmerich. It's obviously a bigger star from Emmerdale, but I don't know who he is. Georgina Parkinson, no idea. I suspect that Lewis Devine is a radio presenter. I don't know why. I've got no idea why. I'm just looking at a picture of him thinking, I don't know who you are. Here he is. He's a 30-year-old actor impressionist. He looks about 15, and his girlfriend's in Corrie. She's Lucy Joe, but she was married to somebody else, wasn't she? She was married to somebody else. Perhaps she's just discovered him, but she's found new love with Panto co-star Lewis Devine. It's got to be a showbiz name, isn't it? Nobody's called Lewis Devine. Well, the Lewis bit might be right, but the Devine bit definitely not. So who were the celebrities who turned up? Nick Knowles with Ola and James Jordan, but they'll turn up to the opening of a fridge. Also, Coronation Street's Kim Marsh arrives with her boyfriend. At least she's sort of dressed for it, but, you know, boobies away, Kim. Okay, it's for people who've done something wonderful. It's not an exhibition time for you. And then, of course, Emily Atack and Georgia Toffolo and Victoria Pendleton, both wearing very appropriate outfits. It's just that anybody who's got half their boobs hanging out, I'm afraid you're at the wrong venue. Really. Not very good at all. Jolie Richardson was also there with Joey Essex, who was wearing a tie and couldn't be bothered to have a shave. But there you go. It's Joey Essex for you. Helen Flanagan, but then she'll go along to anything really nowadays. And Lorraine, you're wonderful, you're great, you're marvellous, and I like you. And Ant was there. Ant Middleton, star of Who Dares... I've never even heard of him. I'm getting worse and worse at these. Do you know, honestly, every time they show me all these people's names, and I go, oh, right, okay, I'm none the wiser who they are. What percentage of the Will Steve is going to our spikers? There wasn't any left over. By the time I finished, you know, and I've got to pay the bank for executing the thing in the first place. Connie says, I cannot believe it's already -2 outside. Do you think it's going to be the coldest winter? Can't stand it. Well, we did have the hottest summer, didn't we? We all sweltered in the heat, so it's only right that we do that. Oh, by the way, I must just tell you, you'll probably hear this story elsewhere as well, but just remember you heard it first with Steve Allen, that Gemma Collins and Arge apparently having unprotected sex. That's what they're doing. I know. I was even quite surprised they were having sex, but there you go. But they're more than happy to tell you. And Gemma has come up with an amazing statement. They're not using contraceptives because they're leaving it in the hand of God. Okay, work that one out for yourself. Did they ever strike you as being religious? No. Did they ever strike you as being ultimately simple? Absolutely. And then Arge came up, because he's really bright and very, very fat at the moment. He said, Gemma hasn't missed one day's rehearsal for Strictly. And I'm thinking, so what are you telling us? She's booked for a job. Of course she's going to be doing every day, unless she's just bone idle and won't actually manage to do the whole thing. She's turned up every day, unlike Arge, who doesn't actually have a job. Doesn't really do anything at all, really. Just sort of wanders around like some giant bubble. Sorry, I was just... because somebody said, have you put your glove? Thick, unattractive thermal ones. They're always unattractive, my gloves. I must have had, over the years, more pairs of gloves. You know the best ones? Leather gloves. Leather glove. I've had thermal things. I nearly bought in Costco the other day. They had a box of those things that you break and then they heat up and you pop it inside your glove. Have you seen those? I nearly bought a box of those and I thought, that'd be a nice Christmas present for somebody. And I thought, no, After Eight's better. And so, I did nearly buy them. Did he tell you? He's such a sneak. Honestly, he's terrible. He really is bad. He's sort of the one, you can just imagine, can't you, at home, and you've got a brother or a sister, and he goes, they bought you slippers. Yeah. And by the way, I also know what all your other presents are, because I've opened them. You'd be that sort of person, wouldn't you? See, imagine the food bill in the Gemma Collins house, if they were ever to conceive. Oh, you can imagine how big she could be. Well, she can't afford to get pregnant at the moment, but having unprotected sex seems rather stupid. I know, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place. I can't believe how many trucks have neon signs in their cabs. Is this a sign of their sexuality true? Well, so I was told. I don't know. I've got to hold my hands up. Not all the time, but I've got to hold my hands up and go, that's what I'd heard. It's a secret sign. A secret sign. And you mentioned George Michael, says Stephen Dundee. Did you know he's very generous? And yes. Oh, God, yes. Of course we do. This was the radio station that he looked after more than anything. When Capital had their Help a London Child, George Michael was one who dipped his hand in his pocket and would donate very, very generously. You couldn't have met a more generous person. And he wrote Last Christmas solely, but put Andrew Ridgeley on the credits, so he would be financially secure for life. I don't think, actually, you're ever going to be financially secure for life on the Wham! Last Christmas. You know, I saw how much people make on records now. It's not as much as you think. If there's two people on the credits, you're splitting it down the middle. So I don't know where that features in the... I can't remember the most popular... Would that have been Irving Berlin's White Christmas? Certainly somewhere like that. Is David Essex still performing, says Shane? He is. He is. And I think he's got some things coming up. Definitely. Another one here. Watching the Royal Variety performance, they did the list of people who passed away. I didn't know that Chaz from Chaz and David passed. Good Lord, have you not heard LBC before? Did that ages ago. CJ says, I've recently moved to a bungalow with a garage. It's great. No frost on the car windscreen. It's like emerging out of the Bat Cave. Do you garage your car overnight? No. Of course not. Don't need to. We've got CCTV. That's far better. We've got 20 cameras. 20 cameras. You can't move on our property. The moment you move actually onto the property, we get you through every single door, car park, all covered, everything. It's all high definition. It's amazing. You can find people very quickly. Very rarely do people sort of come and nick things from people's houses now, unless they live in the area and they know about it. Janice in Ilford says, I woke up this morning to find my cat Andy has left me a dead mouse under the Christmas tree. It's a present. That's what cats do. My friend, Louise, her cats used to bring back squirrels, decapitated, and things like that. She'd wake up to find them under the bed. It should completely freak me out. Steve and the army are having trouble recruiting young people because when the sergeant shouts, get down, they all stand up and start dancing. Oh, right. I used to... What was that song? Was it... And rock the boat, don't rock the boat, baby, rock the boat, don't tip the boat over. Hughes Corporation. That was always a good song, but there's another one that people did where you all sit behind each other and you pretend to be rowing. But I can't remember what it is. What is it? What is that song where they all start rowing and leaning? That's right. Oops, upside your head. Oops, upside your head. Said, oops, upside your head. Oops, upside your head. Who was that done by? Was that somebody very famous? I don't know. On the Chase, we've got a Christmas edition. Again, it's a lot of people who've been on television all the time. And then we see them. We do love Anne Hegarty, though. But she's in Panto this year. I wonder if she's going to be sort of Good Fairy or something like that. Bless her heart. 5 to 5. The Gap Band were Oops Upside Your Head. I used to have all these disco records years ago and used to play them. And you'd go into a certain sequence at a certain time. And so people could just sort of... Those because not everybody can dance who goes to a disco. Some people say, a bit like that. It doesn't kind of work. They seem to be totally uncoordinated. And so you'd have a couple of songs where it didn't matter if you could dance or if you couldn't dance. They'd always find a little space for you on the floor. The chill factor, bad weather due tomorrow. That's what they've said. I wonder if that means tonight. I wonder if that means we get to... oh, look, she's scrubbing a cow down. Do you think cows like that or they can't feel it? I like cows. I think they can kill you. We've had a few people killed by cows. You wander into a field and they sort of lean up against you. Mind you, an elephant did that to somebody over in Thailand, I think, a while ago, and leant up against a trainer. And you think, I think it's just getting its own back. Not very good at all. And what do you do with a 26-foot Christmas tree? And what this bloke has done, because obviously he's not the full ticket, he's got a 26-foot Norway spruce. He's cut it into 3, and he's put one bit on each floor, so it looks like it's going through the whole house. Well, it doesn't. It just looks like three sections of tree. His name's Colin. He comes from Stamford. He says, my children, who are 2 and 6, couldn't believe their eyes. They loved it. At 2 and 6, they love stuff like that. They really do. He's got a cage in the bedroom. What's in that? And it's in the sitting room, which is about the size of a matchbox. And so he's got the base of the tree, then the next bit in the next floor, and then, it coming out of the roof of the house. Well, that's what it looks like. It's not. It's actually, I mean, the thing falls down. God help us. God help us. 3 million homes could lose a free TV licence. Now, we told you this story a while ago. This is the Tories who've broken a manifesto pledge. They promised at last year's snap general election to protect the benefits for over 75s. But the BBC could axe the perk worth 150 quid a year when it takes control of licensing from 2020. Oh, here we go. Well, then we just have to make sure they pay, televisions, or they make televisions that only pick up ITV, so it doesn't pick up the BBC anymore. That's what people have used as their excuse, isn't it, really? Plus, a tax returns company that sends out 14.8 million spam texts has been hit with a £200,000 fine. Oh, good. I always like it when they get hit by fines. And the World Pie Eating Championships has come up trumps, but it's caused an almighty stink. We'll tell you about that one a little bit later on. Plus, we'll tell you about a bit of a hold-up for the robber who was going to rob the bank, and he queued up with everybody else. He's been jailed. His name's Simon Jones. He lines up unchallenged for 15 minutes because the manager thought he might have a skin condition. So they didn't challenge him. Obviously a very stupid manager. They didn't want to offend him. When the 38-year-old, also carrying a bottle of Febreze, reached the cashier, he handed over a note saying he had acid and a bomb. He fled NatWest in Bishop Auckland, County Durham, with 370 quid. And he admitted robbery. Oh, I won some money yesterday. I won £50. £50. How exciting is that? Where did I win £50? I won it on Camelot's lottery site. I did their game, and you click on and you can play a £10 game. And I did, and I won £10 on the first one, and then on the second, and then I had a premonition. I'm going to win, and so I clicked on the little box. It went, bing, £50. Thank you very much indeed. I'm here all week. Oh, sorry, I have been here all week. I've just realised. Yeah, isn't that lovely? £50. I don't know what to do with it first. First for me this morning, says my friend Christopher, held onto the curtains to put my slippers on. Felt very natural, but quite significant at the same time. How lovely. What do you mean you're hanging onto the curtains? A friend of mine's just had her curtains replaced with shutters. Shutters. You could have shutters. On your house, they'd look lovely. They'd look very nice. Georgian-style house. Probably is Georgian, actually. But, I mean, look, held onto the curtain to put your slippers on. That's an age. That's an age thing, isn't it? We do that now. The worst thing is having to sit down onto the bed to put your pants on and to put your socks on as well. And making noise. I nearly fell over. Well, I'm constantly was falling over. I've just realised I've got no balance. I love the idea of hanging onto the curtains, though. There's an image, Christopher, in my mind. It's a good image. It's a very good image. Steve, did you go to Live Aid at Wembley? No, I don't do crowds. I've told people before. There's 2 things I don't do. Squidgy, smelly cheese and crowds. I don't like things like that. Some people love it, but it's not for me. I get a bit claustrophobic. I don't even like getting on a busy bus. In fact, if there's a busy bus, I'll wait for the next one until I find one where it's got some seats on it. And I hate it if people come and sit next to me. I always try and make it very obvious that I'm not happy. So I've started coughing. Like that. So, I'm sorry, it's not that contagious. Everybody's wearing leopard print at the party. I've just seen 3 people from the party, all wearing leopard print. Must have looked like London Zoo. Was Ollie wearing leopard print? Well, he kept his coat on, I've noticed. Very wise. If he was going to wear leopard print, it would be probably a waistcoat. Leopard print waistcoat. But no, I've just seen 3 girls there, all wearing leopard print. Amelia Cox was wearing a leopard print skirt as well. I think they call it that. Yeah, I'm sure it's leopard print. And so, as I say, it must look like sort of a safari park in there the other night. But anyway, nice to be company. Welcome along to Friday. I bet the inside of your shower looks like a Christmas tree with all the lights flashing, says CJ. I don't know. I do like lights. But also, it's cold out there this morning. I promise you, you need to wrap up. You'd be foolish not to wrap up, especially if, you know, the weather turns even colder. It's about -2 at the moment. It's very, very, very chilly. But I will see people today. I will see people going out there and they won't have the appropriate clothes on. It'll be a nightmare. And you'll end up coughing and wheezing and doing all sorts of things. Do you know if you have a pampas plant in your front garden, you're a swinger? Because I lost my friend Rob, who's gay. My friend Rob, who's gay, told his best friend Hannah about that. Because I've got 2 together in the front garden. They're now huge. But I've been single for ages. Don't you need a partner to swing? I thought, I don't know, you're asking the wrong person. Asking the wrong person. Nobody has pampas plants in the front garden anymore, do they? They grow far too big. They're like weeping willows. The roots go all over the place. Oh no, you don't want pampas grass. When it starts off, it's nice. But I've seen one, there's one down at Chiswick, which I see, quite a lot actually over the weekend, because I use that route myself. And I've looked at it, and it takes up the whole of the front garden. The whole of the front garden. It's that bad. It depends if you like pampas grass. I'm not a big fan of pampas grass. It doesn't particularly do it for me. I always wonder who was the first person to discover you can get milk out of a cow. Yes. I don't know, actually. I can't imagine. It goes back donkey's years, doesn't it? I don't know when cows came into existence. I don't remember seeing pictures of cavemen with cows. So when did they come along? Were they sort of brought over from somewhere? Isn't that funny that there's so many different breeds of cow that we don't think about it. We just take it for granted, don't we, really? Well, I do. I've just seen that Sandra Locke, Clint Eastwood's ex, who is his Dirty Harry co-star, has died. Has she? Sandra Locke's died? Has she? How old was she? She can't be that old, was she? Good Lord, honestly. Thank you, Dallas. I'm just checking that out, actually. It's not in the papers, so, we'll probably find it on the internet. And 74? Oh, good grief. Wow, 74. Wow. She died due to breast and bone cancer, according to Radar Online. They had a contentious relationship more than a decade with Clint Eastwood, who first cast her in the film The Outlawed Josie Wales. Do you remember that film? I loved it. She's been in everything. Everything. Bronco Billy, Every Which Way But Loose, Any Which Way You Can, Gondola, The Second Coming of Suzanne. I haven't heard of half of these. But she was in them anyway. But she was 74. 74. I love Dirty Harry, says Dallas. I bet he and Crocodile Dundee could sort out the gang violence in London. Don't you just wish? Don't you just wish if it was so simple to sort out gang violence and these pathetic little children who go around carrying knives? Sad little so-and-sos. I agree. Incredibly sad that after Series 3, says Matt the Trucker, of the Grand Tour, which starts mid-Jan, Clarkson, Hammond and May are hanging up their driving gloves on a studio car show. However, good news, Amazon have signed them up for Series 4, which will be based on them doing the epic challenges that people love. Thank you, Matt. Very much indeed. I like them. I think they work well together. And even though I don't understand what they're talking about, I really don't know what they're talking about, I'm very interested in watching car programmes. Terry, the ex-bugle major, says, saying goodbye to my brother-in-law today. Bert and Steffi were both spikers and worked for Biggins in his house until recently. Oh, wow. There you go. Jackie in Watford says, have you seen those gloves you don't have to take off to operate the mobile? They never work for me. They never... You got them, have you? Oh, right. I've just got fluffy gloves. But they've got a lining of Vortex in or something, or Memorex or something like that. I can't remember. They were nice, but I have to take them off to do anything. I can't use the telephone with them on. It's always very annoying. One of these days I'll invent something that I can operate. Steve, is your newsreader Amelia Fox an actress, says CJ? Well, she's getting through the bulletins. I mean, if that's what you mean. I don't know. It's a different spelling, actually. Different spelling. Yes. But, so the answer is... Oh, right. They've got things on. They've got things on the fingers, haven't they? Where are they from? They're from somewhere like Halfords or something. No. I bought gloves, but they're never the same for me. The only thing I couldn't do with that is a scarf. I've discovered years ago nobody wore scarves. Now scarves are the big thing. Everybody's got scarves. But have you noticed everybody does them the same way? That's college boy wearing. The other way is where you loop it round like that. And I think that's the worst way. I just wrap it round twice because mine's fairly long. So I can't remember where I got this one from, actually. It's a lovely scarf. I quite like it. Oh, do you see, you do that. I don't do that. You know when you loop it round and you go like that, and then you sort of, like a tie, so, and you I can't breathe. I don't know. I do like long scarves. You need them. But they're absolutely de rigueur in this weather. If you haven't got a scarf, go and buy one. You can buy cheap scarves. They're not very expensive. If you're elderly, you must definitely get a scarf. Ask for one for Christmas. Ask for Father Christmas if he can get you a nice scarf. It's always something useful, isn't it? People are hopeless. When they ask me, they go, what would you like for Christmas? I go, nothing. Seriously, there's nothing that I need or want, actually. On Wills, Oprah Winfrey's leaving 30 million of her 2 billion fortune to her dogs, says Pablo. Oh, well, that's good. She'll probably leave it to a dog's home, won't she, though? I would think. It'll go to a doggie's home, which is nice. Difficult, though, isn't it? We have Jamie on this morning. Why don't you pop in and join us? He said, not Christopher just said. So Jamie's in. Well, send him my love. Send him my love. Are you literally picking up on all my guests? I mean, this is what it seems like to me. He says you could pop in and join us. He's bringing in lots of food and festive cheer. Oh, it's all you need, isn't it? Festive cheer at our time of life. Yeah, send him my love. Send him my love. We love Jamie Oliver. We think he's fab. He's absolutely fab. And he's so tall. He's a lot taller than you imagine. I don't know why people think that he's short. He's not. He's a tall boy. He's a 6-footer. And then some. This time of year again, Steve, when the South Coast lorry parks start filling up with neon. It's like a giant club, isn't it, really, for them, I suppose. I'm still working on the idea of whether I can drop in. I thought, no, I can't. No, definitely not. I've got so much to do today. One of them is getting my hair cut. That one there. I'm going to get that haircut there. Also, Bucks Fizz singer Jay Aston says the UK will never win the Eurovision Song Contest again. Of course we won't. They don't like us. They don't like us. Jay and her bandmates won back in 1981 with Making Your Mind Up. Don't hate your interest. There's something about it, isn't it? It was, the boys had pretty hair. It was long. It was great. I always wanted long hair like that. Never had it. Never. Well, I had long hair, but it was never looked as good as the Bucks Fizz hair. It really didn't. But despite her fears, Jay would like her new look group, The Fizz, to be part of Eurovision You Decide. Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? Are there different groups then doing the rounds? So she's got her new look group, The Fizz. Yeah, because Bucks Fizz is owned by, I think, Bobby G. There's two rivals, aren't there? Yes, I've suddenly realised. Because I think Bobby G owns the name Bucks Fizz. How you get this kind of thing in this day and age, I've got no idea. But it's very tricky. My friend Christopher is going, come on. I can't. Seriously, today, actually, I have really got so many things to do. I've absolutely, because next week is just, and then we're into Christmas. So next week I've got sort of stuff, to do. So today is one of my only days for getting bits and pieces. So I've got to do the usual, nipping into places, put that candle in that bag and that candle in that bag. Otherwise, I would absolutely love to, as you know. What came first, orange or the fruit? Orange or the fruit? Is that the colour orange, or am I missing that one? Am I missing that? I'm probably missing that one completely. The colour clearly came first, I would have thought. I don't know. I've got little satsumas with me, but that's my business. And I've got cream for it as well. So, have you tried those other things yet? No. They're very difficult to pick up. I promise you, they're not hard. They're very difficult to pick up. I mean, you will be squidgy licking fingers. This is like a salmon mousse with some smoked salmon over they're quite delicious. Quite delicious, but, yeah. You have to almost slide it out of the packaging. Because it's only a layer of smoked salmon over the top. Sorry, we're just sorting out the staff. You have to make sure they're eating well at this time of year. Every time I do it, I would get half the mousse over my fingers and everything else. But it's nice being messy and eating something that tastes so delicious. Nice, isn't it? I was going to take them down to my brother for Christmas, but he doesn't do salmon and stuff like that. That's funny. You'd have thought, coming from our family, the first thing he would have liked. He goes fishing. He's a fisherman. Are your listeners who are at home without TV licenses, says Donald. That's not Donald, where's your trousers, is it? That was my favourite song. I used to love singing that song. I really did. I don't know. Being without a TV and therefore without a TV licence is the only reason I ever tune in. Oh. Haven't you got a radio? You know, do you not listen on the radio? You just download the LBC app. It's free. You can hear it. So being without a TV and therefore without a TV licence is the only reason I would tune in. Oh, right. On Saturday at Glasgow Central Station, I saw a middle-aged woman in tight leopard print trousers. She looked as though she was impersonating Kenny Everett, impersonating Rod Stewart, who was in Glasgow tonight. And Mo says, I was 70 yesterday. 70. Gosh. And at the church Christmas fair, I bought some raffle tickets. Later, a friend arrived with a bottle of champagne I'd won. I also received a lovely plant from the girls who work with my daughter as a thank you for all the cakes, scones and mince pies I send in for them. Shoo-wee. Aren't we generous at this time of the year, aren't we? Norman in South Bermondsey says, do you wear your scarf outside or inside your coat? It's a bit difficult to tell, actually. It's like a big coat I've got, and so it's neither inside nor outside, which sounds a bit... I couldn't describe it as being inside my coat, although I suspect yes, it would have to... Inside. So, do you know what height Robin Day was, says Angus? Got the entire Scottish nation listening this morning. Robin Day, I don't know. Was he a tall person or a short person? I don't know. I always thought I was tall, but I'm not. I'm 5'10". 5'10's not very exciting, is it really? I don't know. Does it make any difference? Oh, is 5'11" tall? I don't know. It's 6 foot, isn't it? So probably the answer is yes. You 5'11"? Oh, right. Oh, God, I'm shrinking by the day. I'm bound to get smaller. I can tell. Oh, dear, I tell you. If you're heading into work, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, you have to get yourself a nice cup of tea. Nice hot cup of tea. I wish I knew what these tea bags were, because they're very good. Very, very good. Ashley's off on holiday today, so I wish him a lovely holiday. He's going to where the sun shines permanently. Must be lovely. Eurovision, you decide. I thought a people's vote had been announced overnight, Steve. Says Dawny, loving the show as always. Thank you. Steve, as you cut down your show by half an hour yesterday, an hour, I did 2 hours, do you have to take a pay cut? I think not. Mainly because it wasn't my decision. It wasn't my decision, so you can't just start changing a contract midway through. No, they're very generous. Seriously, very generous. Very generous to me. So, no, it doesn't work like that. It's like somebody said to me, because you're on in the early hours of the morning, is it a different pay rate than if you're on in the middle of the afternoon? I said, well, everybody's on different rates, depending on what you've negotiated. There is no set rate. It's not like driving a bus or, driving a ship or something like that. Everybody's on different rates for different things. Depends how successful you are, doesn't it, really? Ron says, in an emotional farewell, Dimbleby said goodbye to us after 25 years in the chair. He got a standing ovation. He says, I think he'll be sorely missed as he's a great presenter. Yes, he's very good. I didn't ever say that he was never a good presenter. I'm very envious of people who are like that. I sometimes listen to people on the radio because you get different radio presenters, like TV presenters. You get some who are very good, some who bluff it. Those who bluff it, you can tell because you can see it on their face. I'm a light-ent radio presenter. I don't profess to know about politics, and I don't think anybody would ever expect me to know about politics. But on the other hand, you would see James O'Brien as a serious presenter. He can talk about politics. I can't. I've got no idea. Can tell you anything about showbiz and London news and London secret places and stuff like that and be entertaining, but when it comes to politics, I just don't do it at all. Of course you can pop into Radio X. This isn't Radio X. This is another one. I'm constantly being invited to radio studios, which is quite nice, actually. It's very flattering, very flat. But today, as I say, if it was any other day, I probably would have done, but I absolutely can't because I have got so much to do. I've got to go to, so I've got to get a haircut, got to go to Costco, I've got to get bits and pieces for people, I've got to nip into Richmond and order some stuff, and I've got to do it all really before 12 o'clock, so I like to be home by 12 o'clock, so I can then get myself something to eat and try and sit down and try and work it in my mind. What else I've got to do? I don't want to miss anything. I've got to try and, on Christmas Day, I've got to go from here to Essex. I'm going to Epping on Christmas Day, but I've got an hour to do it. And I'm not sure I can do it in an hour. I think it might be about an hour and a half, because I think I've got to go through the city, and I think I go through Commercial Road, or down Commercial Road. How I get to that from here, I've got no idea. I shall have to try and find out. Can't be that complicated, can it? I'm assuming I go straight down Fleet Street, up the other end, and just keep going straight out that way, so it should be fairly straightforward. Then when I get to the Bow flyover, I do a left. This means nothing to you. Christmas Day shouldn't be too bad, should it? Oh, my Lord above, poor girl, she's still waiting. 19. Check on the roads and red. It's Friday. Oh, thank the Lord for Friday. But cold out there. Out in the country, colder. You're going to get, excuse me, ice on the car, which actually is no big deal. You can scrape it off with a credit card or something like that. And then you put the heater on. Some people are lucky. Their cars seem to be permanently hot. They heat up very quickly. Mine seems to heat up very quickly. Steve, David Van Day owns the name Bucks Fizz. He used to tour under that name, but now the original Bucks Fizz have reformed. You won't give them back the name, hence they're called the Fizz. Oh, right. Are you sure it was David? For some reason, I thought it was Bobby G. I know David Van Day. But I'm pretty certain he didn't own the name. I thought it was Bobby G who owned it, and he didn't want to let it go at all. David Van Day did tour with Bucks Fizz, and then they had a bit of a falling out. But I don't think he owned the name. I might have got that wrong. I mean, sometimes life escapes me and I miss things. He does own it, does he? Oh, right. We think he does. Oh, right. His is called David Van Day's Bucks Fizz Show. So he doesn't own the name Bucks Fizz. Oh, that's right. That's right. He's now back with Dollar, which was with Theresa May. Not Theresa May. No, it was Theresa Van. Anyway, so they were Dollar. I can't remember Dollar's hits, but they were very good. So who owns? So is it Bobby G who owns? I'm pretty certain Bobby G owns the Bucks Fizz name. Pretty certain. Yeah, I'm right. Told you. Never wrong, Chris. Never wrong. Never challenge me on anything like that. I've got a memory like a sieve for most things, but when it comes to sort of peculiar things that you think, how would you know something like that? The answer is I have no idea at all. The others are known as Cheryl Baker, Mike Nolan, and Jay Aston, formerly of Bucks Fizz. Isn't that amazing? You can't... Oh, dear, how funny. But never mind. Yes, I remember there was a big falling out. Talking of presents, says Holly, from Cats, made me think of Victor Meldrew putting his slippers on at his bedside. One of the slippers turned out to be a decomposing hedgehog. Oh, you know, you can't beat One Foot in the Grave. You cannot beat it. It was such a good show. Steve says, Mike, I love the Donald Where's Your Trousers as well. I know this is not a request show. I don't know why I'm doing it in your accent. Well, it's probably not your accent at all. But could you play a snippet of it for old time's sake? No. Apparently not. Actually, it's on Andy Stewart's Greatest Hits. And it's very popular. Let the wind blow high, let the wind blow low through the strings. All the lassies say hello. Donald, where's your trousers? Donald, where's your trousers? I used to love that. The White Heather Club. The White Heather Club on the television was our sort of treat before we discovered Jules Holland. Now you get Jules Holland doing his New Year's Eve hootenanny party kind of thing. But the White Heather Club was as Scottish as it comes. It was beautiful. It was lovely. With a bit of luck, Steve says, Ron, the roads will be clear on Christmas Day and the trip to Essex hassle-free. I assume you'll be driving yourself into work that morning. I'm not sure, actually. I haven't quite decided. I've got a car if I want it, but then I'm going to have to get back home and then get out to Essex, so it's easier perhaps to do it the other way. That's what I think. See, all these things you've got to think about. Steve, Twickenham to Epping, 50 minutes, at most 1 hour. What, from here? I don't want to do it from Twickenham. I'm going to be doing it from here. I'm working here, 7 till 10. I finish at 10, then I've got to get to the car. That'll be about 10:15. 45 minutes. Might better just manage it if the commercial road's fairly quiet. Bowflyer. I don't want any accidents, thank you, on the way down. Taff, who's a taxi... Do you know, everybody's Scottish this morning. This is great. We've got assistant producer is from Aberdeen. Aberdeen. He hasn't been back there for quite a while, actually. Have you? Don't go back there. You're part Scottish, and I don't know anybody Scottish at all. Look at that. How cool is that? Something. Oh, look. Oh, he's not happy about that, is he? Oh, that's riled him a little bit. Yeah. Don't like a taste of your own medicine, do you? Goodness me. Anyway, I suggest for Christmas Day, drive through the embankment onto the highway through the Limehouse link onto the A13 at the North Circular, go towards the M11, come off at Loughton. 50 minutes, says Taff. So wait a minute. So if I'm driving through the embankment onto highway through the Limehouse link, so I can go down to the embankment and drive all the way up the embankment, or should I go straight through the city? I was thinking straight through the city. And Tina says, could you give me a lift to Southend if you're driving through on Christmas Day? Donald says, Fiona Bruce, who's as Scottish as Rod Stewart, is far better looking than Dimbleby and will do a grand job. I'm expecting her to bring the show to the Brock, the tune of the forefathers. Listen, she's a standard BBC presenter for me. They're all the same. They don't have an opinion. Just sit there and go, hello, and we'll see you tomorrow. And you think, no, you won't. You won't see me at all. Eamon Holmes used to say that. He said, nice to see you. I used to look round thinking, you're not in the sitting room as well, are you? How can you see us? You can't see us? Funny thing to say. Mind you, I suppose in his twisted mind, he probably thought he could see us. They're trying to make out that him and Ruth argue all the time. It's just fake. But they're doing a special on Las Vegas. The worst thing was he came back. Just thinking we could have left him at Circus. Makes it so he seems to be jealous of everybody on the television. He's done the Millionaires type programmes and all the rest of it. He must be worth a fortune, and yet he keeps on working. Because that's what we do. Danny Dyer claims his wife Jo blew £125,000 on shopping after a magazine paid them a fortune for their wedding photos. You must be really desperate for the money. They landed the dosh when they finally married in 2016. He said, we did a magazine thing, we got about 125 grand for it. She blew the lot. I think I was in debt at the end of it, and Danny joked that their wedding had a bizarre theme. Why do you think Jordan wants to do a wedding shoot? She needs to find somebody to marry. Doesn't matter who it is. She's not bothered. She doesn't fancy anybody at all. She's come up with all this rubbish about, I've been unlucky with men. It's because she's vile. That's what it is. It's because she's really, really horrible. Steve says, Phil, did I hear a familiar round of applause this morning? No. Am I assuming you've got Dave O'Brien's clap? No. He's very precious. Don't let him know or he'll spit the dummy out. No. We'd never do anything like that. Absolutely. No, that would just be shameful. That would be although he did say to me yesterday, he said, sir, he calls me sir, he said, I got called Dave today by somebody, some lorry driver or something. I said, well, it's your name. Of course he's called you Dave. And he laughed. Because he thinks nobody knows about it. He doesn't realise. I said, I'm telling everybody. About your name's really Dave. He's sort of trying to make out that it's not. He's trying to make it, James sounds a bit more posh or something. He's Dave. His old dad, was a cab driver. It's as simple as that. He used to drive a Hackney carriage. The ones with the man with the red flag in front. That's what he used to do. His grandfather before him, and his grandmother as well. She used to take him washing. There's a whole family history, I tell you. He grew up in the docks. That's where the family come from. But then he played down, because somebody said to him, listen, if you're going to go on the radio, you're going to make yourself sound a little bit more sort of in touch with everybody. So call yourself James, because it sounds quite He's Dave. When you actually talk to him, I always catch him as he comes off air sometimes. He goes, all right, mate? He's a bit like that. All right, mate? He's got he's sort of pitched it up a little bit. On the radio, he sort of drops the voice down a little bit and sort of puts it on. When he comes off air, he's, all right, everybody? I'm just going out the old apples and pears and have a cup of Rosie Lee. You all right, Stevie, mate? It's always like that. It's always very friendly round here. I quite like it. Have you heard about the New York Times story on petty crime in London? They want to run a serious piece, but people have been making fun and tweeting about catching each other's eyes on the tube for too long or queue jumping. Ask Scottish Boy if he's got his eggnog and Justin Timberlake impression ready for later. Big fans of the show and especially In Conversation, says Monica. Do you understand that? Do you? If he's got his eggnog and Justin Timberlake impression ready. Why have you got a Justin Timberlake impression? Oi! Why have you got a Justin Timberlake impression? Is this some story I don't know about? Why do I not know about this? Why do I not know? You've done a song? Where? It's a thing last week. What thing last week? Was this choir? And you did a Justin Timberlake song? And Monica went? How did she know? She's in the choir? With you? Good Lord above. Yeah, and you did Justin Timberlake. Monica, I'm so sorry. I'm very embarrassed now. I'm very embarrassed, but not embarrassed enough to go to the news. Hey everybody, it's nice to have your company. It's Friday, it's the 14th of December. So if you are a family, if you've got children, it's a busy time for you, because not only have you got to, depending if you're going away for Christmas, if you're going away for Christmas, it's great, because you don't need to be sort of worrying about anything like that at all, because you just sort of take a couple of presents away. The kids don't know. They don't know how many presents they're going to be getting. But if you're at home, you've got to do the tree, you've got to do the decorate, you've got to try and work out who's going to be looking after the pets, then you've got to get the presents, then you've got to try and, it's just so stressful. And then when the kids start doing the presents, don't open the presents, wait. Mum will go and get the pen and the piece of paper. So you've got to write down what everybody's given you, because you've got to do thank you letters. They were very insistent in our family. My mother said, you're doing thank you letters. It's like when I was at prep school years and years ago, little boy, every weekend you have to write to your parents Dear Mummy and Daddy, having a lovely time, wish you were here. Instead of me, kind of thing. But no, always have to write thank you letters. Always, always, always. That was the one thing we were taught as children, to be polite. If your auntie or uncle had decided to send you in something, and I can't remember what they used to send us, all sorts of stuff, I suppose, then, you know, it just wasn't right. You had to do it. And I used to hate it. The letters got shorter and shorter. Dear Auntie Winnie, thank you very much indeed for the socks you bought me. Happy Christmas, love, Stephen. And that was it. What they ever did with them, I don't know. People don't write letters now. They send an email. Which is wonderful. Do your producers get danger money? Pfft, don't be so ridiculous. Of course they don't. Why would they want danger money? People are begging to be on this programme. Seriously, begging to be on it. Even people who don't do light ent, begging to be on this show. Begging. You know why? Easy peasy. Not difficult. Somebody says, Eddie M. What? You can't complain. Eddie Mayer was playing with your Velcro shoes the other day. I need to have a word. I've got to start sending him text messages. Would you stop it, please, honestly? Nothing the matter with Velcro shoes. It's an age thing, isn't it? I said, do you remember the time I did my back in and I couldn't get my pants on? And I discovered that if I got a coat hanger, a wire coat hanger, and stretched it out, I could actually hook it into my pants on the floor and then pull them up my legs. Once they were beyond a certain way, I could manage it myself. I couldn't actually bend down to pick up the pants. Got no end of stick about that one, I tell you. People complaining about it. And also some people thinking I was doing fetish phone-in, which, of course, I don't do. The Global Awards are back for 2019. LBC and its sister stations from Global are joining together to bring you another unforgettable awards night. The Global Awards 2019 with very.co.uk will be rewarding the very best from the world of music, news and entertainment. Who will win this time? You can be there with LBC. The Global Awards 2019 with very.co.uk. Keep listening to find out more. It's fabulous last year. David Van Day is appearing at my stepson's pub, the Trading Rooms in Southend, on New Year's Eve, says Carl. Do you know, honestly, that this programme never ceases to amaze me. That we'll always find somebody who's associated with something in some... And, you know, only talking about it a minute ago. Mary says, no sound effects, please, Steve. That presenter in the evening drives me totally demented with them. Who's that? Oh, Nick Ab. Oh, Nick. How does he know where they what they say? I thought about this the other day. I was listening to him. I think I was, you know, combing the cat or something. Anyway, I can't remember. And I remember thinking, how does he? Has he got written on each one what the voice says? Oh, because he actually made it. Yeah, but how does he know? Because there are so many of them, aren't there? There's so many in the system, quite a few. So, how does he know which? Is it written on there? This one goes, I can't believe it. Ah, right. I couldn't work out how it was done, actually. Oh, right. Because years ago it was on cartridge, and you could it was labels on there, but if you lost the labels, you were completely up a gum tree, and you put them into the machine in the right order. Oh, that's why. He loves things like that, doesn't he? But I think it makes the programme. Definitely. When sorry, excitement. When I lived in Eastern Europe, says Ulrika, I did own a male dachshund. Do you call them dachshund or dachshunds? Or anyway, we often had beautiful, sunny, crisp, minus 15-degree days. Despite the weather, the dachshund still had to do his business. However, he lifted his leg. The stream would freeze midway before it hit the ground. Must work for males as well. Not noticed it. No, not noticed that. I've never actually been a dachshund, but there you go. Kevin the Milkman says, easiest way from the studio to Epping, up past King's Cross, left at Barron Street, through Islington, pick up Leabridge Road to Waterworks roundabout and onto the M11. Driving over the A13 will be a lot longer. See? I knew Kevin and Milkman. They know everything, every quick route. So, down to King's Cross, left at Barron Street. Barron Street. I'll have to find Barron Street now. I've got enough time, actually. Christmas Day, usually okay till about 12, but from Leicester Square it's much better for you to go down the embankment and then through the Limehouse link, says Monica, your favourite cabbie. Woo! And seasonal greetings from Gary from lovely Woolwich. He says, I'm also having my Tony Blair cut today. Tony Blair hair. Okay, Cockney rhyming slang, because he's from Woolwich. And that's nice. He says, also 150 knicker on a scratch card. Seasonal greetings. Doesn't sound right, does it? Somebody from Woolwich going, seasonal greetings to you. And here's a jolly good season for you. Actually, I was reading a thing on the internet the other day. They're saying there is definitely something going on, or going off, between William and Harry. They said this is, it appears to be a bit of a rift between the wives. Now, we know that poor old Meghan has not seen eye to eye with a lot of the people who are in their employ, although they're not employed by them, they're employed by, I'm assuming, royal households or somebody like that. And there's something definitely going on. What it is, I don't know, but they've said it's almost like a severing of the two brothers. One who is never likely to ever get anywhere near the throne of England, and the other one who is, but also doesn't do anything at the time, even though they keep telling us that they're sort of grooming him to take it. But I mean, the Queen's still alive. You know, it's interesting, isn't it? I think there's something going on as well. I predicted there was something going on a while ago. I'm not sure whether or not Meghan fits in with the royal family. I don't know. I think she fits in with him, but there again, I'm not sure he fits in with the royal family either. So it's an odd one, isn't it? Because you so want it to all be lovely, lovely, and it turns out, you know, when Harry didn't have any friends to play with, he would tag on behind Wills. And so you've got Wills and the wife, and then Wills and the wife and the kids, and then Wills and the wife and more kids. And then Harry was still trotting around as if he didn't have anybody to talk to. He became known as Billy No Mates. Is it Barnet Fair for hair? Probably could be anything you like, actually. I only remember, are you going to... No, that was Scarborough Fair. Scarborough Fair. That was one that... Parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. What's the point of that? You go to a fair, you just want a drink, don't you? So what have you got? We got parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. Who are they? They're my daughters here. Because there will be people listening who've probably got somebody called parsley, rosemary, sage. I would think you can have people called sage, and thyme. You know, Thyme Winterbottom or something like that. I don't know. Lots of presents for the kids, says Ron, next week? No, we don't do lots of presents. They get lots of presents from their parents. From me, they just get the one present and then a card with some money in it. And that's it. But they're snowed under. I spoke to one of their parents the other day. They're so busy. They've got a business which they're running. And it's a really busy time of year, everybody wanting things done. And it's very difficult, very, very difficult. How half of you even sort of work this out? And then the cost of it. I think there's about 12 or 13 of us for the Christmas Day lunch. If I make it. At this rate, I've said to them, listen, start without me. do the starter. That gives me an extra sort of 10, 15 minutes to do the starter, and then I can just sort of pop in for the main course, which I'm good, actually. 84850, Grace, 49 with cold arms, hoping you received my Christmas card from Australia. Not yet. No, there's the Hillman family I got yesterday. Fiona says, I left a Christmas gift with Courtney yesterday. That was probably after I've left the building, and he doesn't come in at this time, believe you me. I'll probably see him, actually. I'll probably see him on the way out. Today. Actually, Kate had two aides that also left her, so Meghan wasn't the only one. Do we know her rift is factual? I don't know, that's what I'm just saying. There's somebody who's written a book about it and says that it appears as though it is. That's why they've moved out of Kensington Palace. Everybody's lived there perfectly harmoniously. Of course, the papers love it. They've been doing it for weeks. Weeks and weeks and weeks. Ever since she arrived, they've been doing it. And so now they're saying they're 99% certain. The reason they're 99% certain there is a rift is because nobody's denied it from the palace. That's normally, they would normally say, listen, it's just ridiculous. But they haven't said anything at all. So they're thinking. And if you remember, there was the book that said that Harry stormed into the kitchen saying, whatever Meghan wants, Meghan gets. And I think the Queen decided that wasn't the case. You can't change a royal family. They're steeped in history. Can't change things like that. That's the way it goes. Apparently there was some ridiculous thing that they said, of course, Meghan will be missing breakfast on Christmas morning. They said there is a tradition, I've never heard of this, in the royal family for the men to go down for breakfast and the women who are married to sit in their room by themselves. Have you ever heard of such pants in your entire life? What, you think the Queen sits there for breakfast going, is there anybody else here? Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, I would have thought they all sit down for breakfast. I've never heard of this rubbish about, it's gone on in aristocratic houses for ages, that the lady, that was years ago, not now. An unforgettable thank you letter I wrote in 1959. Dear Uncle Ian and Auntie Catherine, thank you very much for the coat hanger you sent me. It's very nice. Lots of love from Richard. Taffin Barry says your mention of thank you letters prompted that fond memory of the song Hello Mother, Hello Father, here we are at Camp Grenada. Da, 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 da. It was wonderful, actually. What's your favourite magic trick to perform? I don't have a favourite. I've lots of wonderment. I always think it's so clever. I watch people still at the Magic Circle still at the Magic Circle, and I still go, how did they do that? Even though I know. Barron Street is the road before the Angel, as you can't turn left at the Angel. Well, now you've confused me. So I'm at King's Cross. Is that the Angel? Where's the Angel? After King's Cross. Is that going up the hill? Oh, right, you're heading up Pentonville Road. Ah, right, I know where I am now. So, Barron Street, so I turn left at the top of that hill. Do I not go over the other side? Why did I might have gone over the other side before. I'm going to put it on sat-nav as well, just to find out. Oh, right, so, right. Ah, right. Thank you, Kev. Thank you very much indeed. The Queen, Steve, should sit on her very best throne and have Meghan brought to her for a good ticking off. They don't do that. They don't do that. My father, says Fraser, was most amused by the thank you letter sent by my cousin. Thank you for the 5-shilling postal order. Grandpa sent me a 10-shilling postal order. Didn't used to do that. You know when you used to get a birthday card, you'd open it, and you were hoping that a 10-shilling note would fall out. A 10-shilling note. Or at best, a pound note. A pound note. Amazing. Like you, says Fraser, I loathe having to think of things to embellish my thank you letter and just wish that Auntie Jessie hadn't sent me that sleeveless pullover. But it's nice to do, actually. Anybody seeing the meteor shower? No? Don't think so, no. Producers had a look out the window. You can't see anything either. Mind you, it's pretty dark. Don't fall out the window, for God's sake. We'll never hear the end of the programme. No, nothing. No meteor showers round here. Meghan is still at Kensington, says Christine, until Frogmore's ready. Oh, it's going to take ages. It's going to take ages. They're practically going to rebuild the thing. They might just want to bring the children up in the country. William isn't allowed to do this, so I wish the press would leave her alone. Christine, we are paying for the renovation. Yes, we're told it's about 5 million. And they've got to put extra security in down there. Whereas at Kensington Palace, it comes under their own security there, which is better. And also, the apartment that they have is a 21-room apartment. I mean, I don't know how many rooms you've got, but I haven't got 21 rooms. Well, not at the moment. Not till I win that 77 million tonight. Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? I don't know where to begin. Wouldn't know where to begin shopping. All sorts of things. 13 minutes to 6. Oh, travel, I knew there was something. I wonder why you all look vacantly at me. That was my fault. I thought I was being terribly dramatic. 30 minutes to 6, bang. No. One here from Joseph in Bethlehem. He said, 11 days to Christmas. Mary's had a restless night, but at least we have the Christmas tree up in the stable now, which is good. Piers is in Ho Chi Minh City and says, my godfather used to send me a guinea every Christmas. I thought I was the richest child, as it was in the 60s. A guinea. Pound and a shilling, wasn't it? Pound and a shilling was a guinea? Yeah. 21 guineas was £21, 21 shillings, which was another pound, so it was £22. So it's confusing, isn't it? I know. Steve, they're still in the 2-bedroom Nottingham cottage. It's a lot bigger, Christine, than you think it is. Let me tell you. It's not pokey. It's the Nottingham cottage. It's got a name. The 21 room that might have been on offer houses the Duke and Duchess. No, that was the one that was offered to them. I know that the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester had a place as well, and they said they weren't giving it up. To Harry? No, absolutely not. No, so they didn't. But Wills and Kate, they don't seem to be as friendly as they were. If you noticed the other day, Prince Charles was out with Harry as they were solving knife crime. How that works, honestly, we've had it for donkey's years, and Prince Charles has only just cottoned on to the fact. You know, he could have said something years ago, but he can't make any difference. You know, just because Charles goes, I think you just really, just give the knives back. Just give them back to Chef. You know, it's not going to happen. It really isn't. So we'll wait and see. For weeks we were told the story of a feud, says Ollie, between Meghan and Kate. Last week we were told that the feud was actually between Harry and William, which they get the story right. Well, they don't know. They're just wandering around in the dark. They have no idea. They have to sort of pick up little bits and pieces from servants. But if ever the servant is found out, they'll be dismissed immediately and they'll never work ever again. So people are they're very loyal to the royal family. There must be loads of things that you know about people. Oh, sorry, Harry came in a bit tiddled last night. You know, getting married was probably the best thing that ever happened to him. Kind of calmed him down a little bit, which was sort of much better, I think. Lady C's going to do a Meghan book with her sights on it. I don't know why. I mean, she's never known for writing. She did a book on Diana. It was in 1992. Yeah, for God's sake, obviously not that successful. 1992, told of the affair and blah, blah, blah. Lady Colin, who's about as dreary as they get. Really dull and boring. Another one of these people who jumps on the back of somebody else to try and make their living. And that's what it is. She's boring. She was boring when she was on television programmes. She was boring in the jungle. She's one of these who she doesn't mean anything at all, really. The funeral director, who's in all the papers for today, was given a parking ticket while she was moving a body. Paula Brennan claimed the warden just sniggered when she complained. Paula had parked a private ambulance outside her funeral home. The private ambulances are the ones that are black, with blacked-out windows, and it's got private ambulance, and you can put 2 or 3 bodies inside, and they're like transit vans. But anyway, she parked this private ambulance as she made arrangements for the body transfer. She pleaded with the warden that she couldn't be expected to bring a family's loved one through a nearby car park in Hebden Bridge. Hebden Bridge? Who lives in Hebden Bridge? We talked about that the other week. Is it Griff Rhys-Jones or somebody like that? No, it's somebody younger who lives in Hebden Bridge. Do you think it's... I think it's somebody else. I can't remember now. It's somebody who's moved out of London. Who have we had in conversation in the past 2 weeks? Because that'll be the indicator. Oh, who is it? So no, I'm trying to think of it before you find it. I have a feeling you'll probably find it first. It was somebody young. Somebody young. And I said, where do you live? And he said, it's a man. He said, Hebden Bridge. I went, oh, that sounds quite nice. Thinking it's just a place with like a steel bridge that goes over it. It didn't sound like a concrete bridge. Hebden Bridge. Who the dickens has moved to Hebden Bridge? No, it definitely wasn't. No, it's not Ramesh Rangit. Give me some other names who've been on. Give me another name. Who else? Might be Stephen Tompkinson. Might be Stephen Tompkinson. I can't remember. Might be Stephen Tompkinson. Isn't it dreadful? Honestly, I hate this when you can't remember something. Because I remember thinking, wow, that's quite a way out of London. Quite a way out of London. Where does it say he lives? There we go. Twickenham or something stupid. Living next door to Steve Allen for all these years. Is it? No, it doesn't say. Typical. Oh, blum, how annoying, honestly. It'll come to me later. You'll remember it. Most people remember things that I can't remember. Anyway, so back to poor Paula Brennan. Paula said I asked how he would feel if it was his... It was John... That's right, John Richardson. John Richardson. How did you find that out? Somebody's John Richardson. That's right, he lives in Hebden Bridge. Anyway, this is where the funeral director's having this trouble. So Paula says, and... I asked how he'd feel if it was his loved one, and he said, I've got a job to do, sniggered and walked away. So disrespectful. She says, in the end, I walked away. I wanted to be respectful. I've got a job to do. There seems to be a growing lack of respect for the funeral industry in general. A Calderdale Council spokesman said the private ambulance was not exempt from parking regulations. The vehicle was parked irresponsibly, and as such, the penalty charge notice will be upheld. You miserable little blighter. The business has been advised of the restrictions and exemptions previously and has not indicated these cause any issues. And by the way, we need the money. We're in Hebden Bridge, you do what you're told. Okay, local councillor up here. Yes, we've got famous people here. We're not bothered about somebody who's passed on. Thank you very much indeed. Are they rude, honestly? I shall have to advise Mr. Richardson to get out as quick as possible. Also, Sir Peter Jackson has revealed he's driven by a fear of failure as he was awarded a Blue Peter Gold badge. Didn't know they were still doing Blue Peter Gold badges, but they are. And here you go. Here is my advice for the day. This is where you're going to thank me. What do you like? Selection boxes. At Christmas, it was always selection stockings or a selection box or something like that. And here is one from Cadbury's. This is the ultimate selection box. And it's got 20... Oh, you'll love this one. 26 individually wrapped bars, including Dairy Milk, Crunchy, Whisper and Flake. And it comes in at 50 quid. However, if you buy them separately, 24 quid. £24. That's about as good as it gets, doesn't it? A Cadbury spokesman said, after popular demand, we've made a limited number of Cadbury Ultimate Selection boxes containing all the top Cadbury favourites. The smaller production run and increased packaging costs to withhold the considerable weight of the combined product has meant higher manufacturing cost. This is reflected in the price. What, twice as much? Twice as much? Why are you doing it? What's clever about that? Cadbury's is an American company. Why would they want to do that? Top text. And it says, hope you're well on this cold day. I'm just cruising into town to see your two mates, Mr. M and Mr... Oh, it's Jamie. Is he... Yeah, we know. We know Jamie. He says, I'm on the LBC app for the first time. It's great. Listen, he's already... Mr. C, Mr. Christopher, who you're seeing. Oh, you're seeing two people today? Oh, right. So he says it's a Christmas catch-up. Yes, the other Christopher, which we're going to, he's invited me to go along. I said, I can't. I've got too many things to do today. He says, wishing you lots of Christmas greetings to you and the team. I'm off to India on Sunday. This is Jamie Oliver, to learn and get inspired for next year. Much love, Jamie Oliver. Thank you very much indeed. That's nice. That's nice, isn't it? I always worry when people don't let us know where they're going to. So he's going to India. Sounds very spiritual. Adam and Sunny. It's a bit nippy. A bit nippy. That's an understatement out there this morning. It's terrible. It really is. But so Jamie Oliver, you'll hear on a radio near you where this boy gets his energy from. I've got no idea. I keep asking about that. Where do you get energy from? But I'm assuming it's on India. And he's going to get inspired for next year. Is that inspired food-wise? Because I tell you what, food is very nice at the moment. From Kerala. Kerala's quite nice. God's own country. You like that. That's quite pretty, actually. Good morning, Steve. It's -2 degrees at the M4 services, says Frank. So the hot black coffee is more than welcome. I had to grin when you were discussing at what height being tall starts. I'm 6'3", and I'm tall for my generation. My son is continuing the trait with a height of 6'10" and size 15 feet. Size 15. God, I mean, I'm 11, 10 and a half, 11. Frank says, I can just imagine him standing next to you. No, you can't. No, you can't. That's enormous, isn't it? That really is. And Hebden Bridge, it was Tom Swarbrick. Oh, how lovely. I wonder what state he's in this morning. He'll have gone to the party. Oh, no, he can't have gone to the party. He was working. He probably had a little drinky poos afterwards, I should imagine, just to sort of celebrate the fact. There's a lot of globalers wandering around all over the place. So Jamie Oliver's heading up into town. So he's cruising into town. Are you cruising in at this time in the morning? At this rate, I'll probably see you on the way out. It's 6:30. Good morning. Welcome to Friday. I know. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord we're at Friday. This weekend is the busy weekend. I mean, next weekend will be busy as well, but this weekend's going to be very busy. People buying last-minute things. Some people don't buy their trees till Christmas Eve. I think because they think they can get them cheaper. But the manufacturers and sellers of the trees have worked this out, actually. My friend Ant says, I love you talking about Nick Abbott. Because we were talking about Nick Abbott, and somebody was saying about all the noises he makes on his... he has all these but it makes it, doesn't it? Everybody... We sometimes play little tiny snippets of music, which sort of adds to it. Only little tiddly little bits. Love your idea of making lists at this time of year, says Phil. My tip when wrapping presents is to only use short lengths of sellotape. No, you need this thing. Have you not seen it? It goes on your wrist, and you get a little packet. It's about 1 inch by about ½ inch, and it's sellotape, all pre-cut. You put it into the little machine, take off the first one, and when you pull it up, the next one pops up. So you've got little bits of sellotape, and it's enough to do all your parcels for Christmas. And then you just take this wristband off, and you can buy the inserts and everything. You'll see them. Beat sellotape. It is sellotape, but it beats having to try and find the end of it, cut it up into lengths. This one, it's already done. Already done for you, and just peel off a little bit, and then you pop it onto the parcel. Or you can get... I've seen a pen which has got glue in it, and you just touch the thing, you push down on it, and it gives you a little blob of glue, and then you hold it on there for a second, and then that works as well, which is great. I love it. So don't do sticky sellotape. It's rubbish unless you've got a tape machine. And I tell you what, you can help me out on this one because I can't find it. I'm looking for a sellotape dispenser, electronic battery. I had one, and it fell apart, and I can't find them at all. I've seen loads of what I thought was an electronic tape dispenser, in which case you push a button and it dispenses a bit of tape and then you just rip it off. That's always quite good as well. So, also having smaller bits in your fingers means it's easier to handle, says Phil, while holding a fold on the parcel. Give it a try. Actually, as you know, I don't really wrap anything anymore. I'm quite lazy when it comes to that. I just sort of send people things, get them to wrap it themselves. Or failing that, I just put it in a bag. It's a lot easier, and then the bag's reusable. Many people love the royal family. The public will not be happy spending all this money. The rift, it's sad, says Anne in Blackburn. I think people get over it. I think we have a duty to upkeep royal properties. I think so. I think that's how it works. Although why they don't all want to be in the same place. I mean, it could be for safety reasons, couldn't it? Do you not think? That's what I think. Phil Vickery's up this morning. Ooh, I got sent in a lovely a smoked chicken the other day from Hillman's. Hillman sent me in a smoked chicken, which was lovely, absolutely lovely. I've never had smoked chicken before. Didn't know such a thing existed. Really didn't. So there you go. So that was nice. So what are we doing today, Phil? What delights do we have? Are we doing telly? What are we doing? And are we cooking something interesting? I want one of those giant crumpets. I've decided a giant crumpet and Steve Allen kind of go well together. What do you buy people? What do you buy people for Christmas now? It's very difficult. Oh, you see, Phil Vickery loves smoked chicken. You'd like this one. You'd like this one. It's lovely. Absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. What do you buy people? What would you buy, for example, Jamie Oliver for Christmas? I mean, he's got everything. It would have to be something unusual. What do the kids buy him, I wonder? I wonder if the kids buy him things. And Phil Vickery, what does Fern buy Phil Vickery? I've got no idea. I don't know. Very difficult to know what people who appear to have everything would actually want. My friend Christopher is, he's not short of a penny or two. What would you buy him for Christmas? It's always unusual things. The royal family, minted, but they have little presents, silly little presents. I mean, you don't go out and buy the Queen jewellery and something like that. It'd just be a silly little present. They like things. They like things. I use gift bags, says little Julie, where possible, with matching tissue paper. Oh, and buy the Christmas stamps in my cards. Yes, I like Christmas stamps. What are they this year? What are the Christmas stamps? What are the images? Are they particularly festive? Or are they a bit sort of off-kilter? We've had those before. Hang on. We've had all sorts of strange things. Oh, right, second class. Oh, they're nice. Oh, I'm liking those. Second class stamps, 50, self-adhesive, £29. Then, oh, I like those a lot. The first class and I'm definitely getting those. Yeah, nice wintry scenes. How festive. How festive. If you haven't seen them, get them. There's also, second class, yeah. Oh, they're nice. I want some of those. I should be sending those on my Christmas cards this year. Phil Vickery wants a welder this year. Have you talked this over with Fern? Is it a welder? What, one of those machines, like a thing you light it, you go, what on earth do you want a welder for? Earth are you going to do with a welder? I wouldn't even know where you got things like that. Is there some place? Oh, I know. There'd be a place that you go to go and buy welders. Machine Mart, something like that. Was that where you would get a welder from? I don't know, actually. What an odd thing to want, a welder for Christmas. Hardly wrapping that up, can you? Not going to be wrapped up any time soon. So a welder is teaching himself welding. That'll be a talking point, won't it? But he did send me the picture. Remember the other day, a proper jam roly-poly made with suet pastry. And so he's teaching himself to do welding for Christmas. I can't so I can weld things, he says. Like what? The car door shut or something like that. Oh dear, I love stuff like that. It's interesting. Because it's always interesting, isn't it? What people want for Christmas. That's about the most unusual thing I've ever heard. Somebody says, read the tape dispenser. Use your hands, you lazy so-and-so. What for? Well, I've got money to buy it. Oh, you're one of those bar humbug people, aren't you? You are. Somebody says, I'd buy Jamie Oliver the Delia Smith cookbook. I'm sure he'd be thrilled. I'm sure he'd be absolutely thrilled. A few years back, he used to regularly have a number of friends on his show. Alan and John used to help at your annual chat shows and several others. How are they doing? I'm seeing John tomorrow. He's coming to Saddle as well as with us. So, yes, we're still in contact. Little Julie says, yes, the stamps are lovely this year. And Steve, breakfast specials selling like hotcakes. Turkey, stuffing, pigs in blankets, hash, poached egg and hollandaise sauce, says Kevin the restaurateur. Well, that sounds nice. And Albert in Croydon says, I don't think Meghan is up to Lady Diana's standards. No. She hasn't got that magic touch with the public. She behaves like a tourist whilst on a royal walkabout. Well, it's just... yes, I mean, she's never going to be a Diana. It's as simple as that. Unless, of course, you never like the royal family. If you don't like the royal family, it doesn't make any difference, does it? Because you're not going to like anybody in it. The man who has everything, what do we get him? Penicillin. Yes, it's a very old joke, and we're more than happy to use it every time. So the Cadbury's selection box, 50 quid's worth. £24 worth, but they're selling it for 50. My advice is, avoid it like the plague. You can go and buy all these bars separately. Make your own little thing up. Go and buy, something for £1, line it with a bit of tissue paper or something like that, then arrange them all in there. Why you'd want to spend 50 quid? I mean, that just is madness. Absolute madness. You don't need to spend money like that. Not on chocolate, which is an awful lot. What do we got here? Angel foster mum, Eleanor, cares for sick kids. Then her own daughter fell ill, and they're in Lapland. They went to Lapland. I think we have... there's loads of pictures in the Daily Star today of Lapland, and you know we love Lapland. Also, The Greatest Dancer, which launches, but I think they've pushed Cheryl a bit further back down the line. I don't know. Her career's not going well at all. It really isn't. L'Oreal dropper. Kept that one quiet. You'd have thought she said, oh, thank you to L'Oreal for all these years of funding me. And then she gets her hair cut. She looks fairly ancient. So the next thing is she's grown it. Well, she hasn't. She's sponsored by a hair extension company. And you think, blimey, how the mighty have fallen. Big contract with L'Oreal. I mean, very shortly she might have to sell the house. Could be as bad. Ollie Murs and Sir Tom Jones together on The Voice. And they've got Doctor Who star Bradley Walsh as the boozer's landlord and the Chase's Anne Hegarty as a bouncer. How lovely. How lovely. We like things like that. I like seeing all the festive programmes. I like seeing who they've dredged up. You know, which celebrities can we get to appear on television? Because all the Christmas programmes, I'm assuming if there's any cookery programmes on the television, they'll all have been recorded ages ago. Ages ago. Phil Vickery says gates, pens, fences, etc. This is what he can weld. He says, when the Bentley goes wrong, I can weld it back together for you. Now, you know what that's called? That's called cut and shut. Have you ever heard of that? They did it a lot. It was far more prevalent, I think, in the 70s and the 80s. Cut and shut is where you had two cars involved in accidents, and they would cut them in half and weld them back together. So you had two cars making one car. There was always the danger that the welding would come apart. And so, you know, you'd get to a thing and one half of the car would go one way and one half would go the other way. Yeah, cut and shut. That's what they called them. And they always say, if you go to buy a car now and it's second-hand, take a magnet. Go round the car. If it starts sticking to it, there's something the matter. Or not sticking to it. I can't remember which one it is. But anyway, it's nice. So we take some more of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We'll tell you about Jules Holland's amazing train set. I mean, it really is. Oh, can I have some water as well? Please, thank you. Let the tap run. It's an old trick, actually. I don't know why we do that. I never, ever turn on the tap and take the water that comes out immediately. You let it run for about, 30 seconds. Then you put the water in. Don't know why. The comedian who was faced with censorship. Do you remember he was working for the students and they sent him this thing to sign saying you will not do transphobic jokes, homophobic jokes, Islamophobic jokes, blah, 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 blah. Went on and on and on. And in the end he said, stick your job. So anyway, now they've rescinded. They've gone, oh, terribly sorry. Yeah, you can come in. You don't need to sign anything. I don't want to do the gig now. They've just given him a whole page in the Daily Mail. Whole page in the Daily Mail. Amazing, isn't it? So now you know who he is, whereas you didn't know who he was before. Cranes are making a comeback. Cranes are making not cranes as in cranes picking up rubbish and building material. Cranes, birds. The ones that you used to see on that Made in China programme years ago, which the BBC made, which was lovely. And it was fantastic. These cranes, and this man feeds them. They all descend at this particular time of year, in this particular place in China. And he goes out there feeding them. It was a lovely thing to watch, beautiful. And now we've got them over here, which is good. Branson's Space Joy. He was on with Tom Swarbrick last night. You must have heard him. So he's with LBC. And Brooklyn Beckham's going to be a rapper. Well, he's tried everything else. I mean, perhaps he might try working for a living. That'd be quite nice. But he doesn't need to. There's no point, really. He probably couldn't manage it. Anyway, after the news and travel, I'll let you know who I've got coming up for you this weekend on In Conversation. It's three men across the two conversations. You'll hear about making music and making great food. That's all after the LBC News at 6:15 with Simon Conway. How white are Steve Dixon's teeth? It is so funny now. Everybody goes to get their teeth whitened. Of course, nobody's got white teeth. But when they have them done, they just look ridiculous. I mean, seriously, when you've got this sort of tan... I can't tell if it's tan or makeup, but his teeth are so... It's a bit like Rylan. It's a bit like talking to a horse. You do need sunglasses with those, aren't they? Like, you don't need lighting, do you? You can buy all sorts of arc welders in Screwfix, says Lynn in Ruislip. Liz in Ruislip. That's quite nice. Steve, I was telling somebody that when This Is Your Life was being made, some people refused to do it, and they didn't believe me, but I know I'm right. I think there were only a couple of people, one person, I think, who didn't want to do it. Mind you, of course, the funniest one was Lord Louis Mountbatten. They doorstepped him, Eamon Andrews' doorstep. He didn't know what the programme was. He had no idea. No idea. Oh, what is it? Oh, we got some nice surprises for you. And so they took him in there. He didn't know what it was. And they changed all the chairs. They were all gold. You can find it on YouTube. Buy Jamie some furry dice for his Capri, says Will. Do you know, actually, if he's got a Capri, I bet it's in perfect condition. And Simon says, excuse me, Brooklyn Beckham, a rapper, couldn't wrap a present, Steve. I agree with you. He's tried being a barista. He's tried being a photographer. He just turns out to be a bit of a dipstick. Oh, but he's very good on his skateboard. I don't think there's a lot going on there. I don't think there's a lot. What else we got? You have to go novelty over socks as they're so tedious. I got Bluetooth beanie hat, so my son-in-laws are totally wired on their way to the tube, says Mary. Oh, right. Well, that's a good idea. Never heard of that. There are lots of novel, presents out there, and I like novel presents. I've been sent a picture by Phil Vickery. I've now lost the blooming thing. Where's that gone? Oh, there it is. Nice roasties. Ooh, nice roasties. Have you just done these? Are you doing these this morning? You're doing roasties this morning. How lovely. They were eating the other day. They had something. They didn't even put it up on plates. They started eating everything there. I think you must get to that. I used to do a programme years ago called The Night is Young, which a lot of people might remember. And we used to have a restaurant coming in, different restaurant every week. And they would cook food in the studio or outside the studio, and they would bring in ovens and everything, and we would do it live for an hour. It had to last an hour. It couldn't last any longer or any less. And we did it for an hour, and then all the guests would sit there, and they used to say at the end, and we used to give them wine and everything. They said this was the best programme ever. Something like it worked really well on radio, very, very well. So we quite like that kind of thing. I bet Phil Vickery is heading down to Screwfix to try and discover all of these things. Steve, I've googled electronic sellotape dispenser, and an Ice Punk one comes up for 14 quid. Says Lee in Cumbria. I couldn't find it anywhere. Where did you get it from? Is it on Amazon? Is it? What are you doing? What's the matter? Oh right, bit stiff. Yeah. That's awful, isn't it? I had the other day, I thought I was going to get a bad back. I suited that I was going to get a bad back. So I sort of straightened up a little bit, and luckily I wasn't. Steve, letting the water run before you use it is a throwback to when water pipes were made of lead, and the water sitting in them was poisonous, says Claire. I knew there was some reason why we did it. Also, when we lived in Hong Kong, you couldn't drink out of the taps. You had to use the tap to fill up the kettle, and then you'd boil it. You couldn't drink out of the taps. It wasn't safe. It's like going to India. Now, they always say the one thing you shouldn't have, ice, because it's made with contaminated water. There is a very good chance you could make yourself very ill over there. So, water used to arrive, says Frank, via a lead pipe. So after resting overnight, it had to be run off to reduce lead contamination. Okay, now most is run in plastic or copper. Yes, I think we're actually copper. I think so, anyway. 23 minutes past 6. Tomorrow morning, I'm with you between 5 and 7. Between 5 and 6, it's the best of Steve Allen. It's a good one, actually, this week. They assembled it very quickly. They managed to find things from the first sort of few days. They take little snippets out of each sort of day if they think something's worthy of humorous repeating. And then after that, between 6 and 7, it's In Conversation. Every week, as you know, we invite in some famous people to talk about book, film, play, cookery book, all sorts of things, travel, mountain climbing, you name it. But they're all people that hopefully you are well aware of. And this weekend is no different. This programme, which runs tomorrow between 6 and 7, is also repeated on Sunday evening between 9 and 10. And my first guest on In Conversation this weekend is a singer and songwriter known for his work with some of Britain's best-loved bands of the 70s and 80s, known as the frontman of Ace. We've also heard him perform as part of Squeeze, Pink Floyd, Roger Waters' touring band, and Mike and the Mechanics. It's Paul Carrack. He's currently on tour. You can see him in London's West End. Saturday, tomorrow. You can see him tomorrow. And as he told me, he's been doing a lot of looking back to where it all started.
Looking back to then, when growing up in Sheffield, I mean, work was a religion, and that, to be fair, everybody was employed.
Yeah.
You know, there was a lot of work.
A lot of work about.
And sitting around during the day and then playing in a band at night wasn't really. It was, sacrilegious, basically.
Yeah.
And quite rightly, I think my mum, because sadly my dad had passed away when I was quite young, was fearful. What was I letting myself in for? I mean, I jumped in a van at 17 and went off to Germany.
Oh, you were doing the clubs over the other side.
To play on the Reeperbahn in Hamburg. God. So I think
the Reeperbahn, incidentally, is the sexy bit. That's the way I'll describe it to you.
The seedy bit.
The seedy bit. But there were loads of... the Beatles played over there in Germany because lots of groups would get in the old battered transit. They'd pootle off down the motorway. They'd go over and they'd go and play bars. You might play to 20 people, 30 people, 3 people.
Yeah.
It was just the fact you were... I think the Beatles only had 2 songs to play.
Is that right?
I think one of them was My Bonnie and the other one was something else. And they just played them constantly. And you think that's what it was. And some groups survived and some groups didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you were touring Germany?
Well, we did. You didn't so much tour. We would play... We played like a month in the same place.
God.
Probably the same 2 songs. No,
probably was.
Well, that in a way.
Can you remember?
Well, it's funny you said the Beatles had 2 songs that they played all, because I have a story where we played 1 song for 45 minutes, Summertime, an instrumental, and I thought, am I making that up? It's true though.
He's such a nice guy. Sunday, he's down at the Playhouse Theatre on the Embankment, and he's with a big band, and it's a one-off. I'm hoping they're going to record it. He's on his 17th album. You must go. You must really go, because I think the whole second half is going to be all Christmas carols with a twist and Christmas music and stuff like that. So Paul Carrack, the singer-songwriter, and nice man. Also, as well as Paul, talking to 2 men known for travelling and producing some truly unique dishes. I've also enjoyed meeting the pair of them in the past few times, so I'm delighted to be joined once again by Cy King and Dave Myers. You know them better as the Hairy Bikers. In the latest book, Nick Ferrari's with you at 7 this morning. Coming up on the programme, European leaders have dismissed Theresa May's request to renegotiate how the Brexit deal might affect Northern Ireland in the future. Nick will find out what the government could and should do next. Plus, after Sadiq Khan said that Londoners will be furious at the amount of money the government has given to the Met Police, the man who'll challenge the London mayor at the ballot boxes in 18 months' time will join Nick live in the studio. That's the Conservative candidate, Sean Bailey. That and a whole lot more with Nick Ferrari this morning from 7 here on LBC. 2 people, says David and Craigend, who snubbed Eamon Andrews by refusing to go on This Is Your Life, with the footballer Danny Blanchflower and Richard Gordon, author of The Doctor in the House books. Oh, right. I think Danny was he the first one to take flight? Fraser thinks so, yes. When Eamon announced on live telly, This Is Your Life. Was it no rumoured he'd done because of the publication of his autobiography? Methinks after someone did likewise a few years later, the programme is then pre-recorded. Well, it's too dangerous, isn't it, to do anything live on it is now. I can remember seeing some poor reporter standing on the television, and he was doing his piece to camera. 3, 2, 1, blah, blah, blah. And then behind him, down the hill, you could see somebody standing there and then running towards him, but behind him, so he couldn't see. And I thought, oh no, the cameraman should have gone, no, we've got to stop, somebody's running. But they didn't, they kept running. And this bloke then shouted some rude words, and then ran back round him and then back down the hill again. Hilarious. Mind you, I went onto YouTube the other day, and I discovered there's no end of people losing their temper on the road. Not only on the road, but in car parks. And there was a bloke there, and he'd obviously parked in a disabled space. He wasn't disabled. He didn't even have a badge. He just decided he was bone idle and he'd screw somebody else's day up. So this bloke who's filming it, he said, have you got a disabled badge? And the bloke goes, what's it going to do with you? He said, because you're parked in a disabled space. That's not on. In the end, he got so much grief, this bloke, and he'd given them grief back. The bloke who'd parked there was quite clearly some ignoramus of the worst possible kind. He was swearing at them, saying, why don't you effing do this and effing do that and all the rest of it. And in the end, the wife, or girlfriend or whatever she was, got in the car and reversed it out and tried to find somewhere else to park it. And the bloke was saying to him, he said, I could sort you out quite easily. And the bloke said, do. He said, I'm not bothered about being filmed. I thought, it's typical fools like you that make the world the place it is at the moment. A complete idiot. But nothing to do with a woman over in America who started screaming obscenities. She started off quite fast. She couldn't park. I mean, quite clearly she couldn't park, bless her heart. You could see it because they filmed her crossing. She'd crossed the line of the parking. So she was practically on top of the car next door. These 2 elderly women, the language from this woman. And then at one point she goes, you touch me. Which of course nobody had touched her at all. You wouldn't want to. She was so vile. And then she went, I'm pregnant. you've touched me. If I miscarry, it got so bad. I was sitting there with my jaw on the desk thinking, people are really like this. People really lose their tempers so much. And in the end, she wouldn't let this woman out of the car. And this bloke said to her, why are you being so stupid? Why are you being so stupid? There was one woman, she wouldn't let somebody get onto his drive. She said, I want to park it. He said, I'm trying to get to my drive. I live there. That was another... In the end, they had to call the police. She was another one. She claimed to be disabled. But she wasn't. She was running about up and down the road. That's not disability. Not as far as I know it. Again, in America, just go onto YouTube. You'll find no end of... Russia's the worst one. People get in a car and start beating people up. Literally, it's the most amazing thing you've ever seen. Not sure about lead poisoning, Steve, says Paul, working for Thames Water. Most likely an old wives' tale. Well, I do know about lead pipes. Lead pipes are the old Victorian ones, and apparently there were problems with them. But he says, generally, the reason we run the tap is because of sudden movement of water can loosen the sediments due to calcification within the pipework, generally within metal piping. Yeah, we all knew about lead poisoning. That was very, very... Also, I just thought you ran it because the water coming out a bit later would be colder. That's what I thought. My grandmother in her kitchen in Ilford had one tap, which was a cold water tap. So she filled up the kettle and then put it on the stove. She had a little tiny machine... which was sort of like a little gas thing. One over the bath, and was there one in the kitchen? I don't think there was one in the kitchen at her house. And you turned it on, you got hot water out of it, which was very interesting. Cannot believe, says Patsy, you're talking to Paul. He's a class act. I'm a massive fan. He's lovely, lovely. Yeah, he is. It's a super interview. Super interview. And says, you go and see Chris with Jamie. He loves you. I know. They all do. It's so embarrassing. They're so sweet, honestly. I was saying the other day, I wish people, well at the party last night, because I don't go to it. But I always sort of have great admiration for anybody who's got the stamina to go to the global Christmas party and survive it, because they just go out there for, letting their hair down. Unfortunately, I let my hair down some years ago and it never came back. Mark in Hayes says, I watched the Good Life Christmas special last night and loved Margot's Christmas greeting to Tom. Yuletide felicitations. In the first series, she never... first few showings, she never featured. You just heard her. And Stan says, Paul Carrick is a top bloke. He used to rent a flat above my brother Melvin in Pimlico when he was in Ace. He used to pop down and have a beer with all of his mates, and was a very good cook, apparently. He still keeps in contact with Melvin, and he's going to see him Sunday. I think it's great. He was so nice. The trouble is, I thought he'd be out of my depth. Do you know what I mean? That probably sounds really strange, but when you talk to certain people, I've had a few actors in over the years, and I've thought, gosh, what am I going to talk to them about? And then sometimes you sit down, and the conversation just flows. And so on all the in-conversations, we don't have any people running away or anything like that, but we always sit there, and I do my research, and I try and find out about people, but sometimes I think I might be out of my depth, and then you suddenly realise it's a conversation. You're just sitting down, finding about people, and learning more about them. And they appreciate it as well. I mean, we could probably talk about, which keys you use and do a key change, does that help, and all this kind of thing, and what makes a hit single. But he's so nice. He's so nice and such a nice guy. And this big band show, you'll find it on Paul Carrick's website, all the details on there, and you can check it out. There's a big band coming over from America, and they've got strings and everything else. They'll be in two halves. Starts at 7:30, be out by probably 10 o'clock, I should imagine. And the second half, I think, is all Christmassy. Well, if you listen to the interview tomorrow morning, you will find out exactly what it is, because he talks about it with such enthusiasm. 17 albums he's had out. 17 albums. And he's so nice. And he also played to, 80,000 people in Hyde Park with Eric Clapton. And he said the funny thing is, if he's actually playing keyboards, he doesn't need to think about it. If he's doing anything else, he needs to think about it. Because you want to make sure that it's right for the artist. Absolutely, because it's a combination, it's a coming together of all those talents. But he was lovely. So I'm delighted that you will be listening to that tomorrow morning. Steve, I would always let the water run out of the cold tap, because somebody may have used the hot tap moments before. I don't get that one, actually. Imagine having two taps in a house. Very rare. Very rare. Steve, what a coincidence hearing the Hairy Bikers, just as I was reminding myself of their scrummy fish pie with cheesy mash recipe, which I will be massacring later on today. I'm rubbish at cooking, says Chris in Chelsea, but I have a lot of fun and a glass of 3 along the way, a la the Galloping Gourmet, Graham Kerr. Yes. He used to enjoy his booze, didn't he? Especially at the end of the programme. It was so funny. I used to sit there and watch it. And the camera would do a close-up of his mouth as he was chewing the food. I thought it was the worst thing I'd ever seen. But the rest of it was great. And then he went all, when people started talking about how bad butter was, he cut butter out of all the recipes and did it. I think his wife was the producer of the show. But very good. John in Burnham-on-Sea in Somerset. I don't know why I do that. I'm so sorry, John, but it sounds lovely. -2 degrees in Burnham-on-Sea this morning with an icy wind blowing across the fields, and all the stars are looking beautiful. We can even see the plough. Do you know, the other night we had a really bright star. It was to the right of the moon. Turns out to be Venus. It was so bright. It was almost like the brightest Christmas tree light. And it was great, actually. One person is not so pleased, though, and that's our Jack Russell. He's had his morning wee in the garden, run straight back into the house and jumped under the duvet. Not at all surprised. I always feel sorry for dogs. It's so cold underfoot. And there they are without any shoes on. Having to go out there and people go, would you like to go onto the ice and all that? No, don't. There's a bloke on YouTube playing golf on the ice. And he goes like that. His putter, whatever they call it, I don't know, it's a golf stick, hits the ice. The ice then cracks and he falls into the water. There was a woman, don't you remember a few years back, we talked about her on LBC, the biggest idiot you've ever seen, up at the ponds at Highgate, with a pram on the ice. A pram with a kiddie in it. Just absolutely ridiculous. Keith says it was a shallow brown sink in the kitchen and gas ascots. It was the ascot. The ascot. There never seemed to be enough water coming out of it, so you just sit in a bath of about 1.5 inches of water. And then you had to save it because your brother wanted to have it afterwards, or your father, or somebody like that. Nick says, I'm looking after my brother after he had a heart attack induced by a road rage van driver. NHS saved his life. My colleague had the best answer to road rage. He would simply say, sorry, I'm just a hopeless driver. Takes the heat out of the confrontation. Yes, absolutely. These ones in America are terrible. I mean, seriously, the language, people are just so revolted. One woman, even in this country, stopped in the middle of the road. And they went, why have you stopped in the middle of the road? And just looked the other way. She was chavvy, chav. And in the end, they had to call the police. Move your car. Because if you're going down the road and there are cars parked on the left-hand side and there's a car coming towards you, they have right of way. Okay, the obstruction is on your side. You have to wait. It's amazing how many people don't understand it. Not good enough, is it? Amazing, actually. Every time I sort of listened to the news, and I was sort of checking online a minute ago, and they said they're still predicting snow for this weekend. Where? I've got no idea. Somebody said to me, what, London? I said, I don't know. I've got no idea. They just said snow this weekend. Brace yourself. It's going to get very, very cold. No kidding. Winter. How surprising. And somebody wrote to me as well, talking about their dog, which it's a Labradoodle. Stacey's got a Labradoodle. I quite like Labradoodles, actually. I just can't cope with people calling them Labradoodles. Don't know why. He's been with us a week today, says Stacey. He's like a baby. The only thing I don't do is change his nappies. It'll occupy your life. There was a woman in the paper the other day. She spent 15... Oh, please, look at that dog, his little jumper. People sent in the loveliest pictures. But I've had some lovely ones recently of sort of animals at Christmas, which I like. So, Stacey, thank you very much indeed. Also, went to Blue Water the other day, says Scott, to try out this aftershave. And to be honest, I think it's overpriced. It's anything to write home about. Which aftershave? Which aftershave are you trying? You see the show? I mean, my wife Julie thought the same as well, says Scott. Well, there you go. That's why you're married. Because you both think the same. Must make it a bit underachieving. Christine says, my Westie wants all in all weathers, especially the snow, which all dogs love. Nothing phases her, though it does me. I know, I'm always worried about falling over. Kevin the Milkman says, my pet-hating car parks are people without children parking in the parent and toddler spots. The last thing you want to do is try and get 4 young children and toddlers safely across a busy car park because a lazy, selfish idiot doesn't want to walk an extra 50 yards. I know. I'd have them clamped. You see it in the Tesco's round me, next to the rugby stadium. People park there all the time. They're not even disabled. They just park there, get out, and you think, you lazy little so-and-so. I'd have their car clamped immediately. Or failing that, just removed. Just remove it. We've removed your car. Why? Because you parked in a space which is meant for somebody who can't walk very far. That's why. Venus is very visible and bright now in the south, says Mike in Hampshire. Lovely. Natalie says, when my dog was a puppy and she went outside for the first time in the snow, she squatted down to do a wee and let out a yelp as her girly bits got a bit of a shock. I don't know. I suppose that probably applies to most of us. And, it's not the best thing. Front pages. Daily Star, Ant's got his mojo back. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm two minds over this one. Whilst I love Ant and Dec, because I think they're great and I think they're an incentive, I'm sorry, I can't ever forgive drink driving. The police say exactly the same. No matter how much you like somebody, if somebody gets in the car when they've had drinks and they're that far over the limit, you're a death trap. There is no way. They say they're always glad to get people off the road. I don't know if he's driving or if he's not driving or if there was a ban. I can't remember. I just remember the fine. I remember thinking the fine is a lot of money, isn't it? £86,000. But all he's done since then is be on holiday. I thought he was supposed to be in rehab. I don't know. I just, if he'd killed somebody, they did have an accident, didn't they? I would be more annoyed than I am. He's banned till the end of next year. The end of next year. Oh, right. Not that he worries. He's got loads of money. Got loads of money, doesn't make any difference. Heads fury as baby Jesus replaced at school nativity plays by space monkeys, flamingos, Doctor Who and the Jungle Deck. What? Oh, I don't like these alternative Christmas nativity scenes. That's just embarrassing. You can't do things like that. That's blasphemy. That's changing the Bible. Don't want to do anything like that. So the Heads fury, why have you allowed them to do it then? Doesn't help, does it? Emmerdale star to wed her boss. Page 11. I don't know who these people are some of the time, that's why I have to sort of tell you. And it's soap star Michelle Hardwick has just announced that she's got engaged to Emmerdale's producer Kate Brooks. Months of planning, over the moon, brilliant. And she plays Vanessa Woodfield, which is great. So listen, as long as they're happy, that's fine. But I don't know who she is. Doesn't help, does it really? Does not help at all. But listen, if they're happy, that's all that matters. They've killed that Strasbourg gunman, so that's good. One less angel in heaven. Can only be good news for the rest of us. The Oxo mum faces the axe, because it's sexist, apparently. They don't like that. And out at the pantomime the other night, Barbara Windsor, two events we've seen pictures of Bar out with, lovely Scott, and also Matt Lucas. So off they went. Oh, she'd have loved that pantomime. It's absolutely brilliant. Front page of the Daily Mirror, Secrets of the Strictly Judges. Darcy Bussell meeting Princess Diana. What year was that? 1995. The Tories branded hypocrites for posing at food bank collection points after their cruel austerity sparked a shocking rise in hunger. Yeah, so they're all there. Duncan Smith, Morgan, Raab, all these people standing there posing at food banks like, they've given all this stuff. Like it's their thing. Look at, aren't we good? Aren't we doing this? It was Aventus Creed that I tried, and you didn't like it. Well, there you go. Listen, but that would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? It's like, somebody saying, oh, I've driven a Bentley. I didn't like it at all. That's fine. Don't like it, you don't like it. It's obviously too sort of classy. Obviously you're happier with Brute or Old Spice or something like that, but we've moved on a little bit, I think, in the smellies department. Snow expected in Northumberland and the North East, says Mo. And then somebody says it's going to snow in Scotland. It always snows in Scotland. Gear change. Clarkson, Hammond and May, front page of The Sun this morning. Also, Stephen Lawrence murder suspect Jamie A. Court was left reeling after being battered by an inmate in prison. It was a long time since we've heard of things like that. They used to meter out their own justice in prison. Then it sort of kind of went off the boil a little bit. It obviously appears to be creeping back in again. Front page of The Guardian. Christmas #1 battles, the inside stories. That'd be worth reading, wouldn't it? I could read that on the train later. Screened out, new rules ban sexist ads. It's determined, I suppose, what is a sexist ad. Also, Keira Knightley, honoured for acting and charity work. I think probably charity work more. You don't, that'd be different, wouldn't it? The Times, Strasbourg gunman shot dead by police. As I say, straight to hell. No turning back, thank you. Also, Theresa May, isolated in Brussels by the EU leaders. Christmas in the world of #MeToo, Caitlin Moran's Celebrity Watch. And parents in Birmingham trying to stop a group of grammar schools giving priority to disadvantaged and local children because they fear standards will fall. Very unforgiving people nowadays. And fears are growing that Britain's retailers will have a poor Christmas after Mike Ashley, the founder of Sports Direct, described last month's trading as unbelievably bad. Well, I mean, they were talking about Debenhams, and the problems that they're all going through. The high street's changing. The high street is definitely changing. Strictly Between Us, the runners and riders, obviously dancing, plus Craig Revel Horwood, always good value. The EU turning a deaf ear to Theresa May. Seeds of dementia can be passed on in surgery. Oh, lovely. And present. Is it a present? Oh, lovely. We got a present. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? It's a nice bag. Oh, my goldflowers. What are we going to do with all that? That's lovely. Thank you, Courtney. And a poinsettia. Got a poinsettia. Love a good poinsettia. Bless you. He doesn't speak. He's obviously muting himself for Christmas. Actually, it can't be too long before Courtney's off for Christmas. He likes his Christmas off, doesn't he, really? Daily Mail, council tax bombshell. J.K. Rowling salutes our NHS help force heroes, which is lovely. I like J.K. Rowling. I like the fact she's come from just about nowhere. Somebody says, not liking Aventus Creed. Needs to get his notes checked out. Yes, I mean, I've never heard of anybody not liking it. I can understand somebody not liking the price, but, just not liking it, I don't quite get at all. That, sadly, is about it. No, it's not. It's nearly about it, isn't it? Just time to remind you that, well, in fact, there's loads of time to remind you, actually, about things. So I'll tell you that tomorrow morning we're back between 5 and 6 for the best of Steve Allen, and then between 6 and 7 it's In Conversation. So Paul Carrick and the Hairy Bikers. And if you're a fan of Paul, I hope you're a fan of Paul Carrick and the Hairy Bikers, because both have got such nice stories to tell us, and so they will be imparting that on LBC tomorrow. And then I'm back on Sunday morning between 5 and 7, and we go through the Sunday. Can't imagine what the Sunday paper is going to be like, but I reckon the roads are going to be busy over this weekend. I reckon that there's going to be, the shops should be busy, because they need to be, because they're all suffering greatly at the moment. And Steve, off to Dublin tomorrow morning to celebrate my 50th. I hope the snow doesn't fall there. It looks so pretty, doesn't it? So pretty. Why not? Goodness sake, just enjoy it while it's there.